Chapter 1 Anger System. Ha ha ha, Obito, look there, your brother is here. There was a shout from the classroom, with bursts of laughter. Who said he is my brother? Obito's eyes were round, and he stretched out unnaturally. He shot his hand and held the goggles on his forehead, his face full of disdain. One is the last one, the other is the second one. You both have the surname Uchiha. We don't believe that you are not brothers. The person next to him laughed. Although they belong to the Uchiha clan, his blood is not pure at all. It is impossible for a person like him to open his eyes at all. And as long as I turn on Sharingan, I will become a strong man like Naruto. Uchiha Obito raised his arrogant head. Uchiha Akaizuki walked into the classroom and looked at the faces around him that shouldn't have appeared before him, leaving tears of infinite regret in his heart. Come out and mix, sure enough, sooner or later I have to pay it back. I knew today, he would definitely study hard and not be a network keyboard player. But just a few words on the internet, Hokage is getting worse and worse, as for directly crossing me into the world of Hokage. Uchiha Akaizuki glanced at these people in front of him: Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Lin, Yuri Hong. One day in Konoha's 39th year, a Hyuxia man accidentally crossed over to Uchiha Akaizuki, who was originally running a lawsuit, and inherited all his previous memories. His mother is a member of the Uchiha clan, but his father is a civilian ninja. Because of his love for his mother, he joined Uchiha's family. His surname also follows his mother, called Uchiha Akaizuki. He successfully replaced Uchiha Obito as the crane tail in this class, and Uchiha Obito was firmly in the second to last place in the class. I heard that an early graduation test can be conducted today. Do you think Kakashi will graduate today? Someone next to him said. Everyone's eyes focused on Kakashi. A genius ninja, the existence that everyone looks up to. It's not possible, Kakashi is only 5 years old now, how could he become genin? Sarutobi Asuma said incredulously beside him. Yuri Hong looked at Kakashi, blinked, and said seriously. That's not necessarily true. After all, Kakashi's father is so powerful. As the son of Lord White Fang, even if he is only 5 years old, he is the strongest person in our class. Uchiha Obito curled his lips in disdain, his eyes filled with disapproval. What if there is a great father? There are many great people in our family. Besides, Kakashi's father. Who? A short sword came out of its sheath in an instant and stuck straight on the table in front of Uchiha Obito. The knife was only 1 centimeter away from the tip of his nose, and a few strands of hair on his forehead were falling down the air. Everyone's gazes converged on Kakashi's body suddenly, with trepidation in their eyes. That matter is considered taboo, the existence of taboo. The room is full of silence. You shut up! Kakashi said viciously. Uchiha Obito swallowed in horror. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes narrowed slightly, thoughtful in his heart. He remembered that this morning, when he had just crossed over, he heard the reminder in his mind. The palm of his hand was slightly clenched. When Wan Lai was quiet, a very calm voice suddenly came, and a man with a carefree gesture came over. You people are really flies around the rotten eggs. If something happened there, you all ran over together. What are you talking about? The crowd looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a bad face, a super crane tail, and they dare to say that they are flies, and they are still flies surrounding the rotten eggs. On the side, Kakashi noodles are like pork liver. How does it feel wrong? Isn't this Uchiha Akaizuki coming to the rescue and helping him? It should be true, but how is it, rotten egg? Kakashi looked at Akaizuki with a weird face. The expressions of the others were all waiting to eat Akaizuki, and they were about to rush up to beat up the tail of this unsure crane. Before everyone could do anything, Akaizuki was 1 step ahead and looked at the crowd who had overreacted. What are your expressions? Yes, what about you, what are you looking at? Kakashi, his father hanged himself and you guys are still crowded to laugh at Kakashi. Do you have any conscience, although Kakashi his father is a traitor? Uchiha Akizuki said with a serious face. Uchiha Akizuki. Kakashi was furious, wishing to raise his broom head a bit more. Kakashi, what's wrong? I know that although you are grateful to me, you have to wait for me to finish. In Kakashi's eyes, the whole person was darkened. Not good. When Uchiha Obito saw Kakashi's eyes, he knew that Kakashi had lost his mind. Immediately, Obito brought a few people up and hugged Kakashi fiercely, restraining his actions. Feel free to do things in the classroom, the teacher will be angry. And Uchiha Akizuki didn't have time to watch the wonderful expression on Kakashi's face, and all his attention was attracted by the reminders that sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for successfully activating the anger system and rewarding a newbie with a gift pack. Reward host attribute, wind attribute. Reward C-level ninjutsu, wind style great breakthrough. Reward class D physical skills double blade whirlwind. Reward blood succession boundary, Sharingan. The expression on Uchiha Akizuki's face suddenly became a little weird. Uchiha, has to rely on the system plug to open his eyes. But at last he was able to open his eyes. Sharingan is a better explanation for him. After all, he has half of the blood of the Uchiha clan in his body. Kakashi, although you don't have a father, don't worry, at least you still have a mother. After all, Akizuki hummed a small tune, there is only a mother in the world, a child with a mother is like a treasure. Looking at Akizuki with a clear face, everyone's anger turned into coldness. Not only did you not comfort someone else to die, you also cursed someone else's mother. Uchiha Akizuki. What did you just say? Say it again. The anger in Kakashi's heart was completely agitated. Even if everyone was pressing on the side, he quickly got up from his seat and stared at Uchiha Akizuki. At the same time, Uchiha Akizuki saw the top of Kakashi's head and began to keep popping up numbers. Anger plus 16. Anger plus 29. Anger plus 23. Anger plus 46. System, what is this? Uchiha Akizuki asked inwardly. This is from the anger value of other people. When the host's behavior arouses the anger of others, it will increase the anger value data in the host's body according to the degree of anger. Then what's the use of this? Host can use the accumulated anger value of others to exchange for items. Uchiha Akizuki suddenly realized. Watching the data on Kakashi's head keep increasing. Uchiha Akizuki said deadly. I'm comforting you. Don't you feel the bright red love in my hot chest? It is our unshirkable responsibility to care for the children of single-parent families. Kakashi's eyes cooled down, revealing a gloomy chill. The suicide of his father was the greatest pain in his heart, and this person, who dared to mention it in front of him again and again, he simply didn't want to live. The people around looked at Uchiha Akizuki with a little more pity in their eyes. Who is this fool to provoke? To provoke the best Kakashi in their class, he has almost Genin's terrifying power. Kakashi wrapped his hands in front of Datsyang. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and he shot Uchiha Akizuki as if he was going to swallow him alive. Uchiha Akizuki looked at the ever-increasing data on Kakashi's head, with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth, still with an innocent expression on the surface. Kakashi, don't always look at me affectionately, okay? Your classmates will misunderstand you as a person with an abnormal orientation, tell you, I'm a proper straight man. Uchiha Akizuki glared back without showing any weakness. Chapter 2 Life is so lonely as snow. The people around made a chuckle, almost bursting into laughter. Please, Kakashi's eyes are going to kill you, okay, why can you use the words lovely to describe it? And Kakashi was almost angry to the extreme at this time. The depression accumulated over the past few days due to the death of his father were completely ignited by Uchiha Akizuki's words at this moment. Uchiha Akizuki saw the number on Kakashi's head. Anger value plus 78. Anger value plus 109. Anger value plus 82. Kakashi raised his head, his eyes almost exploded with anger, and he almost lost his sanity now. Uchiha Akizuki. I want to challenge you. I want to kill you. Kakashi gritted his teeth. The whole class is shocked. Kakashi is going to challenge Uchiha Akizuki? The first in the class should challenge the last one? Isn't the ending obvious? How can Uchiha Akizuki have a little chance of winning? Uchiha Akizuki looked at Kakashi's original facial paralyzed iceberg face, rarely showing such an angry expression, and for a while, he found it funny. But, challenge? Why should I accept your challenge? Uchiha Akizuki looked at Kakashi with a hint of regret. It seemed to be a pitiful idiot in the eyes of a fool. You are going to kill me, and I will challenge you. Are you stupid? Besides, how can you be my opponent because you are so weak? I have always been cultivating my energy, so it's wrong with you. It's just a shot. Generally, people like me are not easy to shoot. After all, I am not the same as you. Of course, you will not understand how powerful I am. A person who loves peace like me will not hurt people easily. Uchiha Akizuki said with emotion. Life is so lonely as snow. Speaking of this, Uchiha Akizuki's eyes even touched a faint sadness. Like a worldly expert, left behind and independent. Puff. The whole class is almost gushing blood. How can a person be so shameless? Obviously he didn't dare to challenge Kakashi. How could he be so arrogant? I have never seen such a brazen person. Kakashi clenched his fingers, his knuckles creaked because of the force of his fists, his eyes became gloomy, he stretched out his hand, pulled up the short sword on Uchiha Obito's table, and pointed his finger at Uchiha Akizuki. I must teach you a good lesson today. At the same time, Uchiha Akizuki saw that the anger value on Kakashi's head was still there, and at the same time other students in the class also raised different levels of numbers on their foreheads. Anger value plus 8. Anger value plus 6. Anger value plus 15. Anger value plus 3. Uchiha Akizuki secretly said in his heart that this anger value seems to be different from person to person. Everyone is here just now and has listened to me, but some people's anger value will be higher, and some people's anger value will be higher. Relatively low. Of course, he also saw that some people didn't have any anger value rising on their heads. Is it to him, don't you care? It was also amazing, after all, he himself felt that what he said was already very annoying. Uchiha Akizuki secretly remembered the two guys who had no anger value on their heads, and then planned to talk to them separately after school. Although the effect of this group attack is average, everyone's anger value is not too high, but the accumulation can be considered a lot. Of course, the main source of anger is Kakashi, who is also the place where Uchiha Akizuki's spearhead is pointed. Lin watched Kakashi almost run away, and said worriedly, Kakashi, don't be angry, everyone is a classmate, besides, you are going to have a graduation exam today. Keep a good mood. Obito was threatened by Kakashi just now, and now looking at Uchiha Akizuki, whose grades are worse than his own, he can be so arrogant. He said with a bit of annoyance, what? I just didn't put this uncle in my eyes. I am the strongest. Are you good? Just wait for my Sharingan to open his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Akizuki carefully observed the direction of their anger. Kakashi's anger value weakened slightly. The classmates also looked at Uchiha Obito angrily. This penultimate Uchiha Obito is as cheeky as Uchiha Akizuki. They are all from Uchiha's family, they are really brothers. Even the idiot looks exactly the same. But Uchiha Akizuki saw that their anger towards Obito did not raise the anger value they needed. Sure enough, the anger value that he aroused was counted. At this moment, the door of the classroom was pushed open with a creak. A man with a scarf tied on his head, wearing Chnan's green waistcoat, with a dangling one in his mouth, looked a little chic. In the early morning, what happened? There was noisy in the classroom. Shirin Uemujian asked casually. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other, but no one spoke. I don't know that Huelmujian didn't want to pursue it, and said casually, if there is no problem, everyone will sit back to their seats and we will start the class. Everyone started to rustle and move. Teacher, I have a problem. A crisp voice sounded abruptly, and Uchiha Akizuki raised his arm. What is the problem? Kakashi is going to beat me. Uchiha Akizuki said with a sharp glance. Everyone was instantly petrified in place. Sure enough, they still underestimated the thickness of this person's face. Did he make a small report here? What a shame this is. How did he Uchiha Akizuki speak without changing his face? Then you owe you a beating. Kakashi just calmed down a bit of anger, and was instantly lit by this Uchiha Akizuki, looking at him viciously. Teacher, look, Kakashi threatens me like that, do you care about him? Uchiha Akizuki said. I don't know that Huomujian is also a little speechless. Generally, such young and energetic children encounter this kind of provocation. Why did you come to file a complaint? This is the first time he encountered this situation as a teacher. Looking at Uchiha Akizuki's face full of triumph, and Kakashi who is already so angry over there, I don't know that Huomujian has an illusion for a while, who is bullying whom? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Angry Crit. I do not know. Huomujian thought for a while, and said faintly, that, in school, you can't just make casual shots to hurt people. And Kakashi, this afternoon is your genin exam, right? You will soon become a real ninja. You still need to exercise more of this character. As ninjas, the most important word for us is forbearance. Okay, let's start class. Shirin Uemujian organized the discipline in the classroom and started class. Kakashi sat back to his position, and the number on his head slowly decreased until it disappeared. Uchiha Akizuki turned on his anger system and checked his current anger value. Life, Uchiha Akizuki. Anger value, 1523. Uchiha Akizuki asked the system, is the anger value generated by others related to the degree of anger? It is related to the degree of anger, and at the same time, it is also related to a person's strength. In other words, the stronger the person, the more anger value will be generated when he is angry. Yes. Uchiha Akizuki nodded, opened his anger value exchange interface, and couldn't help taking a breath. Really expensive. Uchiha Akizuki thought that the anger he had just accumulated was already a lot, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even afford a D-level ninjutsu. System, why is there no next page? There are only 10 items on this interface. Only 10 items can be exchanged in the daily exchange system, and they will be updated in the early morning, so the appearance of this item must be based on chance. At the same time, host can increase the probability of dropping items through angry crit. What is an angry crit? That is, at a certain moment, the anger value of a certain person reaches a critical point. Uchiha Akizuki nodded. Look at the 10 products in the interface, and then look at my poor anger value. In today's exchange column, the cheapest is the D-class ninjutsu Senbon Shiger, which only needs 2,569 points to exchange. If you work hard, you may still be able to accumulate enough. As Uchiha Akizuki's head kept turning, Shiranuki's chalk head flew over and knocked on Uchiha Akizuki's head. The grades in the class are the worst, and I haven't listened carefully to the lectures. On the head of Shiranuemujian, an anger value of +9 rises. Uchiha Akizuki, you can answer, in what type of ninjutsu does this gesture of Shin generally appear more easily? Shiranuki asked. Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head. Teacher, I know, it's fire style. Kakashi said triumphantly next to him, and glanced at Uchiha Akaizuki with disdain in his eyes. Everyone in the classroom immediately looked at Kakashi with admiration. Wow, it's Kakashi, who is hailed as a genius. It's so difficult, it's amazing. Kakashi is so handsome. Is this the gap between us? I really want to defeat Kakashi, I need to become stronger. I do not know who. Elmujian also shook his head helplessly. Uchiha Akaizuki, you don't even know the most basic common sense, how can you graduate early like this? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were full of confusion, and he asked seriously, why should I graduate early? Kakashi sneered beside him, his eyes full of contempt. Because I can graduate early, it proves that I am a genius, I am better than all of you. Uchiha Akaizuki curled his lips and blinked. Someone's father is so strong, he didn't die at a young age. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened in place. And his whole person was going to be petrified in an instant. He stretched out his hand to cover his heart, and tried his best to suppress his current emotions. Can you not always mention this matter? Damn, I really seem to be beating this person now. Kakashi shook his short sword's hand constantly. Get out! Get out! Cut him with a knife. Drop! Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting Hotaki Kakashi with an angry crit and earning an level 3 body technique. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback. Isn't this irritating for Kakashi? Ha 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 ha, hiccups. Uchiha Akaizuki smirked twice, got up from his seat, and ran behind Shiranui. Mei smiled and said, Teacher, you must protect me. This is in the classroom. If Kakashi hurts people, you just leave it alone. Unexpectedly, Huelmujian looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, who was hanging behind him like a monkey, and he couldn't laugh or cry for a while, he was like a bear kid. A bear child who is angry with everyone. The whole class was upset. A pound sign rose on the forehead of Shiranuaki, stretched out his fingers, pointed to the door, and shouted at Uchiha Akaizuki, you get out. Go to the door and stop. Shiranui feels that this is the best way he has come up with in a short time. Separating Hotaki Kakashi from this irritating Uchiha Akaizuki for a short time. The two of them are almost like Mars hitting the Earth. Staying together will definitely force Hotaki Kakashi to explode. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the rising numbers on the heads of Kakashi and Shiranuaki. He was still very satisfied. With a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, he calmly jumped off Shiranuaki, patted his clothes and swaggered. Walked out of the classroom. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Naruto Graffiti. Shiranuakin looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, who calmly walked out the door. How could there be the panic that was hiding behind him just now? It was as natural as coming home from school. Wait a minute. I do not know that there is a bad feeling in the heart of Hwajima. Unexpectedly, Huelmujian walked to the door and poked a head out. A cold wind blew through, the empty corridor was empty. Uchiha Akaizuki. An angry roar ran through the corridor, and even the ninja school was shaken twice by the angry roar. Dare to skip class blatantly. See how lousy cleans up you. The classmates and the teacher were so shocked by the roar that they quickly covered their ears. Our class will study this class first, teacher, I will go out. Shiranuazuan said angrily. The students in other classes were also shocked by this roar. Mizumano, is there an earthquake? The teacher in other classes didn't know what was happening outside, but he heard that it was Shiranui's voice. He smiled awkwardly and said, I just happened to tell you that in our ninjutsu, there is a kind of attack that relies on sound waves. At this time, Uchiha Akaizuki, who was at ease, was already walking slowly on the streets of Konoha. Although I inherited Uchiha Akaizuki's previous memories, the feeling of seeing it in person is much deeper than I remembered. Konoha is more prosperous than expected. Walking on Konoha's street, you can see Konoha's villagers coming and going, with happy smiles on their faces. Occasionally, one or two black figures flashed past the eaves, leaving behind an afterimage. Those should be ninjas on mission. Although it is amidst the chaos of war, Konoha village is not a battlefield. It is still peaceful. Uchiha Akizuki raised his head and saw that on the back of Konoha village there were several huge rock statues carved with first Hokage, second Hokage and third Hokage. His eyes narrowed. Ah ha 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 ha. My masterpiece is really good. Uchiha Akizuki tied a rope and hung from the Hokage rock, holding a bucket of paint and brushes in his hand, and scribbling freely on Hokage's face. Adding 2 spiral circles to first generation's face makes it even more cute. Put a horoscope under second Hokage's nose, and second Hokage looks even more fierce. Turning both eyes of third Hokage into a heart shape, well, it fits this old wretched character. Who is that kid, dare to do graffiti on Hokage rock? Hey, kid, who are you? You will be condemned for doing this. A ninja shouted loudly in the distance, and the moment Uchiha Akizuki was finished, he was discovered. Don't go too far. Whose child is it? How can you be so naughty? How can you scribble on Hokage rock? What's up? Give us more tasks. Such a child really needs a good lesson. It looks like a kid from the Uchiha clan. Hey, I really don't worry. The 2 ninjas rushed towards Uchiha Akizuki, their faces full of anger. Genin, the 2 of them who were doing the task of cleaning and maintaining the D class of Hokage rock, did not expect that a troublemaker would suddenly appear. It's really unlucky today that I met such an annoying kid. Even far away, Uchiha Akizuki could see the anger rising from their heads. Anger plus 45. Anger plus 36. Anger plus 59. Uchiha Akizuki stuck his tongue out at them. Slightly, you idiots, come and catch me if you have the ability. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Akizuki made a big grimace at the 2 people. Then turned around and ran. What an arrogant kid, I dare to provoke us by playing a prank here. I must catch this kid and give it a good beating today. I'm so annoyed. This little BD, if he falls into my hands today, I'll beat him into a pig's head. The 2 men gritted their teeth angrily by Uchiha Akizuki, dropped the cleaning tools in their hands, and pursued Uchiha Akizuki with all their strength. Today, we must let him taste the taste of being fattened by someone, and let him be so arrogant again. The 2 chased them out a few hundred meters. Hey? Where did that kid go? Why is there no time in the blink of an eye? I obviously watched him run in this direction. The 2 looked at each other, their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect that their 2 genins would chase a little furry boy from a ninja school, and they would have been lost. At this moment, behind them, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, idiot, don't you even know something like clone technique? You are so embarrassed to become genin. This is something I can learn in the ninja school. When the 2 genins turned their heads, Uchiha Akizuki stood behind them, clutching their stomachs, almost laughing. The mouths of the 2 genin angry Xiang went up and down, and even the breath became a little thicker, and they reached directly into the ninja bag, took out 2 swords in their hands, and threw them at Uchiha Akizuki. But the moment the shuriken shot, he actually regretted it. After all, the kid opposite is not even a ninja, this shuriken will kill him. Although it was very annoying, everyone was Konoha's villagers, and it was not enough to kill him. Careful. That genin couldn't help but blurt out. Asterisk. Chapter 5 See How I Clean Up You. Boom. A Byakugan rose, and a piece of wood fell from the place where Uchiha Akizuki was originally, with 2 kunao flying over it. Damn it, it turned out to be body replacement technique. In another alley 100 meters away from them, Uchiha Akizuki's real body jumped out from it, laughing presumptuously. Ha ha ha, you 2 fools, come and arrest me if you have the ability. Damn it, I really underestimated this kid. You shouldn't have spoken to remind you just now, you should let this kid taste this bitterness. The eyes of the two people seemed to gush out fire. Long. The anger in their hearts was even stronger. Boy, you are waiting for us to catch you. A hole, stop and don't run. The two men rushed toward Uchiha Akaizuki. The more the two chased, the more frightened. How did this little BD do it? How can he run so fast? That's right, it's just a kid, how come you can't see it so quickly? The two genins kept muttering in their hearts, Chnin. Here. These two fools, they can even lose track of people. Uchiha Akaizuki waved at them with a smiley face. Every time they were about to lose Uchiha Akaizuki, the bear kid would not know which corner he came out of, taunting them with dignity, and then immediately chasing after them. Anger plus 42. Anger plus 26. Anger plus 37. Anger plus 58. Okay. Enough to buy the lowest D-level ninjutsu. Looking at his system, Uchiha Akaizuki has reached an anger value of more than 3000 at this moment, and he is very satisfied. Buy D and Ninjutsu, Ninjutsu Senmato Shiger. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Ninjutsu Senbon Shiger, which consumes 2569 points of anger. At the same time, Uchiha Akaizuki is also approaching the limit of his physical stamina. After all, he is still only a 5-year-old kid, and he has been running for so long with 2 teenage genin, pulling up so many anger points, which is quite good. The corner of Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes suddenly swept to a figure in the corner of the alley, with a thief's smile on his mouth. He slowed down little by little, his breath in his mouth and nose was very heavy, and finally he farted and sat on the ground. Uchiha Akaizuki said gruffly, don't run, I can't run anymore. Behind Uchiha Akaizuki, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded, Uchiha Akaizuki, you really are. You can run? Didn't I ask you to stand at the door? You dare to run out and skip class in private. Uchiha Akaizuki felt a chill on his back, and he grinned hard with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth, turned his head, and faced the black face of Shiranuaki that was magnified in front of him. Hey, teacher, don't you be angry, didn't you let me out? I'm out now. You kid, you will be the most arrogant one day. Shiranuemu said with a black thread in his mouth with 1,000 books in his mouth. Anyway, you ran out during class time, even if you skipped class. Look at Kakashi, I heard that he passed his graduation exam. He is now a real ninja. I saw you just now, but I found that your strength is pretty good. 3-body technique is used very cleverly. I really don't know how you usually get the first place in the exam. Shiranuaki looked at Uchiha Akaizuki carefully, trying to see through his thoughts. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled brilliantly like a sunflower, without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Huomujian sighed secretly, this little guy didn't intend to explain. At this moment, the 2 genins who were left behind by Uchiha Akaizuki followed the traces. Boy, don't run, let's see how I clean up you today. I'm so angry, I must beat you up. Otherwise I can't even eat food today. When 2 people saw Uchiha Akaizuki, they couldn't help yelling from all the way. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly hid behind Shiranui Kuma. Mr. Mujian, you won't just watch me being bullied by others. Are you sure you were being bullied by others? Kima looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with contempt, and then looked at the 2 angry genin in front of him. How could I not tell that Uchiha Akaizuki was the one being bullied? If you don't protect me, I will be bullied soon. Uchiha Akaizuki said seriously. As my teacher, you shouldn't let your students be harmed. Teacher, if you have such a moral character, even if you fight for your life, you will definitely protect me, right? Uchiha Akaizuki said without embarrassment, even without any psychological burden in his heart. I saw it in my heart without knowing Huomujian, and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Is this person still his own student? He just wants to spit out a mouthful of old blood now. Shiranu Emojian calmed down a little bit, so as not to be pd off by this bear boy. In any case, he still has to protect the safety of Uchiha Akaizuki. After all, Uchiha Akaizuki is still a student of the ninja school and is under his supervision. Cough, cough. Shiran Humujian coughed slightly, and said to the two angry genin, "This kid is my student. I am embarrassed to add chaos to you, I will take it back to discipline him." No, he painted Hokage rock like that with paint. We couldn't just let him go like this. The two genins said angrily, their teeth clenched grittingly, and an unstoppable anger flashed in their eyes, like two irritated lions. Asterisk. Chapter 6 I will never graduate early. Moreover, this matter is no longer just a problem with Hokage Rock, but this little BD is too annoying. With that sullen face, I just wanted to beat him up and vent his anger. I will report the matter about Naruto Rock to Master Naruto and take care of the aftermath. Uchiha Akaizuki is not a ninja now. You can't do it to him in private. Shiranuaki Yoshima said. The two genins looked at Uchiha Akaizuki, who was hiding behind Shiranuemu, with a bright smile, and their noses were almost crooked. But this genin standing in front of them, is indeed an existence that the two genins can't fight against. So angry. If it weren't for this genin, they would have to clean up that little BD. Do you have anything else? If you are in the village and privately take action against Uchiha Akaizuki who is not a ninja, I will report this to Master Naruto. Shiranuemu said coldly. Although Uchiha Akaizuki owes a lot of beating, but after all he is his own student, I do not know that Huomujian still chooses to defend him at this time. That's right, if you dare to bully me, I'll tell Grandpa Naruto. Uchiha Akaizuki said frankly with his hands on his hips. The two genins clasped their hands tightly into coupons. In order to suppress the anger in their hearts, their bodies trembled a bit more. But they can only endure this tone, there is no way to make a move. The two men said viciously at Uchiha Akaizuki, "Boy, you will not let you off easily when we see you next time." The two were afraid of not knowing the strength of Huomujian, so they could only leave in anguish. Uchiha Akaizuki also took a break for a while, and his physical strength recovered a bit. He tiptoed and moved his steps gently. "Akaizuki, where else do you want to go?" Ignorance Huomujian didn't even turn his head, said with a grinning grin. "Forward." 5 minutes later. "Ms. Kuma, why don't you have to trap me into a caterpillar?" Uchiha Akaizuki asked silently. I don't know where Uchiha Akaizuki conjured a hemp rope to tie Uchiha Akaizuki tightly. Uchiha Akaizuki twisted his body hard on Shiranuaki's shoulder twice, as if he was squirming. "Big bug. Humph, your kid is so dishonest, I don't worry if you don't tie you up." "I don't know," Huomujian said lightly. "In other words, are you really not thinking about graduating early? Your strength is enough?" Shiranuemujian asked. "If you don't graduate, so many friends are in school, why should I graduate early and go to the battlefield? What a shame if I die." Uchiha Akaizuki shrank his neck. "Of course, the main reason is that Mr. Mujian, I can't bear you. How can I be willing to leave if you are such a good teacher? So don't worry, I will never graduate early." Shiranuemujian's head was full of black lines. "Actually, I want you to graduate." "I don't know," Huomujian thought for a while, "there are still several years, this bear child is under his own hands." He immediately felt that his life was dark. "Actually, you can think about it again. If you graduate, you will become a genius among the population." A flash of surprise flashed across Uchiha Akaizuki's face. "Ah? Am I not a genius now? I always thought I was a very genius." I don't know that the corner of Huomujian's eyes can't help but twitch, and he secretly said, "You are the last one in the class. Why do you think you are a genius? Where did you come from this fascinating confidence?" On top of Shiranuemujian's head, an anger value of +12 rises. Actually, Akizuki classmate, with your grades, it is. Shiranuaki said this fact euphemistically. Okay, teacher, you don't have to praise me. If you praise me again, I will be afraid of being proud arrogant. Uchiha Akizuki's face was slightly shy. I do not know that the firewood is vomiting blood 3 liters in my heart, the ghost wants to praise you. When Shiranuaki returned to the classroom with Uchiha Akizuki, Kakashi had already finished the exam and got his own genin forehead protector directly to apply for the ninja registration and graduation materials. He was not in school for the time being. Unexpectedly, the firewood breathed a sigh of relief, and finally separated the 2 people who were full of gunpowder. Probably now I can take class as well. However, he was really wrong. In class, Uchiha Akizuki, Obito, tell you, you have to be nice to me, Uchiha Obito, why? Uchiha Akizuki, because if you irritate me, I won't take the next exam with a stomachache, and then you will become the last crane tail. Uchiha Obito's eyes stared like copper bells, and his eyes were full of anger. Uchiha Akizuki, are you taunting me? The anger on Uchiha Obito's head is +23. Uchiha Akizuki curled his lips and sighed in his heart, young people nowadays are really impetuous. I didn't even arouse the anger value deliberately, but I was so angry. Uchiha Akizuki turned his head and looked at the desk mate on the other side of Yuri Hong, dressed in red. Suddenly a thief smile appeared on his face. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Holding Xi Hong's little hand. Ah! Suddenly, Xi Hong was shocked, looking down at her hands, just covering a pair of chubby hands that were as white as jade. Yuri's red eyes flashed, and he raised his eyebrows at Uchiha Akizuki, lowered his throat and asked harshly, Uchiha Akizuki, why are you touching my hand? Uchiha Akizuki smiled and said, because we are classmates, we must be friendly and loving between classmates. Yuri Hong, you see how nice I am to you. We are the best friends, and of course we need to be hands-on between friends. Handle it. Although they are only 5 or 6-year-old children, girls always mature a bit earlier than boys, and Xi Hong now knows that there is a difference between men and women. Yuri Hong's pretty face blushed and her face was full of shame. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but suddenly realized that Uchiha Akizuki's strength was so amazing that she couldn't get her hand back. Uchiha Akizuki, you let go. I don't want you to touch my hand. You don't know whether men and women give or receive kisses. Xi Hong glanced horizontally. Besides, only my boyfriend can hold my hand. Friends can't hold hands. Yuri Hong kept twisting her body, trying to pull her hand back from Uchiha Akizuki's hand laboriously. There was a soft touch from the palm of his hand. Uchiha Akizuki was holding Yuri Hong's little hand in his palm, kneading and squeezing, experiencing the smooth feel on the delicate skin. It's okay, you just get used to it slowly. Uchiha Akizuki whispered. Between the 2 people arguing, there was a slight rubbing sound. Uchiha Akizuki. Evening Red. What are you 2 doing? Do you know that it is in class now? You 2 dare to whisper openly and make small moves below. I don't know that Huelmujian has a headache standing on the podium. How did he meet such a difficult student? He was honest for no moment, even the students around him were taken away by him. Old teacher. There was a faint sound from Xi Hong's throat. She wanted to explain the situation to the teacher. She felt that this matter was not her fault. Uchiha Akizuki lowered his throat and threatened Yuri Hong, if you dare to make a small report, I will tell the teacher that you are going to be rude to me, you touched my hand. What? Xi Hong was taken aback, shocked in her big ruby eyes. He? What is he talking about? He obviously touched my hand. Why did he dare to threaten me with this thing? But if I file a complaint, the whole class will know that we 2 are holding hands. Whether I touch him or he touches me. The more Xirihong thought, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved. Gradually, a thin layer of mist filled her eyes, making her look more and more watery. You two dare to whisper to each other. Ignoring Huomujian almost jumped from the podium in anger. Uchiha Akizuki smiled at Shiranui Kuma and vowed to say, Ms. Kuma, it's okay, we won't be able to talk this time. We too must listen to the class carefully. If we talk again, we will go to the penalty station behind. Uchiha Akizuki took Yurihong's little hand and didn't let go for a moment. Now, Xirihong didn't even dare to resist. If she irritates Mr. Shiranuakama again, she will go to the back of the station like Uchiha Akizuki. Uchiha Akizuki has always been the last in the class. Her grades have always been very good. And she has always been a good baby in the eyes of teachers and parents. She doesn't want to be implicated by this little BD and ruin her image in the eyes of the teacher. Yurihong can only let Uchiha Akizuki hold her little hand, and she puffs up her little mouth angrily. Anger value +6. Anger value +12. Anger value +3. Anger value +9. Uchiha Akizuki happily held Yurihong's little hand in her heart. Yurihong is really so cute. And right behind Uchiha Akizuki and Yurihong, there was a person who was already angrily about to run away. Sarutobi Asuma furiously scratched his homework notebook. Damn it! Damn it too! On Sarutobi Asuma's head, his anger kept rising. Anger value +39. Anger value +45. Anger value +49. Anger value +24. Sarutobi Asuma has always been secretly in love with Yurihong in his heart, and has always thought that Yurihong will be with herself in the future. Where did this Uchiha Akizuki come from? Sarutobi Asuma happened to be sitting behind the two people, watching their little hands together. Damn it! I haven't even pulled Xirihong's little hand. Crack! A cry. Sarutobi Asuma angrily broke the pencil he was writing on. Uchiha Akizuki really didn't know that Sarutobi Asuma was getting angry, he just watched the anger value in his system keep increasing. Is someone secretly saying that I am handsome from behind? Uchiha Akizuki muttered in his heart. When school was over, as soon as they left the classroom, they happened to meet Hitaki Kakashi, who came to hand in the graduation materials. They all rushed over, surrounded Kakashi and congratulated him on his graduation. With so many people in their class, Kakashi successfully graduated, and he graduated at the age of 5. He was the first genius child to graduate since Konoha was founded. Asterisk. Chapter 8 I Won't Like You. Kakashi, you are really amazing. You graduated at the age of 5. Yet, you are so strong, you feel so handsome. Even when Kakashi heard the flattery of the crowd, there was no expression on his face. He looked at the crowd listlessly in a pair of dead fish eyes, without the excitement of becoming a ninja. Everything seemed so natural. Kakashi, what did you take for the graduation exam? A flash of pride flashed across Kakashi's face, and said, I have tested the most basic body technique, 3 body technique, and held a stick of incense in the hands of a genin. Wow! Time for a stick of incense. As expected of Kakashi, you really are a genius. The person next to him couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation, watching Kakashi's eyes were full of envy and admiration. Uchiha Obito looked at Lin, whom he had a crush on, and looked at Hitaki Kakashi with admiration, and his heart suddenly became jealous. Isn't it just graduating early? What's so great? After Sharingan opens my eyes, I will be able to defeat Hitaki Kakashi, and then become the strongest ninja, let Lin admire me. There was an imperceptible smile from the corner of Kakashi's mouth, and all the depression that was suffocating in his heart this morning seemed to be released at this moment. It's so cool. He is a genius. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5. This is not something a fool like Uchiha Akizuki can do. Kakashi took a look at Uchiha Akizuki, who was standing outside the crowd, wanting to see the jealous expression on his face to make his heart more refreshed. Uchiha Akizuki watched Kakashi's gaze staying on him, suddenly feeling a bit creepy. Why do you always peek at me? I have said, I like Yuri Hong, I won't like you. Uchiha Akizuki's eyes widened, and he stared back without showing any weakness. Puff. Everyone nearby spurted blood. Why do you think Kakashi likes him with this strange brain circuit? Yuri Hong was standing in the crowd, and everyone followed Uchiha Akizuki's words, and their eyes fell on Yuri Hong's body. Uchiha Akizuki likes evening red? Yuri Hong felt everyone's scorching eyes, and her face instantly became flushed, like a ripe apple. Yuri Hong secretly said in her heart, this BD. Such a thing was said openly in the public. It's too much. And I wouldn't agree to be with you so easily. What a BD? BD who can't even confess. Yuri Hong's shell tooth biting his lower lip, now I can't wait to find a place to sew it in. At the same time, the anger in Kakashi's heart suddenly aroused, and the good mood brought by graduation disappeared at this moment. He walked through the crowd in front of him, walked to Uchiha Akizuki, and roared like an angry lion, even if I die, I won't like you. Puff. Everyone nearby sprayed blood again. What is the style of this idol drama? Why did it still happen to two men? Uchiha Akizuki's face did not show any expression of irritation by Kakashi. His eyes were erratic, and he said lightly, oh, it's becoming angry from being embarrassed. He. I'm joking. Kakashi is about to be blown up, feeling that everything he has done to prove his excellence is like a punch on the fluffy cotton, there is no rebound at all. Kakashi's heart fluttered, his eyes chilled, and his tone of voice was aggravated. Uchiha Akizuki, you are an ant in my eyes, a waste that is difficult even for graduation. I really didn't know that you were arrogant in front of me, If I were you, I wouldn't be embarrassed to stand here now, I found a seam to hide in. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the look in Kakashi's eyes was a bit strange for a while. What does Kakashi mean by saying this? Can't graduate be a waste? Are they all rubbish? Although they know that Kakashi is excellent, they still feel a little sad as classmates when they say this. They want to congratulate Kakashi on a happy graduation, but they can't say it now. As soon as Kakashi said this, he knew that he had made a mistake, so it is inevitable that others would think that he was too arrogant, and that he would be proud if he had a little strength. Lin saw that everyone's expressions were wrong, and quickly walked to Uchiha Akizuki's side and explained. Akizuki, don't be angry, Kakashi doesn't mean that, he just. Lin was speechless for a while. Kakashi said so badly that she didn't even know how to come back for a while. Hey! Kakashi turned his face awkwardly, he didn't want to admit his mistake just now. Lin, don't talk about it, I know it. Uchiha Akizuki nodded solemnly, his eyes a little erratic and deep. Kakashi didn't look down on you. Lin tried to console her. She looked at Uchiha Akizuki's expression, she only felt that his heart would be very melancholy, and Lin felt sorry for Uchiha Akizuki even more. Chapter 9 Gang Fight. Kakashi, your heart is so fragile, it's just this level that you would hide in the cracks in the ground? As expected, a child without a father, you need to be stronger. The veins on Kakashi's forehead burst out, and he roared angrily in his heart. This is a metaphor. Is it a metaphor? How could I have your penultimate result? Uchiha Akizuki didn't seem to notice other people's gazes, as if suddenly realized, he said to himself. It really is like this. I am usually too low-key. You look down on me? Don't you know that low-key is the most awesome show-off? Uchiha Akizuki sighed long and looked at everyone's eyes with a hint of pity. Hide your strength, and then when you didn't expect it, it suddenly broke out and blinded your dog's eyes directly. Don't you even know this kind of routine? You are simply too ignorant. The routines are deep, who takes whom seriously? It really is a group of ignorant human beings without knowledge. Uchiha Akizuki leaned his hands behind him, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes stretched, looking into the distance, as if crossing the eternal river, seeing the origin of everything in the world. In this world, who else can have a drink with me? Life, really is so lonely as snow. Everyone is petrified in place. It took a long time before they realized, what did Uchiha Akizuki say? Wait, what's the matter with dog eyes? When no one else reacted, Uchiha Akizuki continued seriously. Furthermore, each of you has a bad mentality. All day long, you always look down on this and that. You look at me and never say who I look down on. Uchiha Akizuki was speechless. Anyway, to me who is a wise man, everyone here is rubbish. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After a moment of silence, the pan in the corridor suddenly exploded, like a drop of water dripping into the hot oil pan, boiling in an instant. The crowd began to be in an uproar. I'm going, what is this kid talking about? Hitaki Kakashi, who has the highest grade, is arrogant. Uchiha Akizuki, where are you confident? You are here to mock us. I think a person like you is simply owed. You will know that you will be good if you put you on the ground and teach you a lesson. That's right, it's simply intolerable for someone like you not to be beaten. Humans and ghosts are angry. When Kakashi said such mocking words, everyone would feel a chill in their hearts, and then an inferiority complex that came from deep in their hearts. But when it came to Uchiha Akizuki's mouth, why did it change the taste? Damn, no, I'm really angry. If I don't beat this kid today, it will be hard to calm my anger. No one in the crowd yelled, almost speaking out everyone's heart. In an instant, countless people directly echoed. I'm really mad, the one who beat Uchiha Akizuki, add me. At this moment, who dares to persuade you? Don't leave any of them today, just give me all. I have to let this kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky know how great we are. At this moment, the students in the entire class were united in an unorganized and undisciplined moment, with only one goal. Gang fight Uchiha Akizuki. If I do not know who Omujian here to see that the students in the class can be so united, tears will surely fill my eyes. Let all students know the importance of unity and cooperation, even if it is the sacrifice of a Uchiha Akizuki, it is worth it. Uchiha Akizuki looked at the numbers that popped up on the heads of a group of students in front of him. Anger plus 56. Anger plus 23. Anger plus 16. Anger plus 72. Uchiha Akizuki cried secretly in his heart, no. There are 20 or 30 people in this classmate. If they come up together, it won't be enough to run by themselves. This accidental hatred is too much. Uchiha Akizuki has quick eyes and quick hands, grabbing Uchiha Obito next to him, turning around and running. The wind was blowing under the feet of the two people, as if fleeing for their lives, and the ears were full of howling gusts. Uchiha Akizuki, what are you doing with me? Uchiha Obito hadn't figured out the situation before he was dragged away by Uchiha Akizuki. Uchiha Akizuki said without looking back, of course it is to escape. They are going to beat both of us, how can we stand and be beaten passively? At this time, of course I won't abandon you. After all, we are both from Uchiha's family, we are good brothers. Brothers? Uchiha Obito cursed secretly in his heart, should I still thank you at this time? The person they are going to beat is you Uchiha Akizuki, have a woolen relationship with me? Who trademark shares the joys and sorrows with you? The sound of the sky blasted from behind, with boundless anger, and even the eardrum was shocked and painful, like a gong and drum that was struck vigorously. Grab the two of them from the Uchiha clan. Beat them fiercely. We must not let them run away easily today. The two Uchihas are so arrogant. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Who Kicked Me? They went all the way from the corridors of the ninja school, chasing them out of the school's gate, chasing them all the way. Shiranui stood in front of the classroom window, looking at the classmates in his class outside, like a tide, his brain pouring out of the school door. A trace of relief appeared in his eyes. After a day of school, I probably missed my parents, so I am anxious to go home. However, after their classmates rushed out of the school, they did not immediately stop their steps, and directly chased Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki. We split into 3 groups and surrounded them from different directions. Someone in the crowd shouted, and they quickly divided into 3 teams. Run, run, or we'll be beaten in a while. Uchiha Akaizuki said to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was so frightened, his face was pale, and he began to cry. It has nothing to do with me, why do you want to beat me? Uchiha Obito's face kept tearing, and the wind was blowing under his feet, and he dared not stop for a moment. The classmates are now extremely angry, and their hair is standing up, like a dynamite bag, just a little bit. The current Uchiha Obito dare not talk to the group of people behind. They have lost their minds. Why did things become like this? They constantly shuttled through the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha fleeing like mice. But the physical strength of the 2 people is limited, and the number of people is also very limited. After 20 or 30 people are hunted down, they have no chance to get rid of them. Finally, they were blocked in a small alley. The students flexed their hands one by one, pressing their knuckles creaking. Ha ha ha, we finally got the 2 of you. Here today, even if you grow 2 wings, you can't run away. The group of people on the opposite side are like hungry wolves who have been hungry for 2 or 3 days. Seeing the 2 tender and plump little sheep in front of them, their eyes are greedy, and they want to open their blood bowls at any time. Take a bite. Uchiha Obito burst into tears with fright, and his legs felt weak. Akaizuki, what shall we do? We are going to be beaten. Uchiha Obito snotted and teared, pinning all hopes on Uchiha Akaizuki. After all, this is something he caused himself, he should have a way to solve it, right? Uchiha Obito looked pitiful. Uchiha Akaizuki touched Uchiha Obito's head and smiled softly, like a spring breeze in March. Don't worry, I won't be beaten. Uchiha Obito was taken aback for a moment, and then asked directly, why didn't you get beaten? Shouldn't it be us? Uchiha Obito's heart suddenly chilled, as if he had a bad feeling. And many more. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's face with a strange expression. Because I'm a clone. Uchiha Akaizuki said with a gentle smile, if the students are not allowed to vent their breath, they will not let us go. So you left me in their encirclement, leaving me alone for being beaten. Uchiha Obito's pupils were fast, and the desperate expression on his face enlarged little by little. The good brotherhood that I just said is deep, and we share weal and woe? You are just ABD. Uchiha Obito yelled, his angry face was red and white, raised his fist, and punched Uchiha Akaizuki with a bang. But this was just a clone of Uchiha Akaizuki, and with a bang. It turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated in front of Uchiha Obito's eyes. In the end, it was all right. They saw Uchiha Akaizuki disappeared, leaving only one Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Akaizuki used the transformation technique to transform into the public face of an ordinary classmate, mixed in the crowd, and shouted at this moment. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki are in the same group. Uchiha Akaizuki is gone, we will beat Uchiha Obito. Who made them brothers? As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki said this, his classmates responded quickly. Yes, Uchiha Obito was with Uchiha Akaizuki just now. Both are from Uchiha's family. Go, let's go up and beat him. Wait, it has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Obito was so scared, his face turned earthy, he huddled in the corner of the wall, holding his head with his hands. Everyone rushed at Uchiha Obito, raised their fists, raised their feet, and kicked and punched them. Do-Da's fists, as dense as raindrops, fell on Uchiha Obito's body. A dozen people gathered around Obito. There was no mercy under him, and he wanted to vent all his anger. Ah 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 ah! Don't slap your face! Who kicked me? Oh who? Hiss! Ah 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 ah! Uchiha Obito's heart-piercing screams continued to come out, like the wailing of a pig. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Chiban Shiger. Uchiha Akaizuki felt painful when listening to him, and Chunin couldn't help feeling fortunate. Fortunately, it was not himself who was beaten up. These classmates were really half-hearted and didn't stay. It's boring to watch the students expect to beat Uchiha Obito for a while. Seeing that it was not too early, Uchiha Akaizuki thought for a while. Let's go home. Uchiha Akaizuki slapped his fart. He turned around and walked out of the alley. None of the students around him recognized him. The plain-looking person was Uchiha Akaizuki, who they hated so much that his teeth tickled. Uchiha Akaizuki turned and left. A voice of grief and anger from the alley penetrated the sky. Uchiha Akaizuki! I'm going to kill you! Uchiha walked all the way in the moonlight, humming a brisk song in his mouth, and when he turned out of the alley, he left the matter of Uchiha Obito behind. Uchiha Akaizuki entered the residence of the Uchiha clan, on the edge of Hokage village. Inside, there are clan emblems everywhere, and a red and white fan pattern is printed on the blue background. Hello Auntie Mizia. You seem to have gained weight recently. Go, you're the aunt. Sister, I'm only 23 years old, okay, and what do you know as a kid? This is called Feng Man, okay? I'm a front convex back. Alice. As soon as Uchiha Akaizuki spoke, he annoyed a beauty in the Uchiha clan. Yo, Uncle Wen, you are forging knives again. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, one day you will open Sharingan. Boy, you owe you a beating, don't you? I'm in my 40s. What can I do with Sharingan? Don't be angry with me here anymore, go quickly, don't delay my business here. Uchiha Akaizuki bounced back home all the way. The huge room was empty. Uchiha Akaizuki turned on his system, and the amount of anger accumulated in it increased a lot. He checked the D-class ninjutsu he bought today, Ninjutsu Senmito Shiger. He walked out of the room, holding 1,000 books in his hand, and began to try to release this ninjutsu. In fact, it is a very simple D-level ninjutsu, similar to the principle of Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken. Qianben Shiger applied the clone technique to Qianben's body at the moment Qianben was thrown out, transforming countless phantoms to confuse the enemy. In fact, there is only one real Qianben with attack power. Uchiha Akaizuki charged his hands and threw the Qianben in his hand at the big tree in the courtyard. Ninfa Senbon Shiger. Uchiha Akaizuki made a seal with both hands. In an instant, that 1,000 books instantly transformed countless phantoms. There were hundreds of thousands, densely flying towards the big tree like cow hair. However, the only thing that got stuck in the big tree was the one that Uchiha Akaizuki threw at the beginning, the only entity. After trying his new ninjutsu, Uchiha Akaizuki felt pretty good. Although the power of 1,000 books is not very strong, this trick lies more in one word: virtual. This ninjutsu is more similar to the effect of illusion. If you want to enhance the strength of this ninjutsu, Uchiha Akaizuki will make a fuss about this 1,000 books. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled wickedly, painted some poison, it was a good choice. But Uchiha Akaizuki is not poisonous now, and there is nothing else in his house except for a mansion. He can only wait to see if anything good can be refreshed in the system in the past 2 days. Uchiha Akaizuki had another ninjutsu of his own, Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki made a seal with both hands, and spit out a 2-meter diameter typhoon ball from his mouth, blowing towards the big tree in front of him. For a moment, a violent wind hung in the originally quiet air, and it became very violent. There were countless small wind blades flowing, flashing white light like the blade of a blade. The branches were blown and swayed, the leaves rubbed and rustled, and the leaves flew wildly in the air. After Uchiha Akizuki released this ninjutsu, he left a wind blade about a foot deep on the trunk, full of cut marks. Uchiha Akizuki's mouth was churned, and he stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat from his head. However, it was a sea-level ninjutsu, and almost instantly took away most of Uchiha Akizuki's chakra. But looking at the lethality of this ninjutsu, it is still very strong, and it can be considered a powerful ninjutsu. Compared with Chigure Senbon, the power of this ninjutsu is much stronger. Uchiha Akizuki returned to the house and lay on Chuang, silently recovering his chakra. At the very least, he didn't use the chakra test paper, but he guessed that he should have a dual attribute of wind and fire. The wind attribute is obtained through the system, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he should have the same fire attribute as most people. After resting for a while, chakra has recovered a bit, and Uchiha Akizuki walked to the mirror. Chakra gathered his eyes, and he could feel his eyeballs getting a little hot, and the dark and deep pupils began to rotate, turning into a scarlet patch. The two small commas kept spinning in his eyes. Is Sharingan of Yuguyu turned on? Asterisk. Chapter 12 Sharingan. Almost in an instant, everything in front of me became clearer, and the whole world seemed to have a lot more brilliance. It's like a long-term short-sighted person suddenly put on glasses, and everything around him began to become transparent and clear. He stretched his gaze and fell out of the window. He found that his eyesight had indeed improved, even if the lines on the leaves on the trees in the courtyard, he could see clearly when standing inside the house. Is this the strength of Sharingan? Uchiha Akizuki couldn't help but was shocked secretly. No wonder Sharingan has become such a powerful blood succession boundary, causing so many people to look greedy. It is indeed because Sharingan is too strong. Even Uchiha Akizuki, who just started Sharingan, already felt the extraordinary power from Sharingan, which made him feel even more emotional. Wait for 2 Go Jade, 3 Go Jade, Manjiki, wow, it's so good to think about it. At the same time, Uchiha Akizuki also felt that chakra in his body was constantly being consumed. Sure enough, I was too young now, even if it was a Sharingan, it would not last too long. In the evening, Uchiha Akizuki simply ate something and fell asleep beautifully. The next morning, when Uchiha Akizuki arrived at the ninja school, he was taken aback. Is there a new classmate in our class? Uchiha Akizuki looked at the addition of a big pig's head with big ears in the class. His cheeks were swollen high, one piece was blue and the other was purple, and his eyes were squeezed into a thin slit. No, it's Uchiha Obito. Someone next to him said with a laugh. Ah? Obito. Uchiha Akizuki was taken aback, turned his head and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, I really laughed at me. Obito, how did you become like this? It's so happy. Uchiha Obito's eyes struggling to open a thin slit, and he found Uchiha Akizuki in front of him. The anger in his heart began to rise, and he jumped up from the stool and shouted loudly, Uchiha Akizuki. I will never spare you. Because of the loud speaking, the swollen muscles on his face were affected, and his teeth grinned in pain in an instant. Uchiha Obito sucked in a cold breath. Uchiha Akizuki was taken aback, what does it have to do with me? Uchiha Obito was also stunned, why doesn't it matter? I was beaten because of you. Uchiha Obito roared loudly. Didn't I beat you? Uchiha Akizuki looked rather aggrieved. But, I was beaten for you. Uchiha Obito almost went violently, furious. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Uchiha Obito felt pain in his heart. He stretched out his hand to cover his seong mouth. Why is there such a sorrowful thing in the world? And the culprit in front of him, it seems that nothing happened? There is no burden or guilt in my heart. How could he not be angry? Uchiha Obito is like an angry lion, even his hair has to stand up, and he yells at Uchiha Akizuki fiercely, "I don't care, I tell you, Uchiha Akizuki, you must defeat you to vent my heart." Wrath. Uchiha Akizuki looked at Uchiha Obito sympathetically, nodded, and said comfortingly, "Well, people always have to have a dream, and most of all, this dream will never come true." A hole. Uchiha Obito's eyes burst into flames, and his fingers clenched into fists, making a creaking sound. This is in the classroom, he can't do anything to Uchiha Akizuki. But this does not mean that he has no chance to attack Uchiha Akizuki. Wait until the actual combat exercise, Uchiha Akizuki, I will let you see how good I am. Anger plus 89. Anger plus 76. Anger plus 92. Anger plus 103. Uchiha Akizuki snickered in his heart, and Uchiha Obito allowed him to accumulate a lot of anger at this moment. One after another, the students all entered the classroom. What happened yesterday still has some sequelae. Is there a few anger value numbers on the heads of the classmates in the classroom? But most people forget what happened yesterday, after all, they are all children. I do not know who Omujian walked into the classroom, and he was relieved to see that the order in the classroom was okay. Today, Hitaki Kakashi has followed his guide Jainin on missions, and will no longer appear in the ninja school. Uchiha Akizuki will be able to rest a lot, right? Uchiha Akizuki looked at the system. Today's items have been refreshed, and there are a few more practical skills. Among the anger points accumulated by Uchiha Akizuki yesterday, there are still a lot of points left, plus Uchiha Obito's anger points this morning. You can already buy a few small ninjutsu. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Physique Escape skill, which consumes 1298 points of anger. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Medical Ninjutsu Hemostasis, which consumes 2712 anger points. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking rewards. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Chikuakuo's molesting. In the afternoon, the warm sunshine shone on the earth. Shiranu Imujian gathered all of them on the playground to perform physical exercises and shuriken exercises. As a ninja, common sense knowledge is important, but more important is the performance in actual combat. Therefore, half of the time in the curriculum of the ninja school is for actual combat. I have given you all the basic methods of throwing shurikens. Do you have any questions? Shiranui asked. At this moment, Anana had been beside him for a long time, and Uchiha, who was ready to move, raised his arm vigorously. Teacher Mujian! Teacher Mujian! I have a problem. Uchiha Obito, what's your question? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Akizuki triumphantly, turned his head and said, I want to challenge Uchiha Akizuki. The whole class was attracted by Uchiha Obito's words, and someone nearby immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Obito, you are so interesting that you want to challenge Uchiha Akizuki. Probably he is the second to last, he can only challenge 10,000 years crane tail Uchiha Akizuki, right? Do the two of them want to perform in front of us? Humph, what's to be seen about their rookie ability? Does Uchiha Obito want to consolidate his second-to-last position? Ha 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 ha. The people next to him kept making ridicules, waiting to see the two of them make a fool of themselves. Uchiha Obito's face was blue and white, and his eyes seemed to gush out anger, and the ridicule of the people next to him aroused the anger in Uchiha Obito's heart. He jumped up angrily, pointed at the people, and shouted with all his strength, I will be like you prove. I am not the same person as that trash. I am Uchiha Obito, the man who will become Hokage one day. Shiranuaki asked Uchiha Akizuki, what about you? Do you choose to accept the challenge? Everyone guesses, there are two lively protagonists, how about Uchiha Akizuki? The sight fell on Uchiha Akizuki's body, and everyone was about to vomit blood. When he was challenged and excited, this BD was actually picking up girls. Uchiha Akaizuki stood beside Nohara Lin, leaning close to her. "Chi Akaizuki classmate, you are too close to me." Yayuan Lin's body was stiff in place, her face was full of blush, she was afraid to raise her head, her voice was weak and mosquitoes. Uchiha Akaizuki is in front of Rin Nohara, less than 10 centimeters away from her face, and she can even feel the heat of Uchiha Akaizuki spraying on her face. She has never been so close to a boy before. Uchiha Akaizuki observed from a close distance, feeling in his heart, Lin really looks very beautiful. In their current session, looks are considered to be the best. He has short brown hair, dark brown pupils shining like amber, 2 purple patterns on his face, and on the white jade-like face, you can't even see the pores, and the crystal clear skin is moist and soft. There was a faint flushing shyness on her face, a bit more charming and coquettish. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled and said, "Lin, let's play a game? I will kiss you, and then you will kiss me? How about?" "Ah!" Lin's pupils shrank, becoming more shy, as if there was a small deer bumping into her heart. Akaizuki student was simply too bold. The people next to him staggered and almost fell to the ground. "Damn it, is this a game? This is Chi Kyokuo's diversion, is it good?" Uchiha Obito was trembling with anger, his eyes flashed fire, as if he was about to cramp Uchiha Akaizuki to drink blood, full of fierce light. Lin is the purest and kind-hearted goddess in his heart, a high existence, a white moonlight in his heart. And at this time, this BD dared to openly empty his goddess in front of him. Simply unbearable. Uchiha Obito's mood at the moment is like a flood that fills the river channel, suddenly bursting open the embankment, roaring maniacally, the giant dragon is overwhelming, and the unstoppable and mighty slumping thousands of miles. He roared furiously, his voice shook the world like Shenlei. "You! Ji! Bo! Chi! You! I'm going to kill you! Drop!" Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting Uchiha Obito with an angry crit and gaining physical skills. Uchiha Akaizuki is taken aback. Uchiha Obito is going to run away? Looking at the ninjutsu he had obtained, his face was subtle and weird. "I want to challenge you. If you are defeated by me, you will not be qualified to approach Lin in the future. Uchiha Akaizuki, dare you come and fight me?" Uchiha Obito helped his windshield goggles, his eyebrows were raised, his face was full of arrogance. Everyone thought that Uchiha Akaizuki would reject Uchiha Obito like Kakashi's challenge. After all, everyone knows Uchiha Akaizuki's previous strength. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth made a playful smile, and then nodded. "Okay." Asterisk. Chapter 14 Konoha Shinobi Esoteric Body Art Uprising 1000 Years of Death. Seeing that they both agreed, Shiran Uemujian set aside a field among the crowd for actual combat exercise training. But after all, they are still children, they are not allowed to use kunao and shuriken, and I do not know that Uemujian will be supervised by the side, so there will be no life-threatening. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki walked to the middle of the field. Uchiha Obito's rage was finally able to sway to his heart's content. "Ha ha ha, Uchiha Akaizuki, let you know now, annoy my uncle's fate." Uchiha Akaizuki shook his head faintly, and said with emotion, as expected, "You still don't hurt from being beaten on your face yesterday." Uchiha Obito was choked again, and the inexplicable beating yesterday left a huge shadow on his heart. The people next to him talked a lot. "What is Akaizuki doing? You are still provoking Obito at this time? Don't you be afraid of getting crushed by Obito for a while. It's not necessarily. Anyway, it's 2 idiots, maybe whoever wins will win." Uchiha Obito clenched his hand into a fist, sprinted towards Uchiha Akaizuki, punched Uchiha Akaizuki in the cheek and hit it hard. In his eyes, Akaizuki couldn't dodge this punch at all. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes had a chuckle, and when his fist came, he slid his body on the left side, stretched out a hand, and instantly held Uchiha Obito's wrist, leveraging his strength, and instantly smashed Uchiha Obito. Throw it out like a sandbag, rolling far away before stopping. In an instant, the classmates in the entire playground were silent, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki dumbfounded. I do not know who Omujian's heart was also a little surprised. But when Uchiha Akaizuki was skipping class that day, I saw a little of his skill and being able to stay under the hands of two genins for so long, which proved that this teenager is not as weak as his usual grades. His physical skills just now surpassed all the children in the class. Even Hotaki Kakashi, who has already graduated and successfully became genin, can't do such a trivial, one-stop physical movement. He is a genius. I do not know who Omujian's heart became more and more affirmed, and at the same time secretly looking forward to it. What is the reason why Uchiha Akaizuki has been hiding his strength? What kind of surprise will he bring? Shiranui Suanjing's pupils became deeper and more meaningful. Those students next to him, of course, could not be as sharp as Shiranuiki's eyes were seen. In their eyes, Uchiha Akaizuki was just lucky enough to evade Uchiha Obito's fist. However, Uchiha Obito suffered a loss first when he came up, which was unexpected. Uchiha Obito got up from the ground. He was thrown out without seeing what was going on just now. What happened just now must be an accident. Uchiha Obito comforted himself in his heart. How could he even beat Uchiha Akaizuki? What happened just now must be an accident. Uchiha Obito's eyes became firm again, and he must defeat the BD in front of him and vent all his anger over the past 2 days. Uchiha Obito roared angrily, like an angry lion, exhausted all his strength, punched Uchiha Akaizuki fiercely. Seeing that it was about to hit Uchiha Akaizuki's face, Uchiha Obito even began to smile, because he was proud and even distorted. Uchiha Akaizuki, go to death. Let you taste the power of this uncle. Bang! Uchiha Akaizuki in front of him suddenly turned into a puff of smoke, from where Uchiha Obito penetrated. His smile solidified on his face, and he suddenly yelled badly in his heart. In the count. It's clone technique. And at this moment Uchiha Akaizuki appeared behind Uchiha, his hands nodded. Not yet. Everyone's mouths grew in surprise. Butter, that gesture. Yes, or fire style ninjutsu gesture. He actually knows fire style ninjutsu. I do not know that Hwajima is also shocked. Akaizuki is just a 5-year-old kid who can use fire style ninjutsu. He is ready at any time. Once Uchiha Akaizuki releases fire style ninjutsu, he will immediately save Uchiha Obito. This teenager really gave him a big surprise. This is simply the most talented child he has ever seen. Uchiha Akaizuki shouted loudly, Konoha Shinobi secret body art profound meaning 1000 years of death. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded his hands into an unprinted shape, and then pushed behind Uchiha Obito, stab at the weakest part of chakra in his body, the anus gate. Everyone was petrified in place instantly. The forehead is full of black lines. Even the air seems to be still at this moment. There seemed to be countless crows flying by. Uchiha Obito's face sank suddenly, and he felt hot pain from a fragile part of his body, and the sensation of wanting to defecate. He bounced 3 feet from the ground in an instant, tears bursting from his eyes. Really hurts. Wow. Uchiha Obito held his chrysanthemum in both hands, tears flowed into his eyes for a moment. Asterisk. Chapter 15 A Super Genius. I do not know that the firewood room also stiffened in place for an instant. What about the good fire style? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? You return my fire style. You return my genius boy. This bear kid is simply too much. I don't know. Hwomujian reached out his hand to help his forehead. Okay. He really thinks too much. Fire style doesn't exist. And genius doesn't exist. Uchiha Obito's face was extremely ashamed and angry, and it became extremely distorted, even his hair was blown up with anger, and his teeth rattled. He turned around, Juyin quickly in his hand. Si wei shenhai nunyin. Uchiha Obito shouted, fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito took a sharp breath and expelled a huge fireball from his mouth. His father had taught him this ninjutsu before, but this ninjutsu was too difficult, and he had never learned it. He never expected that today he successfully released this ninjutsu when his anger reached the extreme. All the classmates were surprised, and their eyes were filled with unbelievable expressions. Is this person in front of them still the Uchiha Obito they know? At the age of 5 years old can release such a powerful ninjutsu. This is something most of them can't do. If such people are still idiots, what are they? I do not know that Hououmojian was stunned for a while, and even forgot to rescue. They are such a big child, unleashing such a strong ninjutsu, but it will be life-threatening. I don't know. Hououmojian yelled badly in my heart. Uchiha Akaizuki. However, when Uchiha Obito formed the seal, Uchiha Akaizuki also began to seal his hands. Almost only half a second later than Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Akaizuki spit out a huge typhoon from his mouth. The fireball and the wind ball collided with each other, offsetting and rubbing each other, making a hissing sound, as sharp as the sound of scraping glass. There was a strong wind around it, dust was flying, and countless leaves were spinning in the air. The classmates hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears, avoiding the noisy sound. It was so terrible, I felt like I was going to pierce my eardrums. The dust around was flying, and they all had to turn their heads and put their arms around their faces to avoid the wind and sand. Although both of them use sea-level ninjutsu, the wind style released by Uchiha Akaizuki is far stronger than the great fireball technique released by Uchiha Obito coincidentally. The fiery flames dance like tongues in wind style. Under the influence of, he suddenly changed his direction and rushed directly in the direction of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was shocked and quickly stopped the release of the great fireball technique. But this time is too late. The flames in the sky smashed their heads and covered their faces, as if they were about to swallow Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was scared to cry, tears running down his face. At this moment he was completely surrounded by the shadow of death. Is it going to die here today? He completely felt the breath of death. Uchiha Obito sat down on the ground, his body was so scared that he lost the ability to move. Just as Uchiha Obito closed his eyes in fear, there was a beautiful voice in his ear, like the sound of redemption, the most beautiful voice in the world. Earth-style earth formation wall. Shiranui Mujian appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, his hands quickly knotted. And in front of the two of them, a full-foot-thick earth wall rose up to isolate the sharp wind style and the scorching flames. Uchiha Obito, are you not injured? Shiranuaki asked without looking back. Kima, Mr. Kima, wow wow. Uchiha Obito was so frightened that he cried out with a wow, his face burst into tears, and now he knows nothing except crying. Shiranuaki watched his ninjutsu stop Uchiha Akaizuki's ninjutsu, and quickly looked back at Uchiha Obito's situation. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito was just a little frightened in his heart and did not receive much physical harm. Fortunately, he made the shot in a timely manner, but he hadn't thought of the current situation. These two people are just young children who have just entered the ninja school, and they were able to use sea-level ninjutsu, which is simply too unexpected. That's fine for Uchiha Obito. I don't know what Hwajima can tell, he should have used the great fireball technique by accident. His current control of this ninjutsu is still very poor, and he is a novice at first glance. But Uchiha Akaizuki is more terrifying. His wind style is extremely skillful and handy. He can perfectly master the subtleties of ninjutsu and show the sharpness of wind style perfectly. Uchiha Akaizuki does have the strength of Kwasai Genin. He is even stronger than Hotaki Kakashi, who has graduated. Shiranu Imujian confirmed this answer in his heart. A super genius. Just thinking of Uchiha Akaizuki's temperament. I have a headache a little bit from Shiranu Imujian, which is a bit too naughty and naughty. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Obito's Psychological Shadow. After the terrifying and violent storm subsided, the students put their hands down and saw the current situation clearly. Are they dazzled? Even the Shiranu Emujian even shot. Are these two still students in their class? Is this the Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Akaizuki they know? At this moment, it seems that the world has become mysterious, okay? Even two cranes can have such a fierce battle at the rear, so what are the things they know? Who is the waste? Many classmates couldn't help but feel bitterness in their hearts, and they smiled bitterly in their hearts. It seems that they have always looked down upon these two Uchiha family members. After Uchiha Akaizuki resolved his ninjutsu, he walked through the thick soil wall and stuck out a small head, with a shy feeling on his face, very shy, as if he had done something wrong. Kima-sensei, how is Obito? He is not hurt, is he? If he is hurt, I will feel guilty. Uchiha Akaizuki asked obediently. People who haven't seen what happened just now will think Uchiha Akaizuki is a good and honest student. But, everyone present saw what Uchiha Akaizuki did just now. The one who almost killed Uchiha Obito just now, isn't it you Uchiha Akaizuki? Guilty? Why can't you feel your guilt at all? Is your guilt just verbal? Only then did Uchiha Obito gradually wake up from the shadow of death, his eyes still full of fear. You don't come here! Uchiha Obito yelled in horror, and quickly backed away. The current Uchiha Akaizuki was as scary as a devil in his eyes. Shiranuaki comforted and said, Akaizuki, Obito is fine, just a little frightened. Oh. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Looking at Uchiha Obito, I was still shivering trembling, and he said helplessly to Uchiha Akaizuki, Akaizuki, please stay away. Obito may have a shadow on you now. Uchiha Akaizuki was a little bit dumbfounded for a while, and he didn't expect to make such a heavy shot, so Uchiha Obito was so frightened. Uchiha Akaizuki slowly separated from the crowd. The students around him looked at Uchiha Akaizuki like a little monster. No one dared to approach him. Everyone gathered around Uchiha Obito's side, watching him look like a frost-beaten eggplant and was pitiful, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Uchiha Obito even more. The direct consequence of this battle is that Uchiha Obito took a 3-day holiday at home, and did not go to the ninja school to go to school because of his trauma. In the end, I did not know who Omujian teacher took Lin to Uchiha's house, and gave Uchiha Obito a psychological counseling, so that Uchiha Obito muster up the courage to come to the ninja school again. In the past few days, Uchiha Akaizuki was at school, and almost never was at peace. After a while, he accidentally broke someone else's pencil, and after a while he sprinkled another girl's bow, which made everyone the anger value rises up. Although there has been no anger crit, a lot of anger points have been accumulated in a few days. After the last Uchiha Obito incident, Uchiha Akaizuki has been concerned about the fluctuation of other people's anger for the past 2 days. There was a guess secretly in his heart, but it was not very sure yet. Because the fluctuation of the anger value is not very regular, a certain method is needed to obtain more anger value. Of course, although the anger value is very important, Uchiha Akaizuki has never done anything harmful to the world. And the friendliness and love with his classmates are also very important. Although in the eyes of the students, Uchiha Akaizuki is not a friendly and loving person. In Shiranuaki's eyes, Uchiha Akaizuki's character is an overly stubborn child. Although it is always annoying, but the nature is still kind. Uchiha Akaizuki looks at the product system column that he updates every day. There are all kinds of strange things in it, but many things are not very useful. Uchiha Akaizuki's current rage value is now 6,713 points, so most of the 10 items he updates every day are within the range of 10,000 points. Generally, only 2 or 3 more advanced things appear, and most of the rest are comparisons. Common level. But like Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken, Moisture Body, Mist Ninja Technique, etc. Although these appear in Uchiha Akaizuki's system bar, he will not buy them, because the power of the Shadow Demon Shuriken is too tasteless and there is no need to buy them. He does not have water attributes yet, so water style will not buy it either. For a few days, he hadn't seen any ninjutsu he liked, and he had only bought a few small things, such as blood tonic pills, army ration pills, and detoxification pills. In the ninja school, Shiranuaki gave an impassioned lecture on the podium, while Uchiha Akaizuki lay down on the table boredly, checking today's updated items as usual. Suddenly, he yelled out, "Damn! How come there is such a thing? P.S. All those who don't vote for flowers and comments after reading the book are playing hooligans. All those who urge not to reward are RD against the author. Reward accumulated 2,000 points plus one more, and now accumulate 1,588 points, come on. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Invincible Brick. Uchiha Akaizuki's voice was not yelled in his heart, but it was accidentally yelled directly in reality. In an instant the eyes of the whole class fell on Uchiha Akaizuki. Unexpectedly, the blue veins on Huomujian's head were violent, and he stared at Uchiha Akaizuki and shouted, "Student Uchiha Akaizuki, do you have any questions?" Uchiha Akaizuki chuckled and shook his head quickly, No, Mr. Kuma, you said so well, so I can't help but cheer you. You give me a penalty stop behind the class." Shiranuemujian exclaimed fiercely. He didn't dare to let Uchiha Akaizuki out of his sight now, otherwise this bear kid would not know what hurt the world and reason. Oh! Uchiha Akaizuki pouted and walked to the back of the classroom reluctantly. He. A low gloating voice came from the classroom. But Uchiha Akaizuki is not in the mood to care about them, all his eyes are now fixed in his commodity exchange column. With a puzzled face on his face, he asked the system in his heart, "System, you are too much. It doesn't matter if some tasteless things are refreshed frequently, why even slabs will appear in my exchange. Inside the bar? Isn't there a lot of bricks everywhere on the street? Because this is an extraordinary brick. The goods exchanged by our system are not limited to ninjutsu, weapons, seals, many things can be exchanged. Why not ordinary?" Uchiha Akaizuki stared suspiciously at the brick. "It's just a slab. What's so extraordinary? Is it a slab used by Tsutsuki Kagaya? But what does its extraordinary life experience have to do with me? Detailed attributes of the item can only be understood after purchase." Puff. Uchiha Akaizuki almost spit out blood. "Do you want the system to be so pitted?" He rubbed his hands nervously, hesitant for a while. The rage value consumed by this brick is as high as 5,900 points. If you buy it, you will almost immediately use up the anger value you have accumulated over the past few days, and if one is an ordinary brick, then you will lose a lot. But if you don't buy it, Uchiha Akaizuki is really curious in his heart. This is the first time such a strange thing has been refreshed in the system bar. And the next time I want to meet this thing, I don't know when it will be. There are only 10 commodities in the exchange column every day, and the chance of reappearing will not be very high. If you miss this time, you won't know when the next time you will see this tile refreshed. How to do? Uchiha Akaizuki could hear his heart beating, his cheeks glowed uncontrollably, and even a little sweat was caught in his hands. Curiosity killed the cat. Finally, Uchiha Akaizuki gritted his teeth, and his heart was overwhelmed. Bought it. Uchiha Akaizuki clicks on the bricks to buy. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing Invincible Brick, which consumes 5,900 anger points. Invincible Brick, the property is hard, not easy to break, it is an indispensable weapon for going out and walking, and staying at home. Additional skills, Critical Strike. Throw a brick at a person whose strength is lower than the host, causing 100 rounds of damage. When the enemy's strength exceeds the host's strength multiple, the hit probability is reduced by the corresponding multiple. Wow! Uchiha's eyes were greedy. This is simply an artifact. As long as it is a person whose overall strength is lower than his own. Invincible Brick can destroy all blinding techniques, such as body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, etc., accurately hit the enemy's head. This is simply the weapon that made him run wild in the ninja world. What is the biggest drawback of Kunao and Shuriken in the ninja world? That is, when you fight against a powerful ninja and throw it out, you never do harm to the enemy, because there is no way to hit the enemy. What is the most important thing for a battle? Of course, being able to hit the enemy is the most important. And the invincible brick is this effect. As long as one's strength becomes stronger, the effect of the bricks will be even greater. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed with strange brilliance, like the twinkling stars in the vast galaxy, shining and dazzling. Everything around the contrast became dim in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki! Take back your wretched smile! Shiranui Kima shouted loudly, slapped an angry palm to the table. Although Uchiha Akaizuki is in the last row of the class, this bear kid is really eye-catching. Everything is fine. Uchiha Akaizuki's face showed such a weird smile, his eyes staying on his body, his mouth closed happily, as if something great had hit his head. I don't know who Omujian only felt the cold wind blowing from behind, and even the hairs were standing up. I only felt that Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were terrified. He was uncomfortable watching him, and he couldn't even go on class. Uchiha Akaizuki was calm in his joy, not even knowing that there was such a wretched smile on his face, and now he was awakened by ignorance among the firewood, spit out his tongue, and retracted his smile. Humph! How do you ignorant people know that the invincible brick that I just arrived is a magic weapon? Asterisk. Chapter 18. A child without a father is in charge early. Uchiha Akaizuki's heart has always been filled with confidence. The bricks are placed in the system space, and he can take them out anytime. In the next few days, Uchiha Akaizuki's own anger value was too low, so the system taskbar couldn't refresh anything good. He could only slowly accumulate his anger value as always. However, these classmates in the school are now staying away from him, afraid that they will be run away by this little BD. Uchiha Akaizuki said sadly, "Oh, it's really meaningless. You are not funny at all. I still miss Kakashi when he was still in school. What a colorful campus life it was." Everyone who listened nearby almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "Please, you miss Kakashi. Kakashi will never miss you, okay? Kakashi is so angry with you. He doesn't even want to see you at all." Uchiha Akaizuki believes that Kakashi is the easiest person to increase anger. I saw Kakashi once, and the increased anger score was more than the sum of his anger scores after a few days in the ninja school. It is indeed an important plot in the original book character. This contribution value to Uchiha Akaizuki is so big that everyone loves flowers. Always remember, there will be reverberations. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't expect that he would go to the Mariko shop to buy a 3-color Mariko, and he would be able to meet Kakashi, who had just returned from the task on the street. "Hi, Kakashi." From afar, Uchiha Akaizuki saw Hotake Kakashi's iconic white soaring broom head. Kakashi heard this familiar voice, his body stiffened abruptly, but he didn't even want to turn his head back, and quickly accelerated the pace on his feet. Kakashi secretly said in his heart, hurry up, pretend not to see, get rid of this kid. Why is it so unlucky today that I saw this irritating kid? Hi, Kakashi. Really, your hearing seems to be getting worse recently. I called you several times behind, but you didn't hear it. Uchiha Akaizuki put an arm on Hotake Kakashi's shoulder. The deputy brothers said with a nice smile. Kakashi's scalp numbed suddenly. If you have hearing problems, you should go to Konoha Hospital. The patient needs to be treated. As a ninja, if you can't even hear your voice, wouldn't it be easy to be killed in battle? Uchiha Akaizuki thought he was very considerate and comforted. Kakashi's head suddenly burst into blue veins, his hands were clenched into fists, his shoulders were high, and his body trembled slightly. Kakashi really used all his strength to resist him not to run rampant, and do not run rampant to the BD Uchiha Akaizuki. He is already a ninja, he shouldn't do anything to a kid like Uchiha Akaizuki who is still in a ninja school. But I am so angry. Of course, Kakashi has tried his best to suppress his expression, but the rising anger value above his head has exposed Kakashi's mentality at the moment. Anger value plus 86. Anger value plus 79. Anger value plus 82. Anger value plus 123. There was an imperceptible smile on Uchiha's face. As expected, Kadayan was more promising. This anger value has risen too fast. Kakashi, I feel like you are so good. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth had a sly smile. Kakashi was stunned. Uchiha Akaizuki is complimenting me? He could still hear compliments on me from his mouth? This is simply incredible. Did he finally feel the strength gap between the two of us, and feel inferiority from the bottom of his heart? Kakashi did not see Uchiha Akaizuki and Uchiha Obito fighting, so in his mind, Uchiha Akaizuki is still the tail of the crane who knows nothing. When Kakashi finally felt a little more smoothness in his heart, he heard Uchiha Akaizuki's voice like a devil again. After all, a child without a father is headed home early. Don't take things to your heart about Uncle Mishuo. If you see you so good now, Uncle Zetian Yaling will definitely be very pleased. Uchiha Akaizuki's face is full with emotion, there was a little more pity in Kakashi's eyes. The mercy of Ghost TM. Do I need your mercy, Hatake Kakashi? I don't want to take this matter to heart, but you have been there to remind me. Kakashi's anger groove reached its peak in an instant, and his head exploded with a bang. In an instant, all reason and calmness turned into clouds for Kakashi. I am going to beat you to death now. Drop. Congratulations to host's angry crit, Hatake Kakashi, for obtaining C-rank ninjutsu fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Akaizuki watched that Kakashi was about to make a move, and quickly stepped back and pulled away from Kakashi. Kakashi raised his hand, but suddenly stopped in mid-air. He keenly observed that around the two of them, a black figure flashed quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 19 I want to take you as a little brother. Even though it was very secretive, like a shadow walking in the dark, it was still very keenly noticed by the two of them. The anger value on Kakashi's head began to drop, and he gradually recovered his calm. His eyes are like sharp eagle falcons, and his muscles are at a high degree of tension. The whole person has raised his guard to ultimate. Even after a short distance, Uchiha Akaizuki could feel the tension of Kakashi's spirit. Idiot, I don't have the time to take care of you now. After dropping such a sentence, Kakashi disappeared in front of Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, and asked me? Kakashi had already exerted strength with both feet and kicked towards the ground. His body was like an arrow, and he flew out in an instant, jumping towards the distance, as if he was avoiding something, and as if he was running away, as if being chased by a torrent of monsters. The moment Kakashi disappeared, Uchiha Akaizuki felt the figure in the dark and chased him in Kakashi's direction. Uchiha Akaizuki was left alone, scratching his head, and muttering to himself, "What, look down on me, and don't you know? I am a person, do you like to join in the fun?" At this time, Kakashi kept jumping and flickering above Konoha's house, leaving an afterimage in the air, speeding up to ultimate. But the figure behind him has always maintained an unabated speed, and has been constantly pulling in the distance between the two people, sticking to Hatake Kakashi's back like a little tail that can't be thrown off. Kakashi's head gradually became cold. "Are you going to shoot me?" Kakashi secretly guessed that his body was going to be cold like a block of ice. The black shadow came swiftly, and Kakashi quickly avoided it, like a chase battle. The figure continued to merge with the dark night, and the air continued to rub and vibrate, leaving the rustling wind echoing. Kakashi, who tried his best to avoid the black shadow, was already exhausted and didn't notice it. On the other side, another black shadow dressed in exactly the same way continued to attack. The two black shadows cooperated in a tacit understanding, which at first glance was the tacit understanding cultivated through long-term cooperation. In this chasing battle, Kakashi began to lose gradually and became a little more embarrassed. The two chased and flanked all the way and forced Hotake Kakashi to the ninjutsu training ground. Kakashi's eyes were wary, and the two people also had Konoha's forehead protector on their heads, standing one after the other, pinching Hotake Kakashi in the middle, without any retreat. Kakashi sensed that his situation was starting to turn bad at the moment. He immediately pulled out the short sword from his back, held it in his hand, and was ready to attack at all times. Hotake Kakashi, what do you think happened before, so forget it. One of them had a very cold tone, and his eyes looked at Kakashi with resentment and contempt. Hotake Kakashi said nothing, his eyes were full of dignity, and his hands were already in a fighting posture. It was the two teammates in their group that blocked him here. Kakashi, you don't know your unauthorized actions, and we almost never get out of that rock shinobi stronghold anymore. The other snarled at Kakashi angrily, and there was nothing in Kakashi's eyes towards his teammates. Friendship, on the contrary, is more like looking at an enemy who has an unshakable hatred. Kakashi raised his head with no regrets in his eyes. He said coldly, I am just trying to complete the task. You can't kill the two enemies in time. You are too rubbish. You can't even complete the task on time. Tasks, tasks. In your eyes, our lives are worth less than tasks. How do people like you deserve to be our companions? The two heard that there was no regret in Kakashi's words. The hatred in my heart is heavier. Kakashi looked at the two people in front of him indifferently. The faces hidden under the mask were as cold as icebergs. The two are not hiding their thoughts either. Humph, a person like you should teach you a good lesson. Even with this ability, I am embarrassed to show off in front of us. A person like you is the rubbish of our shinobi world. Kakashi sneered, those who can't even complete the task are rubbish, scolded by ninja. Don't talk nonsense with him, the two of us are here to beat him. The eyes of the two people flashed fiercely. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense, and the smell of fighting gunpowder permeated. The battle begins at this moment. Hey, Kakashi, why did you get here? Really, if it weren't for my sharp eyes, I would have almost lost you, but I have something important to tell you. Uchiha Akizuki suddenly jumped out of the woods, ignored the two ninjas, walked to Kakashi's side, and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. This is a golden opportunity for you. I decided to choose you as my little brother. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Master, I will kill him. Kakashi has a pair of dead fish eyes, looking at Uchiha Akizuki like an idiot, with two big speechless words written on his face. Who will take this idiot away? Why did this idiot suddenly jump out at this tense and dignified time? Do you want to accept me as a little brother? Idiot Akizuki. Who wants to be your little brother? Who are you? The tense and solemn atmosphere just collapsed almost instantaneously. Kakashi was easily agitated by Uchiha Akizuki's words, and suddenly jumped up from the ground in anger. Uchiha Akizuki was taken aback, looking at Kakashi like a fool on his face. How can you not know who I am? Of course I am the most handsome Uchiha Akizuki in the universe who loves flowers and punctures when driving a car and sees a flat tire. Uchiha Akizuki said triumphantly, and encouraged Kakashi with the tone of the township leader going up to the mountains and going to the countryside to inspire the people to make a fortune. Your kid is good. I can be regarded by my Akizuki-sama, but your supreme honor. Honorable thread of Ghost TM. Kakashi roared like a lion. The two Kakashi teammates next to him were left hanging aside, completely forgotten. The two of them were also completely stunned. Is this Kakashi still the Kakashi they knew? The Kakashi who was on the mission with them was a cold-blooded monster who could be abandoned in order to complete the mission without blinking an eye. Where are the two 5-year-old furry children in front of them arguing here? There is no ninja at all. The feeling of being ignored is very uncomfortable. One of them said coldly. There is nothing wrong with you here, you should go home quickly. If you get hurt by mistake in a while, it won't be good. Another person said mockingly, looking at the kid named Akizuki, who didn't even have a forehead protector. They disdain to shoot. Even the ninja is not Uchiha Akizuki. Kakashi just remembered what had happened. Uchiha Akizuki was so angry that he forgot about business. He quickly pushed Uchiha Akizuki away. Idiot, go quickly. If you get hurt later, I don't care about you. The two people on the opposite side are not as simple as those from the ninja school. The two of them are Kakashi's teammates, and Kakashi is very familiar with both of them. Ah? Why are you leaving? We haven't discussed our affairs yet, how about it? Have you considered it well? If you become my little brother, you can follow me in the future to have a good and spicy drink. Uchiha Akizuki's face smiled like a thief, and Kakashi, the aggressor, continued. I have no time to take care of you now, I still have business to do. Kakashi's gaze fell solemnly on the two people. On business? These two goods? Did I help you get rid of them, so you agreed to be my little brother? You idiot, do you know that those two are already Chunin? If they do it in a while, you just wait to die. Kakashi yelled grumpily. Hotake Kakashi was also Alexander for a while, and he knew he was not the opponent of these two Chunin. Even if they had just been promoted to become Chunin, it was not what genin who had just graduated from him could fight. But he is Hotake Kakashi, the pride of the Hotake clan pride, and the most talented young ninja. He will not bow his head to anyone. Even if it is fighting to death. He will never admit defeat. To bet on the glory of the Hotake family, he has to fight to the death. At this moment, next to him, Uchiha Akizuki said in a frivolous, sly voice. Aren't these two big dumb cows? I'll kill them, master. For an instant, everyone froze in place. Big stupid? On the heads of the two Chunin, the anger value began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Anger value plus 23. Anger value plus 36. Anger value plus 49. Who is this kid, who rushed to utter madness here? A kid who is not even a ninja dare to say here to kill us? Sure enough, I want these little ghosts to be a little more powerful, and educate them on what a real ninja is. Hey! Before Kakashi could react, Uchiha Akizuki rushed towards one of them. Kakashi held his forehead, full of black lines. Kakashi didn't dare to delay any longer, and shot in an instant. He can only use his fastest speed to kill one person first and then help Uchiha Akizuki. This idiot, he can't help at all, he's still helping here. Kakashi's angry hair exploded even more. Although Uchiha Akizuki despised these two men, he did not despise the opponent at all in his heart. He turned on his Sharingan for the first time, his eyes turned scarlet, a round of Guya quickly rotated in his eye sockets, and his hands quickly formed seals. Fire style great fireball technique. Wind style great breakthrough. The moment Uchiha Akizuki released the first ninjutsu, he immediately blessed another ninjutsu on it. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Simple and Rude. The original fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters, under the influence of the wind, instantly expanded into a huge fire dragon with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and rushed toward the Chunin mightily. The monstrous flames instantly saw that Chunin swallowed in it. Kakashi on the side and the other Chunin were still using physical skills to fight each other, and the two kunai rubbed against each other, constantly emitting flames. However, now both of them stopped, forgetting to fight, and watched the huge noise and heat waves that were making here. Both of them grew their mouths in surprise, and their jaws were about to fall inside. You are still not a human being, young. It's fine to release such a B-level ninjutsu at a young age. Why don't you play the cards according to the routine? You are a kid who hasn't even graduated from ninja studies. Why do you throw big moves as soon as you come up? Shouldn't it be a little bit of mutual trial to use stronger moves? How can I be so shameless to such an extent? The huge flame disappeared, and there was a dark person lying on the ground, almost burnt to charcoal. At that moment, he could only instinctively use a D-class earth wall technique, forming a layer of mud protective cover on his body, and he didn't even have time to dodge. This is really too sudden. Cough cough cough. The mud on his body was cracked by the hot flames, and he struggled to get up from the ground. He was seriously injured just now. If it hadn't been for his rich combat experience, he would have responded in the first place. Otherwise, the one moment just now was enough to burn him so much that there is no slag left. He looked at Uchiha Akizuki with horror in his eyes. I. He watched Uchiha Akizuki approach step by step, as if he had seen a demon. His body couldn't help but back. What are you? Bang! Uchiha Akizuki slapped Chunin's forehead with a brick. Chunin's body fell softly. Simple and rude. Uchiha Akizuki shot too quickly, without even the slightest hesitation, and did not follow common sense. So even if Chunin's own strength was not bad, he was killed without showing up at all. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akizuki's eyes changed again and again. Although Uchiha looked very rascal with moving bricks in his hand, the move just now echoed ninjutsu, but too real sea-level ninjutsu. He can't even do it himself. Uchiha Akizuki is even stronger than himself. Hatake Kakashi's eyes were filled with unwilling grievances. He has always been the strongest in the same grade. He did not expect that there is still someone stronger than himself. Hatake Kakashi's strong heart was instantly frustrated. Just like a bolt from the blue sky, did all the pride of Hatake Kakashi smash to pieces? As if to prove his strength, Kakashi didn't show any mercy anymore, and tried his best to attack the Chunin like a storm. That Chunin was shocked. Are all the kids so good now? At the age of 5, he has the strength of Quasi-Genin. How much can he compete with Chunin? One Kakashi is not enough, and one kid from the Uchiha family? But who is taking revenge on whom? Why are these two brats so tough? There is also a certain atmosphere in his heart. You treat us Chunin as eating plain rice. If you say kill it, kill it. He didn't dare to be careless, fighting against Kakashi's every move. The two were in a stalemate for a while, but Kakashi, who had long lost the name of a genius, was still very strong in launching and suppressing the Chunin teammate step by step. Kakashi's confidence came back bit by bit. He really has the strength to defeat a Chunin. Bang! Just a second before Kakashi's short sword fell, that Chunin glanced, and his body fell softly. Uchiha Akizuki picked up his brick and let out a light breath. Kakashi, you are too slow. Taunt, absolute ridicule. Kakashi clenched his fist, angrily suppressing the monstrous anger in his heart, as if he was immediately climbing to the top of the world to prove his nindo, and was kicked by Uchiha Akizuki, who was parachuted in front of him. Come down. Kakashi's heart instantly shattered into scum. Why not give me a chance to prove my strength? He looked at Uchiha Akizuki for a long time, but he realized that he really couldn't see the person in front of him. You are strong. Kakashi recognized Uchiha Akizuki's strength for the first time, admitting that Uchiha Akizuki is stronger than his own. He secretly guessed in his heart why Uchiha Akizuki had to hide his strength all the time. Uchiha Akizuki looked at Hatake Kakashi with a weird look, and said with a righteous look, you know? Are you too ignorant? You don't care about your old classmates at all. Kakashi vomited blood instantly. You are lonely and ignorant of your sister. Just like you, who would think you are a genius? Shouldn't geniuses be proud and cold? You don't feel any genius at all. Kakashi felt inexplicably depressed when he thought that the mentally retarded person in front of him was stronger than himself. He is so unwilling. God is not fair. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Book of Seal. Brother, you will listen to my eldest brother from now on. Uchiha Akizuki never forgets this matter. Kakashi's heart to cry for a while. Who would have thought that this guy could kill a Chunin? But he won't admit that he is Uchiha Akizuki's little brother. He has already regarded Uchiha Akizuki as his opponent in his heart, and one day he will beat him upright. By the way, Uchiha Akizuki, don't you graduate? Kakashi asked. It is now the end of World War II, but several countries are still not very stable, and occasionally there will be different degrees of friction between enemy countries. Kakashi has already fought against a few Kiri shinobi, and their strength is also very strong. Graduate early, you are qualified to be my companion. Uchiha Akizuki shook his head. I don't want to graduate yet. I took it with me at the ninja school. There are so many friends around. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akizuki looking unmotivated. He was wasting his talent. How many people dream of wanting to graduate early to become a genius among the population, and this true genius is here to say that he does not want to graduate. Uchiha Akizuki, graduation early is the best choice for you. You can't continue to waste your abilities like this. On the battlefield is the best way to improve your strength. After experiencing the baptism of war, you can quickly become a ninja alone. Like an old woman, Kakashi gave Uchiha Akizuki's advice. Uchiha Akizuki thought for a while. In fact, there really doesn't seem to be any fun in the ninja school, but that's it. Kakashi's heart is not Uchiha Akizuki's style. Well, how about you do something for me, and then I apply for early graduation and then perform tasks with you. What's the matter? You go and steal the Book of Seals, and I promise you to graduate early, how about? What? Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he looked at Uchiha Akizuki with a full face, as if he was greatly frightened. Are you crazy? Do you know what it is? That's one of Konoha's top secrets. If you steal it, you will be treated as treason. Of course, Uchiha Akizuki is not crazy. After he came to Naruto World, he started the idea of the Book of Seals. After all, ninjutsu is so strong in it. If he learns one or two, he can be happy. He had tracked several civilian ninjas, and there were several hidden strongholds in Konoha in the forest. Among them, Uchiha Akizuki saw them transporting scrolls inside. He guessed with a high probability that it was one of Konoha's scroll storage places. But he did not dare to get too close. The defense there was not weak, and it is estimated that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball monitoring had already been arranged there. The main reason is that he is a member of the Uchiha family, which limits his position to a large extent. If he dared to steal the sealed book, even if he killed the 2 ninjas outside and stole the sealed book, he would still not be able to get out of Konoha. It is estimated that after Konoha caught him, he would not want to listen to his explanation, and he would immediately become a rebel and hack to death. The Uchiha family has always had conflicts with Konoha, and he is not like being a victim of the struggle between the two forces. And Kakashi is the most suitable candidate after Uchiha Akizuki thinks over and over again. His father died because of Konoha. 3rd generation must have a deep guilt for Hotake Kakashi. Maybe he will release the water. Even if he is caught later, he will not be punished. Kakashi, don't be too pedantic in your thoughts. Uchiha Akizuki said with a grin. What did we steal the Book of Seal for? It's to learn stronger ninjutsu. What do we learn stronger ninjutsu for? It is to better protect the village. Don't you want to learn more powerful ninjutsu? Don't you want to become stronger to protect our village? Uchiha Akizuki is like the darkest and most cunning little devil hiding in his heart, leading Kakashi to the abyss of sin little by little. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the ground, coating Konoha village with a faint golden color. The ninja school is over, and the pouring out is filled with the sounds of children's naughty laughter. All of them have bright smiles on their faces, and their smiles are like flowers. Uchiha Akaizuki is sitting at the gate of the school. In the original plot, there are countless times on the swing used for watering memories, swaying and shaking boringly. Waiting for the sky to darken bit by bit, he is waiting for Hotake Kakashi's signal of. Just when Uchiha Akaizuki was in a daze, a little girl in a red skirt, with bright eyes like rubies and delicate and smooth skin, walked up to Uchiha Akaizuki timidly, looking enviously at Uchiha Akaizuki who was swinging. "Yuri Hong? Why are you here?" Uchiha Akaizuki asked. Chapter 23 A hole. You let go of the evening red add more. Yuri Hong's mouth shrunk, without a word, just staring at Uchiha Akaizuki on the swing. "Do you want to swing?" Uchiha Akaizuki understood Yuri Hong's mind. Yuri Hong thought for a while, and then nodded heavily, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Uchiha Akaizuki jumped off the swing at once. "If you like it, go and play, I will let you," Uchiha Akaizuki said. Yuri Hong's little hand squeezed the corner of her clothes, bowed her head dejectedly, and shook her head abruptly. Mom won't let me play on the swing." Yuri Hong's voice was faint. "Why?" "Because my mother said, if a girl plays on the swing, others will see Couchy." Yuri Hong's face was slightly shy, but her eyes still couldn't stop looking at the swing. "Oh." Uchiha Akaizuki nodded and walked to Yuri Hong's side and squatted down suddenly. "What's the matter?" "I'll help you take off your inner circle so that others will not see it." Uchiha stretched out his hand and was about to reach inside Yuri Hong's skirt. "Ah!" Yuri Hong was startled in her heart, and she was about to step back in a hurry. Her charming little face was full of blush, like a crimson cloud on the horizon. "A hole. You let go of Yuri Hong." From a long distance, someone yelled at them. Sarutobi Asuma ran in front of them at the fastest speed in his life, and pulled Yuri Hong away as if guarding against a scourge, and shielded Yuri Hong behind him. "UBD, you dare to bully Yuri Hong in broad daylight." Sarutobi Asuma's heart is still full of anger, but Hong is the one he likes, and he is almost about to be caught by this BD. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help feeling angry when he thought of the scene he saw just now. Uchiha Akaizuki spread his hands innocently. "Red? Am I bullying you? I just kindly helped you swing." Yuri Hong's little face flushed, and said in a small voice, No. That. "Akaizuki, thank you." Sarutobi Asuma was caught in the middle all of a sudden. "What's the situation? Wasn't it Uchiha Akaizuki who was insulting you just now? Is it possible that the two of you are actually your wish? And I'm here for a kick?" The expression on Sarutobi Asuma's face was like thunder, suddenly not human inside and out. Swish! A red flare suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It was a kind of fireball that children often played. It was very common in Konoha. No one noticed this detail, and Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes suddenly burst into bright light. Kakashi got it. The old man from third generation really released water on Kakashi. Uchiha Akaizuki instantly left Yuri Hong and Sarutobi Asuma behind, and ran to the place agreed upon by him and Kakashi like lightning. The dark night, as if the boundless thick ink smeared heavily on the sky, there was not even the gleam of the stars. The lights on the street are turned off a little bit, and the Konoha village gradually returns to silence, like a calm river, winding in the thick shadows of trees, only those leaves that are rustling due to wind and rain, and there are occasional trees in the woods. Several black figures flickered continuously. This kid really can run. Naruto-sama is really kind to this Hotake ear kid. If you commit such a big thing, we won't let us hurt him. After all, it is the son of such an adult, let's not question the decision of Naruto-sama. The time is about to go. If that kid has learned 1 or 2 tricks of ninjutsu, it is his blessing. We should bring the Book of Seals back. NS. Uchiha Akizuki and Hotaki Kakashi were lying under Chuon.G, holding flashlights in their hands, and the two opened the Book of Seals greatly. "Are you sure we want to hide in this kind of place?" Kakashi's head was full of black lines, and his eyes were speechless when he looked at Uchiha Akizuki. The keen hearing of the ninja was amplified at this moment, carefully watching whether there was an Anbu ninja approaching. But at the same time, some kind of excitement and high-pitched shouts were all poured into his ears. Had it not been for the mask, Uchiha Akizuki would have noticed that Kakashi's face was flushed now. He had never experienced anything like this before. "It's too shameful," Kakashi secretly said in his heart. Uchiha Akizuki lowered his voice and whispered, "You don't understand, right? The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Anbu's people can't find it for a while. The so-called ninja is someone who can tolerate everything." Uchiha Akizuki said triumphantly, "This is what Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sunnins, said." Kakashi's heart is full of black lines. "Master Jiraiya didn't mean that, right? Thank you for the Lao Pipi Shrimp Drag Racing Xiao is dead boss Little Misty Rain for accumulating more than 2,000 rewards. This chapter is added as a thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 24 almost got a needle eye. The two began to learn the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen still did some tricks on the Book of Seals. In the S-level ninjutsu, he applied a very deep seal, leaving only a small part of the A-level ninjutsu on it, which can still be seen. Although Third Hokage is more at ease with Kakashi and doesn't believe that he will betray the village, he is still defensive in his heart. With a big wave of Third Hokage's hand, the crystal ball revealed the scene of Kakashi's room. Puff! Third Hokage's nosebleeds spewed out like a fountain in an instant, and his body fell back uncontrollably. "It's so exciting! Master Naruto!" The ninja guarding behind Hokage saw Master Naruto appear and fall backwards, and they hurriedly surrounded him with concern and helped Master Naruto from the ground. "Hokage-sama, are you all right?" "Ahem." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed slightly to cover up his embarrassment just now, and waved everyone back, "I'm fine." "Hokage-sama, the specific location of sealing techniques. At number 49 Donglan Street, you go and take the sealed book back, and then bring the kid Hotaki Kakashi over. I have something to talk to him personally." Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth, took a few puffs, and spit out white smoke to alleviate the fear. How does Konoha Anbu's ninja face this situation in the house? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly said in his heart, "Let them adapt to the circumstances." I almost got a needle eye. This BD can even do such an excessive thing. Even though I am in a masculine year, I am afraid that I will not be able to keep up with my nutrition when watching this kind of things. Inside the room, the top of the bed is still shaking, and the air exudes an aura of lewdness. "Kakashi, have you learned yet?" Uchiha Akizuki asked next to him. "Well, almost. I learned a sealing technique. This sealing technique is called an evil seal. It is indeed an A-level seal. It can seal a person's chakra. It is really a very powerful seal. But if you want to use it proficiently, it will take some time to practice." Kakashi looked up and looked at Uchiha Akizuki. "What about you? Don't you want the Book of the Seal? Have you learned the ninjutsu inside?" "Well, I've almost finished reading it, and some of them will be memorized if they don't need it for the time being." Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akizuki's gaze as if he was looking at a monster. "Are you finished? Do you want to be so perverted?" Kakashi secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, this man is a stronger ninjutsu genius than himself. He must work harder to catch up with Uchiha Akizuki's footsteps." The ninjutsu that Uchiha Akizuki mainly learns is second generation's darkness technique. Although it is an illusion, it is definitely a very powerful ninjutsu. Coupled with your own invincible brick, it is simply a big killer when you go out and walk. The night is black and the wind is high, killing is invisible. Of course, this is just a beautiful idea. Although the ninjutsu on the seal scroll is a very high-level ninjutsu, it is recorded in the Book of the Seal, which means that not everyone can learn it. Many ninjutsu have very strong side effects, such as the 8 inner gates at the cost of life, and the ghoul seal and so on. These S-rank ninjutsu were sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were invisible at all. He only left a few ninjutsu with not very strong side effects, which is still more suitable for Kakashi to learn. For example, the multiple shadow clone techniques learned by Naruto in the original book are now sealed by 3rd Hokage. With Kakashi's physique, if he separates too many shadow clones, the accumulated exhaustion will directly kill him. The evil seal is a powerful seal, but what level of ninja chakra can be sealed by Kakashi depends on his own destiny. If it was the same as in the original book, if even Sasuke's chakra couldn't be sealed, it would really be a vain to blind him, as the eldest brother, to promote him like this. Not only the evil seal of Kakashi, but also Uchiha Akaizuki's dark practice technique, it is not so easy to learn. Although the method used is simple, it is really powerful if the enemy can really indulge in the illusion. This requires extremely high mental strength to support. For example, the Nirvana abode technique used by Yakushi Kabuto in the original work is a very low-level illusion. Even a genin can easily break free from this illusion. And the darkness technique used by 2nd Hokage, but even 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't get rid of it. This is because 2nd Hokage is in the state of impure world reincarnation, and its strength is greatly reduced. Even if Uchiha Akaizuki uses the darkness technique now and does not have enough mental power to support it, he can't trap Chunin level ninjas at all, they can easily break free from this ninjutsu. Knowing advanced ninjutsu doesn't mean that you can use it very well, nor does it mean that your strength has increased a lot. It is still necessary for one's own strength to continue to increase in order to play the true role of these ninjutsu. Be careful, someone is coming, Uchiha Akaizuki said. Crack! The window of the room was suddenly opened, and the cold wind came in all of a sudden. The 2 people on the bed froze for a second, then screamed instantly. Abnormal. It was as if the 2 naked body inside were hurriedly wrapped their bodies with quilts. Asterisk. Chapter 25 There is no companion friendship. The 2 people in Anbu were petrified in place instantly. They just came out to perform the task. Why did they encounter this situation? The way they opened it must be wrong. I'm sorry, I'm offended. They are Anbu's ninjas, to perform tasks on the first priority. The 2 people instantly overturned the bed inside the room, revealing the 2 furry little ghosts underneath. A man and a woman wrapped in a quilt stood beside them, shaking with fright and tearing. These ninjas are really bastards. I want to complain to them. The 2 of us just reproduce normally at night, okay, why should 1 or 2 of us be here to watch? Could it be a bit more private? Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki were shocked, but Konoha's Anbu chased them so quickly. However, they had no intention of defecting, so it was futile to resist. The people in Anbu saw not only a Hotake Kakashi but also a kid from the Uchiha family under the bed, and their eyes immediately became thousands of times colder. Why are people from Uchiha's family here? Is there a peek at Konoha's secret? What should I do now? Kakashi asked in a low voice. It was also the first time that he had done such an extraordinary thing, and he was caught by Anbu's people and panicked in his heart. Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly jumped up from the ground, climbed up on the back of Anbu ninja as if seeing a straw, pointed at Hotake Kakashi and started complaining loudly. Uncle Ninja! Hurry up and grab Hotake Kakashi! He dared to steal things from the village. I'm here to persuade him to turn around and he won't listen. Uchiha Akaizuki! Kakashi roared through gritted teeth. He understood what Uchiha Akaizuki was talking about. This kid chose to sell himself at the first time. Is this what you call the method? You want me to steal the sealed book? Anbu's ninja grabbed Uchiha Akaizuki by the collar, lifted him from his body, and threw him aside. Uchiha's kid, you better give me peace. I will clean up the kid Hotaki Kakashi first, and I will clean up you later. Dense beads of sweat began to appear on Hotaki Kakashi's head. He could feel the cold murderous aura on Anbu's body, putting countless pressure on his body, making it difficult to move his body. In an instant, he almost lost his belief in resistance. It is not an opponent at all, and there is no chance of winning. That was definitely different from the ninjas he had encountered before. They were the bloody coldness tempered by having experienced thousands of battles and killed countless ninjas. Uchiha Akaizuki didn't seem to be affected by those Anbu people at all, and shouted heartlessly, "Kakashi, hurry up and get back to the right. We will all forgive you. Uchiha Akaizuki, I'm fighting with you." Kakashi's anger value skyrocketed, and now he wants to die with this a-hole who has no credit at all. Next time he believes in ghosts, and he won't believe Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth. Like an eagle dangling a chicken, the two were taken to Third Hokage's office. When the two people stood in front of Hokage, the atmosphere in the air suddenly felt strangely quiet. "Hokage-sama, I don't want to do anything bad for the village, I just want to be stronger." Kakashi was anxious to clarify himself. What happened today is because of. Kakashi started, "Let's go," and stabbed all the things between the two of them. Uchiha Akaizuki stared at Kakashi fiercely beside him, cursing in his heart. This traitor! Even before the torture was severely tortured, he was all recruited. At least he had to wait until the other party used a beauty trick before confessing, right? If it were ordinary people, Kakashi would feel guilty at this moment. But for Uchiha Akaizuki, he has no guilt at all. If he is still maintaining the relationship between the two of them, there is no companion friendship at all. Hotaki Kakashi is really low in IQ. "So, you stole the Book of the Seal because Uchiha Akaizuki graduated early and became your companion?" Third generation asked Hotaki Kakashi leisurely. "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said to Hotaki Kakashi, "Since it's not because of your father's incident that affected you, I won't pursue this matter anymore. Anyway, Kakashi, I hope you love this village. Willing to protect Konoha's existence, you have always been our hope and Konoha's future. Naruto-sama, I will strive to become the strongest ninja, and I will definitely not be as weak as my father." Kakashi said firmly, his heart full of emotion. "Well, you go down first. Then we will leave first." Uchiha Akaizuki said with a smile, and was about to walk out of Hokage's office with Hotaki Kakashi. "Uchiha Akaizuki, stop for me." Sarutobi Hiruzen's deep voice came from behind. Chapter 26 I am so pitiful. Uchiha Akaizuki smirked, turned his head weakly, and sat on Third Hokage's table. Okay, I admit that I did this thing. I just want to learn ninjutsu, uncle, don't you treat me as a traitor because of this. I don't have money, and I don't have any poor children from my family. Don't you pity me when you pity Hotaki Kakashi? My parents died on the battlefield for Konoha. My parents have spent their entire lives for Konoha, so they can't even watch their children grow up obediently. From the editor, Uchiha Akaizuki became more and more sad, and the more he spoke, the more mournful he became. In the end, he deceived himself and felt that he was the poorest child in the world. I'm so pitiful. I have been bullied and ridiculed so much, and I have been suffering hard in my heart. My small body has always been under pressure that does not match my age, and I can only bear all the pain silently, licking his wound alone in the quiet and silent night, weeping silently. I want to learn the most powerful ninjutsu to prove myself. Okay, don't make up, I won't punish you." Third generation looked at the Uchiha kid in front of him quietly, thinking that he had abused him if he didn't know. Anger value plus 12. Anger value plus 26. Anger value plus 17. Oh! The tear in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes disappeared in an instant. He jumped off the table happily. "Uncle Third Generation, if there is nothing to do, I will leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is full of black lines. Although Uchiha Akizuki had been pretended for a long time, seeing Uchiha Akizuki's face change in a second is really irritating. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself silently in his heart. Don't worry about him, a 5-year-old kid. Don't worry about him, a 5-year-old kid. Don't worry about him, a 5-year-old kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quickly, wait a minute, I have something to ask you. Hey? What? Do you know about the Book of the Seal in the Uchiha clan? I don't know. Uchiha Akizuki said, you also heard Kakashi say, this is just a matter for the two of us. Sarutobi Hiruzen also believes that Uchiha Akizuki is telling the truth, but he has to worry about it. If the Uchiha clan really had an attempt to seal the book, they would not make such a flawed action. Then you will go to the teacher of the ninja school to do a registration. I have heard Shiranuemo's report to you before. You are already strong enough to become a genin. Just go through the process. It's just that you graduated early. Just like Kakashi, you can join other ninja teams and perform tasks first. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling scene of Konoha outside the window. His voice became vicissitudes and deep. The previous long battle has damaged Konoha a lot of vitality, and now is when Konoha is weak. You are all Konoha's hope for the future. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible and inherit the will of Konoha's predecessors. Gradually grow from a seedling to a big tree, with flying green leaves, flashing a dazzling fire, and continuing to illuminate Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around. Uchiha Akizuki. Don't sleep in my office. Your saliva remains on my file. Is this your attitude toward Hokage? I'm Hokage. Hey? What? Uchiha Akizuki was awakened by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and sat up from the table, rubbing his eyes with sleepy eyes. Grabbing a chapter scroll on the table at random, and wiping the saliva from his mouth. Get out of here. Don't show up in my office. Nothing will happen in the future, don't come to my office. From behind came the roar of Sarutobi Hiruzen Kato Lion, even the sound waves almost turned into actual attacks, shocking Uchiha Akizuki was deaf in both ears. With a pile of scrolls smashing over, Uchiha Akizuki was kicked out of Hokage's office. Oh, this foot is really not light. Uchiha Akizuki rubbed his sore ears and butt, complaining constantly in his mouth, it's still a Hokage, really, and I still care about it with a 5-year-old child. Just when Uchiha Akizuki's face was upset, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Uchiha Akizuki's face instantly became ecstatic. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen with an angry crit and getting the Sharingan advancement, 2 Tomo Sharingan. Wow, a worthwhile trip. Uchiha Akizuki's mood became very good in an instant. Everything outside now looks brighter and brighter. The sun is shining on the ground, and the faces of the people on the street have warm smiles. P.S. This is the 3rd update today, and there is one additional update in the evening. For the author's hard work, the flowers and the 10-point evaluation ticket are all thrown here. Make the author happy. If there is a reward, it would be better. The total reward is 2,000 points plus 1 more. Asterisk. Chapter 27 I like relying on the strong and bullying the weak the most. Uchiha Akizuki quickly returned to the ninja school and handed in his application for early graduation. Shiranuemujian saw Uchiha Akizuki's graduation application, and tears filled his eyes for a while. Teacher, don't be too reluctant to bear me, I will come back to see you often in the future. I do not know who Mushi wiped the tears from his face. No, I am touched, you finally figured it out and plan to graduate. If nothing happens in the future, there is no need to come back. Ms. Kima, if you say that, I might have to think about graduating early. Uchiha Akizuki narrowed his eyes and looked at Shiranui Kima with contempt. Don't. Shiranuemujian wiped his face and immediately revealed a big smile, the gate of the ninja school will always be open to you. After that, the teachers of the ninja school vacated a room for Uchiha Akaizuki's graduation assessment. This graduation test is not difficult for Uchiha Akaizuki, but it is a simple 3-body technique test, and then persisted in the hands of a genin for a period of time. For Uchiha Akaizuki, there is no difficulty at all. In less than half an hour, all the content of the assessment was completed. What? Uchiha Akaizuki graduated early. He really graduated early. Oh my god, the bottom of our class graduated early. We still can't do that much. Suddenly someone was holding his chest, his face full of heartache, and his soul was greatly bruised. Stupid. The other person slapped his head. The last time he competed with Uchiha Obito, didn't you see it? You thought Uchiha Akaizuki was the same idiot as Uchiha Obito. That's a super genius comparable to Hotaki Kakashi. When Uchiha Akaizuki handed in the graduation materials, he was surrounded by several classmates. Akaizuki classmate, you are so amazing. A little girl looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with stars full of stars and said with a face full of admiration. Student Uchiha Akaizuki, do you have time to compete with me? I really want to prove my strength. It has always been my goal to challenge the strong. Might Guy walked to Uchiha Akaizuki with bright eyes, his eyes flashing with youthful flames, and his watermelon skin was shiny. Akaizuki, if you have time, can you give me some ninjutsu tutoring after school? I also want to be stronger. A girl stood in front of Uchiha shyly, with an unnatural flushing on her face. She didn't know what she thought Uchiha Akaizuki had done to her. Uchiha Akaizuki coughed slightly and said pretentiously in his eyes. Everyone should give in, don't all pile up here, but chase the stars in an orderly manner. The boys walked out and gave the girls a place. The girls took the initiative to drill into my arms. This is only this one time. Don't wait for it to expire. All the girls were shining in their eyes for a while, like a hungry wolf who had been hungry for a few days, rushing over at the piece of fat Uchiha Akaizuki. Might Guy hadn't figured out the surrounding situation before he was stomped on the ground. Numerous footprints stepped on him, and the girls threw themselves into Uchiha Akaizuki's arms. Uchiha Akaizuki has inherited the gene of beauty of the Tuanfan family, coupled with his current strength. Compared with Kakashi's longtime stinky character, Uchiha Akaizuki is more close to the people and naturally more sought after. It is simply the ideal type in their minds. Uchiha Akaizuki's broken black hair flew up in the air, revealing the tall nose and the handsome face like a knife, which instantly caused countless screams from the girls. The boys in the class who still had some respect for Uchiha Akaizuki, in an instant, passers-by turned black. What? Isn't it just some skill? What's so great? The person next to him said sourly. Yet, no one else is as good as he is, so self-righteous, what an annoying guy. But when I just became genin, I didn't put others in the eyes. Do I really think how good I am? The boys in the class got together and talked ill of Uchiha Akaizuki behind his back. One girl was unwilling to hear that, and said ironically, yes, Uchiha Akaizuki was born in the Uchiha clan, and has no other advantages, that is, looks handsome, stronger, and popular with girls. The faces of the boys flushed immediately, biting their lips tightly, betting that Uchiha Akaizuki's anger value increased. Uchiha Akaizuki also heard their conversation. It's not a good thing that someone always scolds me behind my back. Uchiha Akaizuki took out his slabs and pad them up and down in his hands. Boys, I like to rely on the strong to bully the weak, you better be honest. Uchiha Akaizuki threatened blatantly. Those boys instantly petrified in place. Isn't relying on the strong to bully the weak a derogatory term? So shameless, how can you say so justified? Is this your consciousness as a genius? P.S. This is the 4th chapter added today, thank you for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 28 The Future Father-in-Law. The girls around were all around Uchiha Akizuki, looking at Uchiha Akizuki with admiration, and hugging Uchiha Akizuki. One by one, with fair arms, smooth skin, and a unique floral fragrance, they surrounded Uchiha Akizuki. Of course, the girls who rushed up were more nymphomaniacs and more open-minded. Many others stood outside, looking at the brave girls very enviously, but they didn't dare to rush forward. Yuri Hong was one of them. She remembered that when she was in the ninja school, Uchiha Akizuki was holding her hand under the desk. At that time, he hadn't thought he was so dazzling now, he was a naughty ghost in everyone's hearts. She never dreamed that the little boy once became the male god in the minds of all girls in a blink of an eye. There are so many girls around him, you probably have forgotten me. Thinking of this, Yuri Hong's eyes became a little lonely, and she slowly lowered her head. If I want to get Uchiha Akizuki's idea, I need to work harder. I must become a ninja like my father. Uchiha Akizuki came out of the ninja school and soon arrived at the training ground, waiting for his own guidance Jainin and teammates. Who on earth will the old man of third generation arrange as my guide Jainin? In the distance, there is a middle-aged man, Jainin, wearing a dark green Jainin vest with a short sword inserted behind his back, and his eyes are scarlet. Two teenage genin followed behind him. Are you Uchiha Akizuki? The middle-aged man said coldly to Uchiha Akizuki. You are Yuri Hong's father. Yuri is really red. Uchiha Akizuki asked tentatively. Yeah, kid, I didn't expect you to know a lot. There was a faint smile on the corners of Yuri's red mouth. This kind of authentic red pupil is not common in Konoha. You are not from the Uchiha clan. You can match your temperament identity, and only the identity of Konoha's first illusionist Red Sunset is left. Uchiha Akizuki, there was a faint smile on his face. This is one of his future father-in-law. Uchiha Akizuki did not spare his praise at all. Yui Zhenhong, Konoha's greatest phantom ninja, even Mangeki Sharingan couldn't rebound his illusion. And it can spread illusion all over a certain area and set traps for the enemy. Only White Fang has ever broken his illusion. Now Konoha's White Fang is no longer there, and Yuri's illusion technique has reached a state of supernatural power. Uchiha Akizuki was happy in his heart. He wanted to learn illusion very much. Yui Zhenhong was able to serve as his temporary guide Jainin, and he began to pay attention to him when he looked at Third Hokage. The two people behind Yuri Mahong are two of Uchiha Akizuki's teammates. Hello, brother, my name is Asamaria. A female ninja with blonde hair smiled gently at Uchiha Akizuki. She was wearing a strong dress and a flowing skirt perfectly made her beautiful. The torso are all prominent, and the moving curves are outlined, and the rounded legs are exposed in the corners of the high split skirt. There is an indescribable charm on the body. The other person is Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, most of his head is tied in a bandage, and Konoha's forehead protector is tied outside. His expression looks a bit gloomy. Two strange teammates, Uchiha Akizuki secretly commented in his heart. However, few people who become ninjas have normal thinking. Cut. Is it another ninja who graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5? Toby Take Dragonfly looked at Uchiha Akizuki coldly, and then was full of mockery. Boy, when you go out to do tasks, don't be scared to cry. Now, our mission is not to play houses in the ninja school. Yuri Zhenhong knows that Feizu Qingting has always had a bad temper. Now facing a newcomer, such a provocation is very excessive. But he didn't say anything to stop it. He also wanted to know what genin, who was only 5 years old, could be inserted into his team by Third Hokage. Uchiha Akizuki looked at this man with cold eyes. Provocative? I'm not afraid, Xiao. Playhouse? So you used to play house at ninja school? No wonder you can't graduate early. This is the gap between us. Uchiha Akizuki's hands were wrapped around his chest, and he looked at the flying bamboo dragonfly without showing any weakness. You. The mood of Tobuki Dragonfly became agitated all at once, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at Uchiha Akizuki. Okay. That's it. In my team, no big fights between my companions are allowed. Yuri Zhenhong's heavy voice came. Now that World War II has just ended, there are a lot of tasks to deal with, Uchiha Akizuki, although you have just become genin, I don't have time to take you to the D-class tasks to adapt. This time, we are going to the country of rain and send a letter from the daimyo to the country of rain. The mission is defined as sea level. Go back and clean up. We will gather at the entrance of the village in the afternoon. Yes. We know, the three answered immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Don't you guys be born with it. When he got home, Uchiha Akizuki simply packed up his things. After all, it was a letter delivery. It took a long time to travel, so he couldn't take too many things. Uchiha Akizuki opened his system and adjusted to the exchange interface. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing medical ninjutsu healing, which consumes 6,231 points of anger. Uchiha Akizuki still felt a bit of heartache when he saw that he was emptied into single digits in an instant. However, if you are away from home, the healing technique is still very practical, just in case. Uchiha Akizuki hurriedly ran to Konoha's gate to meet Uemahong and them. The two genin ninjas that Uemahong brought with them are all experienced, and they have been with Uemahong for 2 or 3 years. Uchiha Akizuki, you haven't learned chakra fine control, for example, the practice of gathering chakra on your feet, such as climbing trees. I will briefly explain the principles for you. I am afraid I don't have much time to practice for you. Yuri Zhenhong sighed in her heart. It is really a troublesome thing to bring such a new student who has no foundation at all. Hey, the kid who will drag us back. Flying bamboo dragonfly snorted disdainfully, looking at Uchiha Akizuki with contempt in his eyes. Such a simple task, without you, we won't even have to delay this time. Asamaria frowned and said, Dragonfly, don't say that. After all, Akizuki has just graduated. Uchiha Akizuki didn't care at all. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he walked to a big tree next to him very naturally, and easily stood on it sideways. His chakra adsorption control has reached a very subtle point. Teacher Zhenhong, is that like this? Hey! Yuri was really red for a moment, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect Akizuki, you have done so well. Uchiha Akizuki used his system to redeem this technique before. He was extremely innocent and said, isn't this a very simple thing? Do you still use others to teach it? Don't you guys be born with it? Puff. Toby take Dragonfly and Asamaria suddenly wanted to vomit blood while holding on to the wall. Why can you be born with it? This of course needs to be taught by others. Are you a pervert or a monster? Do you want to be so annoying? You are a genius. Well, you are really amazing. Asamaria smiled bitterly and said, it's not like that, Akizuki, you are really a genius. It seems that I want to treat you as a real companion, not a child. Think of a 5-year-old child as a companion? How can this be? The expression on Fiezu Dragonfly's face was unpredictable, and he secretly clenched his fist, and the anger in his heart continued to increase. Anger value plus 23. Anger value plus 41. Anger value plus 35. This kid is really arrogant, dare to look down on me? Isn't it just being younger? Is there anything to show off? Isn't it just a genin who just graduated? Next time, if you have a chance, you must teach this arrogant boy a lesson. There was a flash of fierceness in his eyes. After Uchiha Akizuki proved their ability, they didn't have any delay, and hurried to the country of rain. This was originally a mission without any danger, as long as you hurry as soon as possible. We have now entered the territory of the Kingdom of Rain. After all, it is an enemy country. Everyone should be more vigilant. Yuri Zhenhong said to everyone. As soon as his voice fell, his ears moved a little, and his eyes looked at a certain place above the treetops indistinctly, and his eyes changed. He secretly received a seal in his hand. Everything around it seems unchanged. Uchiha Akaizuki's footsteps suddenly stopped. Yuri was really red for a moment, and then some surprised thought, has he already found out? Uchiha Akaizuki turned on his Sharingan almost instantly, and the two Gyujade turned in the Scarlet Sharingan, and the surroundings seemed to become more thorough. Those traces that cannot be noticed are almost instantly clear. As expected, Uchiha Akaizuki confirmed his guess. On the side of the road where they were walking, there were obviously more fallen leaves under the big tree on the left than on the right, and most of the fallen leaves were fresh. There are some special indentations on the edge of the bushes not far away. Although not obvious, they are definitely caused by man. When I was walking before, I could still hear the sound of a bird, but now there is no sound of a bird. All these phenomena point to a possibility. That's where someone set up an ambush. What's wrong with Akaizuki? Asamaria watched Uchiha Akaizuki and stopped suddenly, and asked with concern. Hey, I'm afraid this kid has no strength. It really is a drag oil bottle. Fuyazua Dragonfly squinted and looked at Uchiha Akaizuki contemptuously. He grabbed anything that could mock Uchiha Akaizuki. *. Chapter 30 Ambush. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled coldly, ignoring the flying bamboo dragonfly, and pointed at the suspicious tree, and said faintly, just like this, I still want to ambush others? Your concealed skills are too clumsy. As a ninja, I am ashamed of you all. As the words fell, Asamaria and Tobitake Dragonfly were both taken aback, only to reflexively took out their own kunao from the ninja bag, put on a fighting posture, and looked around vigilantly. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly's face is hot spicy, this kid. Yui Mahong's eyes changed when he watched Uchiha Akaizuki. He didn't expect that this kid who had first arrived on the battlefield really had some real skills. He didn't even notice the two genins who had been with him for a long time, but he found out first. Traces of the enemy. Although Uchiha Akaizuki hasn't seen anyone come out, he has determined the specific location of the two people, because the red anger value on the heads of the two people on the tree is constantly rising. Anger value plus 23. Anger value plus 42. Anger value plus 63. Anger value plus 52. Uchiha Akaizuki almost laughed out loud. This kind of concealment was so useless for him, he couldn't even hide his anger value. Uchiha Akaizuki quickly made a seal with both hands on his chest, and took a sharp breath in his mouth. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Akaizuki exhaled a raging flame, and a huge fireball shot at the tree instantly and burned over. In an instant, the sea of flames flowed across the sky, and the crazy fire waves spread over the sky, and the fireball of more than 2 meters emitted a scorching high temperature, which seemed to instantly evaporate the water on the ground. Yuri Zhenhong and the remaining two companions were stunned instantly. This is a sea-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect that genin, who graduated early, could already use such advanced ninjutsu. As expected of the Uchiha clan who has always been known for its fire style. The three figures jumped down from the tree with a little embarrassment, and the corners of their clothes had been burnt and chipped. The three of them had anger on their heads, and they were obviously irritated by Uchiha Akaizuki's behavior. Hey, kid, you really have some skill, isn't Konoha anymore? Even a child like you is sent out to perform the task. One of the people was full of sarcasm, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. What are you talking about? How dare you insult Konoha? Fuyazua Dragonfly's face suddenly sank, looking at the three enemies in front of him, his eyes were stern. Haha, you guys are really good at joking. Didn't your botched disguise be seen through by my kid? It seems that even if you are Chunin, your IQ is really invisible. Uchiha Akaizuki smiled lightly. Strike back. Appearing in front of Uchiha Akaizuki and them, it was a three-person team wearing rain shinobi village Chunin vests. Mahong looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with a little appreciation in her eyes. Even when facing a ninja higher than his own, he didn't have the slightest panic in his eyes, and he was able to calmly respond, and ridiculed his mouth, stepped on the pain of the enemy, and took the initiative in the battle. In contrast, his other two disciples were not calm enough. Even if you have already performed the task and have a certain amount of experience, at this time, it is still easy to get emotional and be led by the nose by the enemy. Damn it! Your kid is so bold and dare to taunt us like this. Are you looking for death? Boy, you will be ugly to die today. Several people's faces were filled with anger that could not be concealed, and the anger value on their heads rose. Hands. The three ninjas stunned, kunao and shurikens in their hands were mixed with detonating charms, and they immediately attacked Uchiha Akaizuki and the others. Wind-style great breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki yelled, spitting out a huge wind ball, carrying a white wind blade that could almost be solid, and rushing over with a broken bamboo. Not only was the flying kunao and shuriken all blown away in an instant, and the three Chunin were forced to jump in different directions to avoid them, and they scattered their original formation instantly. Uchiha Akaizuki stepped forward and quickly met one of the Chunin, holding kunao in his hand, entangled with that figure. Although he is a lot shorter in stature, Uchiha Akaizuki's momentum is not weak at all. With the double hook Jade Sharingan, he can already see through the enemy's moves. Even in a physical fight with a Chunin, Uchiha Akaizuki did not fall in the slightest. On the other side, it's not so easy. Tobiko Dragonfly and Asamaria faced the only female ninja among the three Chunin. Even a female ninja is also a female ninja with Chunin's strength. The two swords in her hand are wielding tigers, and one after another white training flashes through the cold light, with the will to cut everything, and is extremely sharp. Even if Tobiko Dragonfly and Asamaria join hands, relying on the tacit understanding of long-term cooperation, they are barely able to withstand resistance under that female ninja. Originally Yui Zhenhong was a little bit worried about Uchiha Akaizuki, but seeing his strong combat consciousness, calm mind, and good ninjutsu skills just now, he was relieved for a while, and directed at the other one. Chunin confronted and tried to kill him in the shortest time. P.S. This is the third chapter today. There is another chapter to be updated in the evening. Wow, it has been added for 3 consecutive days. I feel very touched by myself. Have you been moved by my hard work? Asterisk. Chapter 31 I accidentally sickened myself. The longer Chunin who was playing against Uchiha Akaizuki dragged on, the more frightened his heart became. This kid in front of you can't be underestimated. An absolute genius. You can do this at a young age. If he grows up, he will definitely be a deadly enemy to Rain Shinobi Village in the future. Can't let him grow up, we must kill him now. Rain Shinobi's killing intent increased sharply, reaching its peak, and the illusory killing intent was almost solidified. Seeing Rain Shinobi's momentum suddenly increased in front of him, his killing intent was violent, and the air around him seemed to be dyed red by his killing intent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense for a while. Under such a serious scene, Uchiha Akaizuki smiled suddenly. The smile was so strange, but with a bit of nasty fun. Your complicated facial features can't conceal your simple IQ. You didn't make a pie deal with Hands of the Salamander? You can become Chunin with your strength? This moisture is too much. So, you must be the one below. Tisk tusk tusk, Hands of the Salamander, this is too hungry thirsty, even you who look like you will not let it go. Thinking of this, Uchiha Akaizuki couldn't help but fought a cold war. It really was a bad taste. This picture feels so strong, and I feel a little nauseous. Uchiha Akaizuki wanted to disgust the person opposite, but accidentally even got disgusted with himself. What are you talking about? Rain Shinobi Chunin's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, but unlike Uchiha Akaizuki's Sharingan, his eyes were bloodshot with anger, bursting into angry flames. She can be killed, not insulted. You actually insulted the most supreme demigod in my heart, His Royal Highness Hanzo. I want to use your blood to repent for my Royal Highness Hanzo. His entire face was blue with iron, which became a little more distorted because of anger, and a little more hideous. The veins on his forehead violently, instantly turned into a scourge, and he tore Uchiha Akizuki into pieces. Uchiha Akizuki watched as the anger on his head began to increase exponentially. Anger value plus 26. Anger value plus 42. Anger value plus 68. Uchiha Akizuki sneered in his heart. It seems that giving me a little anger value is the only value you have left in this world. The brick in Uchiha Akizuki's hand was thrown at that Chunin instantly. Who? The brick rubbed Chunin's figure and passed by, but it didn't really hit the Chunin. Uchiha Akizuki's eyes darkened. Sure enough, does this Chunin's actual ability surpass mine? The probability of triggering the invincible brick is no longer 100% successful. The invincible brick is a measure of a person's overall strength. Uchiha Akizuki's current physical stamina, chucks, etc. are indeed not as good as the Chunin in front of him. But this doesn't mean that he can't kill the Chunin in front of him. In battle, who can survive is not entirely based on comprehensive quality, and more importantly, is the grasp of reality and the ability to adapt to situations in battle. After a miss, Uchiha Akizuki didn't feel the slightest loss in his heart. There was a hint of arrogant coldness at the corner of his mouth, and a weird smile appeared. His eyes were cold, and he burst into a murderous aura in an instant. Those eyes were calm like a lake, but like a bloodthirsty demon lurking in the lake, about to swallow everything. He slowly looked up, the color of the blood moon reflected in his eyes, exuding bloodthirsty desire. Chunin, who had come up with a mockery, suddenly felt like an ice cellar at the moment his eyes touched Uchiha Akizuki. At this moment, Uchiha Akizuki faded away from the cynicism that had been disguised all the time, and burst out of the long-repressed bloodthirsty and madness deep in his heart. It is like opening a Pandora's box of evil, it is a round head of endless evil, a disaster that has come to the world. It is like a demon, and the cold eyes are contempt for all creatures. It seems that millions of creatures can be wiped out in a moment. Rain Shinobi Chunin's pupils shrank suddenly, and the fear in his heart was released to the maximum. His face was pale as paper, and his body was crumbling. Don't come here! Rain Shinobi Chunin yelled frantically, his heart beating wildly, as if he was about to jump out of his throat. The crazy Juian in his hand, the chakra in his body was output crazy at all costs. The heavy clouds were pressed down in black, and a huge roar erupted in the air, the surrounding leaves were rolled up, and the strong water flow continuously rotated around, condensing into a hideous giant dragon, sending out an angry roar. In a moment of absolute fear, he planned to release his strongest ninjutsu to fight to the death. Uchiha Akizuki recognized this ninjutsu in an instant. It's Water Dragon Bomb technique. A B-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Akizuki's eyes also flashed with astonishment. He did not expect that he, a Chunin, could actually use such a powerful B-level ninjutsu. Even the people fighting next to him were attracted by the huge movement caused here, and couldn't help but observe the situation there from the corner of their eyes. Distraction in battle is a taboo for ninjas, but at this moment they can't help but look away. His eyes were full of shock. What a strong ninjutsu! Asterisk. Chapter 32 What kind of ninjutsu is this TM? Asakusa. You can't use that ninjutsu. You are not yet a master. If you use it now, you will run out of chakra and die, the female ninja of Rain Shinobi Chunin shouted anxiously. But at this moment Asakusa was completely immersed in madness, completely unable to hear the people around him. Kill him. This is the only belief in Asakusa's heart. Yuri Zhenhong is ready to do it all the time to save Uchiha Akizuki. Although they have to train them to fight the enemy, this level is far beyond the range they can bear. Uchiha Akizuki thought to himself that he must not let him release this ninjutsu completely. I must interrupt him immediately. Fortunately, this ninjutsu has a big drawback, that is, it takes too long to seal the seal, which gives Uchiha Akizuki enough time to counterattack. Uchiha Akizuki's heart fluttered, and his eyes flashed coldly. Even if this ninjutsu is not very proficient now, I can only try it. Illusory technique, darkness technique. Asakusa's heart was startled. Everything in front of him instantly turned into a piece of darkness, all sight and light were instantly deprived, and there was only an endless black abyss between the world and the earth. After a brief panic, he gradually reacted. Is it an illusion? Damn it! Asakusa yelled in his heart, and he had to stop his ninjutsu in advance. Otherwise, even if the water dragon bomb technique is successfully released and cannot hit his target, everything will be in vain. It's so despicable. To unlock the illusion, he must disturb his current chakra with his fingerprints, and he must interrupt the water dragon bomb technique that he has not released beforehand. Untie! Asakusa yelled, and his sight began to regain light. Although Uchiha Akizuki uses A-level ninjutsu, his current strength is not able to display the full power of this ninjutsu. With the strength of Asakusa Chunin, he can easily break it. The clouds dissipated little by little, and everything around began to return to calm. Asakusa's mouth was panting, and his head was full of sweat. The tossing just now consumes a lot of chakra on him. As soon as he regained his vision, he could see the sight in front of him clearly. Not good. He got it. The illusion just now was just a fictitious move of his, the real big move was behind. How could this be the strength of a genin? He is simply a monster. The despair in Asakusa's eyes began to enlarge, watching Uchiha Akizuki approaching constantly. Uchiha Akizuki's clenched fist was raised high. Asakusa was terrified. What kind of horrible trick was this time? Sand dune? Sand dune? He can even do such tricks? Who is he? I lost technique. Uchiha Akizuki yelled and opened his palms, holding a handful of sand that he picked up from the ground just now, and sprinkled it all on Asakusa's eyes. Ah! Asakusa's eyes were fascinated for an instant, sand entered into his eyes, and tears were instantly left behind. FK me! Asakusa couldn't help but explode. What kind of ninjutsu is this trademark? It's so despicable. But at this moment, Uchiha Akizuki's kunao immediately seized the opportunity and immediately rushed to Asakusa's body, holding a sharp kunao in his hand, flashing with a biting cold light, and instantly cut off Asakusa's throat. The bright red blood spewed out instantly like a fountain, sprinkled on Uchiha Akizuki's face and body, and instantly dyed all his clothes red. Asakusa's eyes protruded outward, and his face was extremely hideous. It seemed that before he died, there was endless unwillingness. Uchiha Akizuki got up from Asakusa, and sat on the ground with a fart, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Unleashing several ninjutsu one after another, even the final A-level ninjutsu dark technique, although it is only an illusion, it almost sucks up all the chakras of Uchiha Akizuki in an instant. Now even moving one of his fingers has become extremely difficult. Fortunately, he killed this chunin. Uchiha Akizuki gasped heavily. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully critically hitting Ishizaka Asakusa, obtaining the chakra attribute, water attribute. Uchiha Akizuki was taken aback for a moment, before turning to a touch of ecstasy in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would critically hit Ishizaka Asakusa at this time. Could it be the last one that gave him too much excitement? The gazes of Toby Take Dragonfly and Asamaria were full of shock, and huge black lines rose on their heads. The style of all this has changed so fast. Uchiha Akizuki was still at a disadvantage just now, and he killed the enemy in a blink of an eye, although the way of killing. Shame. Very embarrassing. What a shame. The two of them yelled in their hearts, I don't know this sordid and shameless person. It is shameless to use such an insidious move in battle. He is not our Konoha ninja. We are not in the same group with him. We are not companions. We have no such companions. What a shame. Next time I should persuade Uchiha Akizuki to take off the forehead protector. Everyone looked at Uchiha Akizuki's eyes with contempt, but there was a different look. Yui Mahong looked at Akizuki meaningfully, with a wistful smile on the corner of her mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Hidden Conspiracy. After all, he is a battle-tested ninja. His hands have been stained with the blood of countless people. In countless fierce battles, he quietly had countless companions who died silently on the battlefield. He crawled over the bodies of countless dead people. Only luckily survived. He doesn't care about those superficial forms at all. On the battlefield, there is no integrity and vileness, only victory or death. Ninjas are meant to achieve their goals and do whatever they can. There is no reason to treat the enemy softly. Only the character of Uchiha Akizuki can survive in this cruel world. More shameless than the enemy, more insidious than the enemy, stronger than the enemy. He is a strong man of will. He is a genius born to fight. Uchiha Akizuki yelled from the sky, "Yet! I'm so handsome, my lord. I'm going to fall in love with myself. I'm so amazing." The crowd vomited blood on the wall. Xi Rihong was embarrassed in her heart. This genius is indeed a little different. Cough cough. Yuri Zhenhong coughed lightly, concealing his embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the three-way battle would be the first one on Uchiha Akizuki to end. The enemy turned his attention to him because of the sound of Xi Rihong's cough. There was a cold sweat behind the two rain shinobi. They actually lost their minds in the battle of life and death. This is a big taboo for ninjas. If they all looked at Akizuki deeply, they wondered in their hearts. This guy can actually let me distract me in this life and death situation. Is it Konoha's new routine? After going back, this matter must be reported to Master Hanzo. Fight, a quick fight. With a helpless smile at the corners of Yuri Zhenhong's mouth, he said, "It seems that I should be able to do a little more." There was a seal in Yuri Zhenhong's hand, and the ninja opposite him seemed to become insane in an instant, calm in a certain fantasy, unable to extricate himself, and uttered a terrible cry of horror. Ah 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 ah! The forehead in Yuri Zhenhong's hand was keen, and the cold light flashed, and instantly pierced that Chnin's heart. Terasawa is big. Seeing her other teammate was instantly killed, Rain Shinobi female Chnin's eyes flashed with grief and despair, and she shouted in sorrow. "You guys step back." Yuri Zhenhong directed to Tobi take Dragonfly and Asamaria. As far as Tobi take Dragonfly and Asamaria are concerned, the ability to work together under one Chnin for such a long time has reached their limit. They wanted to kill this woman Chnin, they couldn't do it yet. But such a Chnin, for Yuri Zhenhong, is an instantaneous spike. Yuri Zhenhong key in again in his hands, underwent illusions around the female ninja, and soon the female ninja was trapped in it. Bang! The female ninja slowly fell down, revealing Uchiha Akizuki with a triumphant smile on her face holding a brick in her hands behind her back. Although they successfully solved the three Chnin, this matter is not as simple as it seems. There must be something wrong with this mission. Their current mission level is sea level. According to the normal mission level, it is impossible for them to encounter a ninja from an enemy country. But now, they have been attacked by a Rain Shinobi Village Chnin team. Originally, the simple task of sending a letter like this did not need to be performed by a ninja of the level of Yui Mahong. He just chose such a slightly simpler task to accommodate Uchiha Akizuki's just joining the team. If other genin teams perform such a task, it will cause considerable casualties in this situation. Thinking of this, Yuri's red back is also cold. Behind this simple task, there seems to be a huge conspiracy hidden. Yuri Zhenhong opened their mission letter and carefully read the contents. Yuri's brow furrowed deeper, because the content in this letter was too horrifying and important. Even Yuri Zhenhong had a cold sweat on her head, and she was cold behind her back. They actually want to arrange such a letter in a common task, and send it to the name of the Rain country. This is enough for any team to die without a burial place in the territory of the Kingdom of Rain. No, this matter must be reported to Master Naruto immediately. Teacher Zhenhong, won't you kill her? Fiazua Dragonfly had doubts in her eyes, and looked at this female Chunin gloomily, with a fierce light in her eyes. Can't kill, this rain shinobi may know some important information, we must take her back to the land of fire right now, and leave it to Master Naruto to deal with it. This time the level of the mission is false. We must terminate this mission and return to the land of fire immediately. Ah? Teacher Zhenhong? Are we going to give up our mission? Toby Take Dragonfly and Asamaria looked at each other. The two of them were following Ui Zhenhong. It was the first time that they encountered such a thing. Give up their current mission. On their way back to the land of fire, they were assassinated twice, but they were all Chunin. Even if the sun is red, they still pose no threat. Crossing the border between the country of rain and the country of fire, the hearts they had been hanging on were finally let go, and they breathed a long sigh of relief. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Do you still have humanity? In order to protect the female captives from being murdered, everyone has spent a lot of effort along the way. The chakra and physical consumption of everyone is not small. We are safe now. Let's take a short rest for a while to replenish our stamina, and then we will rush back to Konoha in one breath. Yuri Maki said. Yes, Teacher Zhenhong. They sat under the tree separately, nibbling on the dry food they brought with them, and drinking a few sips of water. That rain shinobi slowly awakened from his coma, and saw the 4 Konoha ninjas around him, and now he was no longer within the scope of the rain country. His face was ashamed for a while. Uchiha Akizuki naturally picked up the brick in his hand, intending to slap her stunned. This kind of female ninja from an enemy country is really too much trouble, and it is better to be in a coma, otherwise it will be troublesome if she becomes noisy for a while. Wait a minute. Asamaria hurriedly called. Akizuki, don't stun her, she hasn't eaten for a long time, and her body will be overwhelmed if this goes on. Asamaria said with a look of concern. Asamaria held her own dry food in her hand, took the kettle to the female ninja, and passed the food. You can eat some, these are not poisonous, you know, we will not harm you. Asamaria said with a pure face. The female ninja's eyes were full of coldness. Hey, you should just kill me directly. Don't be hypocritical here anymore, it makes me sick to look at. Snapped. Asamaria was still in a daze. Uchiha Akizuki raised his hand quickly, and a red mark appeared on the female ninja's face between the electric flints of the wind, and half of her face instantly swelled. Bah, what do you think you are? Uchiha Akizuki spit on the female ninja's face. You are now a prisoner, don't you understand it? You are not as good as a pig or a dog now. Do you think you can die if you want to die? I tell you. There are things in this world that are thousands of times more terrifying than death. Uchiha Akizuki's eyes were cold. The chilly water is mixed with wind oil, that is the ultimate in the world. Now it seems that you really want to try it. At this age of female ninja, of course, I understand what Uchiha Akizuki is talking about. Her eyes were staring at the insulter fiercely, and unstoppable anger and unconcealable fear ignited in her pupils. She had heard that Konoha's Anbu torture department was dying of humanity, but she didn't expect that an ordinary ninja of Konoha could use such vicious tricks. Do you still have humanity? You are a pervert. The female ninja roared angrily. It is despicable and shameless. Asamaria's delicate brows were also frowned together, and she felt a little unbearable for this female ninja in her heart. Uchiha Akizuki. How can you treat a captive like this? Even if she is an enemy. We shouldn't abuse her. Asamaria's heart was muffled, and she felt very unhappy in her heart. Women's benevolence. Did you forget that she was going to kill us before? Can you be kind to someone who is going to kill you? Uchiha Akizuki's eyes are sharp as blades, as if reaching the bottom of people's hearts. Everything penetrates. But you can't use such a despicable method. You are too cruel to a woman like this. Asamaria jumped her feet straight, her face sank suddenly. She knew that this female ninja was an enemy. But she was very unhappy when she heard what Uchiha Akaizuki said just now, because it was a woman who would be subjected to this unique punishment. It was really cruel. Cruel? That's cruel? Then those of us who died in the hands of these enemies, are they not cruel? If we were not cruel, would they give true information? Do you know? She missed a piece of information in her mouth, and it is very likely that dozens of lives of our Konoha will be killed by Huang Chuan. You can bear such consequences. Every word Uchiha Akaizuki uttered was like a small hammer, hammering Asamaria's chest. Uchiha Akaizuki, you are enough. You are just a little kid who has never even performed the task. What qualifications do you have to tell us here? Flying Bamboo Dragonfly rushed up and said angrily at Uchiha Akaizuki. He hates Uchiha Akaizuki to the extreme, always showing off there, which is really unpleasant. Just because of your former teammates, you died because of your mistakes. Uchiha Akaizuki said word by word, his eyes cold to ultimate. You kid! I'm going to kill you. Fiezu Dragonfly stared, his eyebrows were erected one by one, blue veins burst on his face, and his fist was raised. Hey, it's up to you. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth was sneered with contempt in his eyes. Dragonfly, stop. The four words that are really red and fluttering made the whole body of Flying Bamboo Dragonfly stiff in the air in an instant, like a punctured balloon. The burning momentum of the body instantly fell. Asterisk. Chapter 35 I was really wronged. What Uchiha Akaizuki said is right. Maki Yuhiga's eyes flashed with appreciation when he looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. When dealing with the enemy, whether it is despicable or inferior, in order to achieve one's own goals, it is unscrupulous. A bloody killing intent burst out of Yuri's true red eyes, which was formed by the innumerable blood that had been contaminated in his hands. At the moment we become enemies, we are doomed. Only one of us can survive. Any mistake we make may cause ourselves, and even our friends around us, to lose their lives because of us. Yuri's red eyes were full of desolation, and the battles that he had once flashed in his mind, and now all of them have turned into white bones. Although it is cruel, it is really to better protect the people who are important to us, isn't it? The words of Yuri Zhenhong silenced everyone present. None of them have ever experienced the battlefield or experienced the tragic scene. Friends who laughed and talked in the morning turned into unrecognizable cold corpses in the evening. Asamaria's eyes became ruddy, crystal tears flickered in her eye sockets, and her black eyes rolled steadily. Asamaria Moto is a kind and weak girl. She heard that the teacher also agreed with such realistic and cruel ninja rules, and she felt aggrieved in her heart. Wow! Asamaria suddenly howled and burst into tears, with big tears running down her eyes. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly looked at Uchiha Akaizuki's gaze more gloomily. Damn it! This BD! She actually bullied Li Yi and cried. Even Mr. Yuri Zhenhong is looking at this BD. What is good about him? Why does teacher Zhenhong always protect him? What cruel and not cruel? He knew that this Uchiha kid was so arrogant. Fiezu Dragonfly's eyes are full of disgust and hatred. At this moment, Uchiha Akaizuki suddenly ran to Asamaria's side and stretched out a small slap to wipe the tears from Asamaria's eyes. Sister Li Yi doesn't cry anymore. It's because teacher Zhenhong is not good. He is so cruel that he can even say such cruel things. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the tears in his hands and frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. He would not wipe her tears if he knew it. Uchiha Akaizuki rubbed his hands up and down directly on the small hill peak of Asamaria's chest front protrusion raising. Asamaria was howling and crying, but didn't notice it for a while. The corner of Yuri's red eyes picked up, this kid, in broad daylight, what the hell is this doing? Sister Li Yi won't be pretty anymore. Our sister Li Yi is right. Teacher Zhenhong bullies even girls. Such mean and nasty words, you can say so rightly and confidently. I didn't expect you to be such a real red teacher. It seems that we have all misunderstood you. Uchiha Akaizuki pursed his small mouth, looking angrily at the culprit Yuri Zhenhong, who caused the cry of Li Yi, and constantly counting the various criminal evidences of Yuri Zhenhong in his mouth. Yuri Zhenhong petrified in the same place instantly. What's the situation? Hey. Where did I say these things? Obviously you said it. Yuri Zhenhong jumped up from the ground in an instant and shouted at Uchiha Akaizuki. Anger value plus 326. You taught me what I said. Uchiha Akaizuki spread out his hands with an innocent face. The expression on his face was extremely soft. He looked like a little sheep that has always been harmless to humans and animals. When did I teach you? Yuri was really angry. Otherwise, what do I know as a 5-year-old child? Of course you taught it. Yuri Zhenhong is running wild in her heart. How do I know why your 5-year-old child knows these things? You are a little monster at all. Asamaria wiped her tears, and looked at Yuri really red dimly with some tears. After thinking about it, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Akaizuki has never been to the battlefield, how could he say such a thing? It must be taught by teacher Zhenhong. Asamaria immediately looked at Yuri Zhenhong with contempt, and cried out loudly, Teacher Zhenhong is a big BD. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes were full of disappointment and lament. Why are young girls brutally murdered? Why are some young people corpse on the street? Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Hey, the world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not ancient. Yuri was so red that even her hair blew up, her face flushed, and her ears spewed white like a small train. He exhausted all his strength and roared at Uchiha Akaizuki with all his strength, like a hung my bell, buzzing. Those words are really not what I taught you. Asamaria looked at Yuri Zhenhong's gaze even more contemptuously. Even if he said such despicable things, he even lied. Yuri Zhenhong's face was full of desperate expressions, and she wanted to cry without tears for a while. It's over. This pot can't be pushed down. Uchiha Akaizuki, how can you be so shameless? I was really wronged. P.S. Everyone should be self-conscious, and leave all the 10 points of evaluation votes and flowers. Otherwise, the author, I will raise the blue fire gatling. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Konoha Torture Department. After returning to Konoha smoothly, they reported the incident to Hokage for the first time. Even Naruto was shocked by this incident. The female ninja was handed over to Konoha Anbu's torture department for interrogation. The letter from the daimyo of the rainy country caused quite a lot of fluctuations among Konoha's senior management. After Yuri Zhenhong returned to Konoha, he has been busy with this matter. For several days, no one was seen. The three of them all lost a D-class Shadow Wind Demon Shuriken technique scroll practice. Uchiha Akaizuki saw that he was fooling a child. This kind of ninjutsu was not useful at all, so he threw it away after changing hands. Uchiha Akaizuki has learned this ninjutsu through his own exchange system for a long time. He still has so many powerful ninjutsu to learn and study, and so many physical training to strengthen his physique, but he doesn't have the mind to focus on such a simple ninjutsu above. In a few days, he heard some rumors one after another. After the female ninja from Rain Shinobi village arrived at the torture department of Anbu, her face was pale. Before the ninja from the torture department had tortured, she said everything she knew. This caused the Konoha torture department to be blinded for a while, and they had never encountered such an enemy. Everyone in Konoha's torture department looked at each other, and finally came to a unanimous conclusion. This woman wants to confuse them with lies. So the people in Konoha's torture department tried their best to explore her memory and so on to force her to tell the truth. Finally, the Konoha torture department came to a conclusion that this woman was telling the truth. All the people in Konoha's torture department had a nervous breakdown and ran to complain to Hokage. The woman mocked Konoha's torture department and said that their methods were too peaceful. Konoha's torture department asks for funds from 3rd Hokage to introduce equipment to rebuild the torture department with Chenshang prestige. In the heart of the female ninja, there was still the deep shadow of chilly water and wind oil sitting on the wooden horse. Uchiha Akaizuki would have enjoyed it without the red sunset. He arranges his life very fulfillingly. Even if it is systematic, his own practice is also very important. He has a fixed training course every day. Chakra practice, spiritual power practice, and physical skill practice are all indispensable. The amount of chakra of the Uchiha clan is not small, but of course it is not as pervert as the Uzumaki clan. Although he is only 5 years old, the amount of chakra on Uchiha Akaizuki's body is quite large in genin. It can support about 2 or 3 ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, but the dark technique can only touch a little fur. The last time he used the darkness technique, he thought he would faint directly when chakra was almost exhausted. But I didn't expect it, it's just that I didn't have the strength in my body, and my consciousness was still sober. One of the reasons why walking in the dark is the forbidden technique is that it needs enough mental power to support it, otherwise it is easy to self-injure due to the rebound, or even become an idiot due to mental power damage. Uchiha Akaizuki's mental power is higher than that of the Rain Village Chunin. It's because of the crossing. Although the last life was just an ordinary person, he was also the soul of an adult. So now he is only 5 years old, and his mental strength is almost at the level of an adult. The cultivation of mental power is too difficult, which is why Konoha has so few people practicing illusion. At present, Konoha has only 2 families, the Yuri family and the Kurama family, who have unique secret techniques to cultivate spiritual power. This is the treasure of the towns of their 2 families, and it is also an unspoken secret. AKA, Akaizuki. A gentle voice suddenly came to my ear. Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback for a moment, and saw the beautiful girl beside him. Hey? Red? Why are you here? Uchiha Akaizuki was taken aback. Yurihong's eyes flashed, and her little face was flushed, a little shy. Her eyes were full of shyness when she looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Akaizuki, you are really amazing. When I was at home, even my father praised you. Yurihong said hesitantly, with a little hope, so, Akaizuki, you can take it with you. Do I practice together? As an elite Jainin, Yuri Zhenhong is performing missions every day, so she doesn't have much time to accompany Yurihong. Of course it can. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded. Yurihong hasn't learned anything too difficult yet. After all, she has not graduated from the ninja school. She just has basic shuriken throwing practice, 3-body technique, etc. Uchiha Akaizuki taught her chakras finely controlled climbing. Tree exercises. The method has been taught to you, and you still need to practice on your own. You can practice climbing trees here, and carve down the height of each time. Uchiha Akaizuki handed Yurihong a handful of kunao. Yurihong is a girl with a delicate mind and fine control. Chakra has a high talent. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Yurihong's pretty figure next to him, while opening his own system. He casually browsed the updated list in today's exchange column. What are these things? Uchiha Akaizuki is full of black lines. There are some things, great is great, but it's useless to me. Puppet skills and white secret skills can all appear. I don't have a puppet, what is the reason for this kind of ninjutsu? System, can you be smarter? But Uchiha Akaizuki's words did not receive a systematic response. He sighed long and could only continue to read back. When turning to the last page, Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes lit up and his eyes were instantly attracted. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Zirion's Clothes. Chunin Grade Chakra. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes burst out with a bright brilliance, like sending charcoal in the snow. This is what he needs most now. Chunin level chakra is about enough to release 4 or 5 C-level ninjutsu, a complete B-level ninjutsu. When Uchiha Akaizuki was complacent in his heart, he saw the anger value behind him. Chunin Chakra, anger value, 10,023 points. F***CK. So high. Uchiha Akaizuki shouted directly. Akaizuki, what's the matter with you? Yuri Hong was taken aback by Uchiha Akaizuki's cry, stretched out her hand, and wiped off the fine layer of sweat on her forehead. No. Nothing. Uchiha Akaizuki smirked twice, crying without tears in his heart. Damn it, can't afford it. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at his current anger value, only the pitiful 7,000. The update time in the system is 24 hours, so you must accumulate more than 3,000 anger points within 24 hours before you can purchase Chunin level chakra. OMG. It's going to kill. I have only stored more than 7,000 anger points for so many days, how can I accumulate more than 3,000 in this day? I will be beaten to death. Just when Uchiha Akaizuki was in a trance, Yuri Hong's voice was soft and flaunting to Uchiha Akaizuki. Akaizuki. Do you see what I did well? Yuri Hong said excitedly at Uchiha Akaizuki. In this moment, Yuri Hong had climbed onto the tree trunk above and hung upside down on it. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at the red sunset and was full of emotions for a time. Red is a girl and has a meticulous control. Chakra is indeed much faster, and I learned it in a while. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his forehead. He should remind the red one, there is no chakra in the skirt, and it hangs down under the action of gravitation. But Xiao Strawberry's Xiao Nene is really pretty. Fortunately, no one else was around. Just as Ziriang Jiao proudly walked around the tree, Chakra suddenly became unsteady, stepped on the air, instantly lost support, and instantly fell down uncontrollably. Yelled a shrill yelling sharp shouts from the shouts. Uchiha Akaizuki has quick eyes and quick hands, and rushes up in one stride, and instantly jumps into the air, ready to catch Yuri Hong and come to a handsome hero to save the United States. But at the moment when he was about to hug Yuri Hong, Uchiha Akaizuki remembered the anger that he didn't have enough. The little tentacles of the devil breed in my heart. Uchiha Akaizuki was full of guilt and mourned silently in his heart. I really didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it. I did it intentionally. Sorry. Red sunset. Uchiha Akaizuki pretended that he hadn't caught Yuri Hong's arm suddenly, thumping in the air, and suddenly grabbed a corner of her skirt. Stab. With the sound of fabric shattering, Yuri Hong's skirt was torn apart in an instant. Ah 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 ah. Yuri Hong screamed louder than before. Uchiha Akaizuki hugged Yuri Hong quickly and landed smoothly on the ground. Dark brown hair was scattered on the shoulders, revealing delicate butterfly bones. The ruby-like magnificent pupils became deeper and deeper in an instant. Yuri Hong's face was instantly flushed with anger, and the eyes of Uchiha Akaizuki were full of anger. Chi, Akaizuki! You! How can you be like this? You tore my clothes. When Yuri Hong thought of going home like this, she would definitely be scolded by her mother. Yuri Hong was ashamed and anxious, with crystal tears rolling in her eyes, and her eyes were resentful and angry when she looked at Uchiha Akaizuki. Uchiha Akaizuki watched Yuri Hong's head start to rise with anger. Anger plus 23. Anger plus 17. Anger plus 39. Anger plus 25. Uchiha Akaizuki swallowed silently, and quickly took off his cloak, wrapping Yuri Hong's body tightly. Although there is no one else here, Yuri Hong can't let Yuri Hong go home wearing the broken pieces of clothes. He saw his anger increase, but the growth rate was too slow. Uchiha Akaizuki had a headache for a while. The strength of Yuri Hong itself is too bad, so even if it has an anger value, the increase is too small. It's not enough to go on like this. Only 200 or 300 anger points have been increased in this moment, which is far from the 3,000 anger points that I need. What should I do? Only one day. Yurihong's clothes were broken, so she naturally refused to continue practicing here. She wore Uchiha Akaizuki's cloak and went home to change her clothes. Uchiha Akaizuki was alone on the training ground, conceiving his own anger plan. It must be a strong person who can increase the anger value very quickly. But someone who is too strong. Uchiha Akaizuki feels like he is looking for death. Asterisk. Chapter 38. With the bricks in hand, I have the world. Naruto is not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen's temper is too good, and he can't be mad at ordinary things. Sunan is even worse. I originally belonged to the Uchiha clan and I was very sensitive. I am afraid that even a whole body may not be left behind. Individuals were excluded from the mind. Uchiha Akaizuki has a terrible headache. I am now empty and guilty, I have no guts. The anger value is important, but it is more important to protect your own life. Hey, it's really bad luck today, I met you here. A cynic voice sounded in Uchiha Akaizuki's ear, interrupting Uchiha Akaizuki's thoughts. Flying bamboo dragonfly. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his brows, and it seemed that he was also training at Konoha's training ground. There is no teacher Yuri Zhenhong here today. I have watched your kid upset for a long time. Fuyuzu's listening eyes were full of gloom and coldness, with yin and arrogance. Uchiha Akaizuki furrowed his brows, hands on his hips, and jumped off the wooden pier bulgingly, his sword brows erected, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. My little master doesn't show off, you treat me as Hello Kitty. The young master is in a bad mood today, so you dare to provoke me. Those big guys can't beat the little master, when is it your turn to be bullied by your dog? What did you say? Fuyuzu Dragonfly's eyes narrowed dangerously, and the killing intent on his body began to rise. Anger value began to rise above his head. Anger value plus 56. Anger value plus 67. Anger value plus 84. Not enough, not enough, you scumbag. It's shameful to be so angry, to be so ridiculed by others. Besides, you look so ugly, do you have fun living? No wonder the whole face is bandaged. Are you afraid of being seen by others? Or are you afraid that the April sun will blind your dog's eyes? If I look so ugly as you, would I dare to go out? You are so optimistic. Fuyuzu was so angry that his whole body was stunned, and the anger value above his head began to skyrocket exponentially. I'm going to kill this BD. The blue veins on Fuyuzu Dragonfly's head burst out, and the eyes suddenly widened and raised. The bloodshot eyes in the eye sockets were clearly visible, and the flames of raging anger ignited on the body. He took out Kunao from the ninja bag and rushed directly up. I want to break your corpse into thousands of pieces. Fuyuzu Dragonfly gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Bang! The flying bamboo dragonfly was like a broken kite, kicked by Uchiha Akaizuki, fell on the tree trunk, and made a big hole. Flying bamboo dragonfly spit out a mouthful of blood, got up from the ground, eyes gloomy as water. He didn't expect this BD to be so strong. I got up again, shook my fists together, and Fuyuzu Dragonfly's eye sockets were about to be cracked. Bang! Flying bamboo dragonfly was knocked away again. Bang! Flying bamboo dragonfly was knocked off for the third time. Uchiha Akaizuki said with some regret, I can't beat the big guys. This can be abused here to increase anger. I really fell. Uchiha Akaizuki. You must die. Flying bamboo dragonfly got up from the ground with bruises, almost depleted of chakra. With such a pure physical confrontation, he couldn't even beat a 5-year-old child. Shame. Drop. Congratulations to the host for critically hitting the flying bamboo dragonflies and getting water-style water body. Bang! Uchiha Akaizuki slapped Fuyuzu Dragonfly on the head with a brick, knocking him stunned. Noisy. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at herself, already torturing the flying bamboo dragonfly to the brink of collapse, thinking about it, and feeling very boring. Let's go find someone else to play. Uchiha Akaizuki stripped all the clothes on the flying bamboo dragonfly, tied his hands and hung from the tree. It's just that I left, a bit unwilling. This flying bamboo dragonfly even scolded me just now. Uchiha Akaizuki thought for a while, found a tree trunk, burned it into charcoal with fire style, and wrote on the body of the flying bamboo dragonfly. With the bricks in hand, I have the world. Tianzong Shenyu, handsome and windy flow. Uchiha Akaizuki threw away the carbon rod in his hand, clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Yu. Ji. Bo. Chi. Yu. Uchiha Akaizuki hasn't turned his head yet, and he can feel the strong murderous aura from behind him. All of a sudden, his anger value soared. Uchiha turned his head back in mixed sorrow, with an embarrassing but impolite smile on his face, and shouted weakly. Teacher Yuri Zhenhong, why are you here? Teeth clenched gritty, and an uncontrollable anger flashed in his eyes, like an enraged lion. The backlog of anger erupted like a volcano, and the sound was like a muffled thunder, suddenly exploding on the ground. You took off my daughter's clothes, and you are ashamed to ask me why I came here. Yu Imahong roared fiercely at Uchiha Akaizuki, and the billowing air instantly blew Uchiha Akaizuki's hair behind him, almost blowing Uchiha Akaizuki's head into a Super Saiyan. Teacher! I just tore the red skirt accidentally. I didn't do anything else. Uchiha Akaizuki surrendered with his hands up, with an innocent expression on his face. You have taken my daughter's body completely. What else do you want to do? Yuri Maki roared fiercely at Uchiha Akaizuki, and the billowing air instantly blew Uchiha Akaizuki's hair behind him, almost blowing Uchiha Akaizuki's head into a Super Saiyan. Pushbook, Naruto Super Live System. After taking the live broadcast system through, streamer wakes up and realizes that he has been fed a powerful Chun medicine. And the situation is even more embarrassing. Rock Shinobi wants him to build a Uchiha clan that belongs to the country of soil. P.S. The author of this book is my good girlfriend. If you have a book shortage, you can go and read it. The longhouse is natural, soft, and cute, easy to tear down. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Public Revenge. Teacher. I just tore the red skirt accidentally. I didn't do anything else. Uchiha Akaizuki surrendered with his hands up, with an innocent expression on his face. You have taken my daughter's body completely. What else do you want to do? Yuri Hong stood behind her father, looking at Uchiha Akaizuki with a shy face. When she got home just now, she met Yuri Zhenhong, who had just returned home from the mission. Yuri Zhenhong saw that Yuri Hong was wrapped in a man's cloak, which was the cloak of the Uchiha clan. Whose clothes are you wearing this? Yuri Zhenhong asked angrily. It's Uchiha Akaizuki. He tore my clothes. Yuri Hong said innocently without seeing his father's anger. Yuri's eyes became even more scarlet. He is just such a baby girl. It's like a perfect Hyuxia cabbage planted with care, and suddenly a wild boar who ran into the yard without paying attention was taken away by it. Yuri Zhenhong immediately pulled Yuri Hong, who was dressed, to the training ground to find Uchiha Akaizuki to settle the account. Yuri Hong listened to her father's constant muttering, that BD was responsible for, what future son-in-law, what can't get away. Yuri Hong's face was dyed with a layer of crimson red, just like the burning red clouds on the horizon, shining with a certain expectation. Is your father going to marry me to Uchiha Akaizuki? I can't let others touch my skirt in the future, otherwise, what if my father marries me to someone else? Actually, I just want to marry Uchiha Akaizuki alone. At this extremely embarrassing moment, Uchiha Akaizuki knew that Yuri Zhenhong must be crooked. He really only trained with Hong, and he didn't expect to be on the right side of the game, and he actually PD Yuri Zhenhong over. Seeing hundreds of anger points continuously popping up on the elite Jainin's head, Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed brightly. For the sake of my chakra, I endure it. Just as your father-in-law said, I will be responsible for Miss Yuri Hong. Even if I fight for my life, Miss Yurihong will never be injured. Uchiha Akizuki said in an elegant voice, directed at Yurihong. Slightly leaned over, like a perfect noble son. Father-in-law, your sister. The corners of Yuri's red eyes twitched, and he gave a cold snort. Humph, want to marry my daughter, you are not qualified now. The moment Uchiha Akizuki leaned over, Uemahong saw the man hanging on the tree behind him. No clothes? What is this evil taste? The man seemed a little familiar. Is it Flying Bamboo Dragonfly? Dad, what's the matter? Xirihong watched her father not speak for a long time, and poked a small head from behind him, with a shy expression on her face. Red, close your eyes. Don't look. Yuri Zhenhong quickly covered her baby daughter's eyes, because they were too spicy. Uchiha Akizuki just remembered what was behind him, and for an instant he was full of black lines. It's over, my image is gone. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, my image is gone. Uchiha Akizuki quickly put the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly down from the tree, and he gradually woke up from his coma. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly immediately hugged Yuri's red big legs, weeping bitterly, and began to tell Uchiha Akizuki's various behaviors of destroying humanity, and God's way is intolerable, and his body and soul have been shamed. Fei Zhu Qingting was crazy in his words, and his mental state was suddenly lost. And it seemed that he had taken a lot of blows. In Naruto's office, battered teammates acted arrogantly and arrogantly. Ui is really red. Is that why you insist on kicking Uchiha Akizuki out of your team? Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a pipe in his mouth, and the white smoke was spit out from his mouth. His eyes looked calmly at the few people in front of him, with an unpredictable expression. When you reported the details of the mission before, it was not such an evaluation to Uchiha Akizuki. Yuri Zhenhong secretly said in her heart, because at that time she didn't know that this kid actually had an attempt on my baby girl. This wretched and despicable kid. He must not stay by his side. And absolutely can't stay by Hong's side. Fire and theft prevention Akizuki. Yuri Zhenhong's heart instantly became extremely firm. Yes, Naruto-sama, Uchiha Akizuki and his teammates can't cooperate very well. Although this teenager has good talent and consciousness, he is not suitable for my team now, so I applied for another member to join my team. Team? Yuri Zhenhong said solemnly. Otherwise, you can ask the member of our group, Tobuki Dragonfly, the friction between him and Uchiha Akizuki is great. Fuyuzu Dragonfly's tears fell all of a sudden, howling and crying in Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you must save me. Please don't let me see Uchiha Akizuki again. There was a big drop of cold sweat on Uchiha Akizuki's head. Is the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly crazy? Even Yuri is really red, even taking the matter of Flying Bamboo Dragonfly to avenge private revenge. Sinister, so sinister, asterisk. Chapter 40 Broken Crystal Ball. The heart-piercing Fuyuzu Dragonfly crying made everyone present couldn't help but move. Third Hokage was silent for a long time, and slowly said, since the contradiction has escalated to this point, then it's not reluctant, Uchiha Akizuki, after that, I will put you in another group to perform the task. If nothing happens, you can go ahead. Go away, Uchiha Akizuki, you stay. Yes, Master Naruto. There was a trace of pride in Ziri's red eyes. Hey, kid, want to abduct my daughter? You are still tender. Fei Zhu Qingting thought that he would not have to face Uchiha Akizuki anymore. Before leaving the office, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the way, Yuri is really red, you have time to take the dragonfly child to Konoha Hospital for an examination. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quietly. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly staggered, almost spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm really not crazy. Uchiha Akizuki was actually kicked out of the team by Yuri Zhenhong with a dark trick, and his heart was full of discomfort for a while. However, under the accidental collision, Yuri became really angry and increased a lot of anger value. His current anger value is already 9,000. It still needs 1,000 anger points, the time left seems to be running out. Could it be, does that trick really need to be used? Uchiha Akizuki blinked and blinked, his face was tangled, a little nervous, a little unbearable. Uchiha Akizuki, I heard Xi Rihong report on your performance in the task before. Although it was the first time to perform the task, it was very mature, both in mentality and consciousness. Kakashi also just came out of another team. Let's team up and perform the task together. For the time being, I won't arrange for you two other coaches, Janin and teammates. Hatake Kakashi? Yes, I haven't seen him for a while, I really miss him. Okay. Uchiha Akizuki readily agreed. After being silent for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said leisurely. Uchiha Akizuki, I hope that the friction between you and the flying bamboo dragonfly is not because you are from the Uchiha clan. No, no. Uchiha Akizuki said with a quick smile. The people in the village have always rejected the Uchiha clan. I hope you can become a bridge among them in the future and eliminate the grievances between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akizuki shuddered in his heart, F***ck. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not going to brainwash me and let me become a spy in the Uchiha clan? Look at it. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the crystal ball showed Konoha's scene, with the laughter of Konoha village residents inside. The ninjas of Konoha village, everyone has the will to fire, and we are constantly making efforts for the peace of this village. In order to avoid war, in order to protect our relatives. Sometimes, we have to endure, this is our ninja, the meaning of existence, ninja, is to have a tolerant heart, to endure what ordinary people can't bear. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice is deep, and with an infectious power that ordinary people can't match, it is like a candle in the dark, which is constantly amplified, driving out the darkness bit by bit, warm and shining. FK. The crystal ball fell on the ground, and it collided strongly with the ground, breaking into powder in an instant. Uchiha Akizuki stretched out a finger, which was still in the air. It turned out to be made of glass. Uchiha Akizuki said to himself. Uchiha Akizuki. Third Hokage was so angry that he dropped the hat, jumped up from the ground, and shouted at Uchiha Akizuki, his eyes full of anger. That is the crystal ball he specially customized. It was so broken by Uchiha Akizuki. Uchiha Akizuki squeezed a smile on his face. Naruto-sama, ninja, just need to be tolerant, to endure what ordinary people can't bear, don't you? You won't be angry with me, will you? Go to the heart of tolerance of trademark. Anger value plus 569. Anger value plus 746. Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry beard was about to curl up, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and he kicked Uchiha Akizuki. With the shaking of the sky, even the entire Hokage office building trembled on the ground, shaking twice. Never let me see you again. The crystal ball money will be deducted from your quest commission. Uchiha Akizuki got up from the ground with a grin. He thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a very good personality, and he was really merciless when he started the fire. Uchiha Akizuki could only rub his painful fart stock, and walked away slowly. Third Hokage deserves to be a cage-level task. The anger in the short moment was more than 1,000 points of anger. Uchiha Akizuki cried silently in his heart. For this amount of chakra, I really worked hard. Congratulations to host for successfully purchasing a Chunin chakra, which consumes 10023 rage points. A warm current flowed over Uchiha Akizuki's whole body in an instant. Almost instantly, he could feel the crazy growth of chakra in his body, almost blinking his eyes, and it increased several times. The whole body is flooded with chakra, as if soaking in the hot spring half comfortably. Uchiha Akizuki clenched his fist, as if there was endless power in it, and now he throws a punch, it is enough to shatter the world. Chapter 41, Escort Mission. The next day, Uchiha Akizuki was at the task reception leader, and saw Kakashi with a dead face. "Can I perform the task alone? I don't need a companion," Kakashi said to the ninja who dispatched the task with a grim expression. "No, Master Naruto specifically warned that you can't perform tasks alone. Ninjas need to learn to unite and cooperate," the ninja who dispatched the task decisively decided. "Can you change someone to partner?" Hitaki Kakashi looked at the dazzling name on the mission scroll with black lines. "Hitaki Kakashi, due to your bad performance in the previous mission, there is no ninja team willing to team up with you. This Uchiha Akizuki is really kind, and he will agree to team up with you." The ninja who dispatched the mission was quite merciful. Said, "This Uchiha Akizuki is a novice, right? Is this being bullied? Was it arranged to be with Hitaki Kakashi?" Hitaki Kakashi graduated sometime earlier than Uchiha Akizuki, and has become notorious in the task distribution department. Kakashi's head raised a pound sign. "Have mercy on the wool. Should I be the one you have pity for? Why should I perform tasks with this BD? When I think of him, my beautiful life almost instantly becomes bleak." Kakashi clenched his fists in his hands, crying without tears. "Kakashi, what a coincidence!" Uchiha Akizuki's gentle voice rang from behind Hitaki Kakashi. "What a coincidence, your sister! I tell you, I'm the captain for this mission. So you must listen to me and don't mess with me," Kakashi yelled at Uchiha Akizuki. "Good, good." Uchiha Akizuki nodded obediently. Hitaki Kakashi graduated early and had a lot of experience in performing tasks. He was the leader of their two-person team. Uchiha Akizuki had no opinion. The dispatch ninja sighed, shook his head, and looked at Hitaki Kakashi with contempt in his eyes. Kakashi is so domineering, so arrogant. What a pitiful and innocent newcomer, it is not easy to be suppressed like this by his peers. The evaluation of Hitaki Kakashi in the mind of the dispatching mission ninja has become even lower. Hitaki Kakashi's head burst into blue veins again. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry," Kakashi muttered silently in his heart. Kakashi finished leading the quest scroll, and quickly pulled Uchiha Akizuki and ran out. "What's the task this time?" Character, Tomorrow's Xian. Age, 16 years old. Nationality, Land of Fire. Task, protect Miss Xian from Aoki village, go to the country of tea, and participate in the birthday party of the daughter of the famous tea country. Kakashi took a closer look at the content on the mission scroll, which was a C-level escort mission. With Kakashi's pride, he refused to accept the D-level tasks of pulling weeds and sending vegetables. 10 minutes later, the two of them saw Miss Xian. She was wearing a pink kimono with silver thread embroidered with exquisite Lysianthus patterns, and the gold piping pattern on the waist looked very gorgeous. "A girl who looks very gentle. Ah! Are you two ninjas who escorted me? Wouldn't it be, not very reliable?" Yuin's eyes looked at Uchiha Akizuki and Hitaki Kakashi with suspiciousness and a bit of anxiety, in her impression. Ninjas should be tall and mighty. The two people in front of her were too young. What should ordinary people do? Playing in the mud? Is this person enough to protect her? It's really disturbing. However, the client had no way to change the ninja who performed the task. Xian was secretly lost, and she actually wanted to be protected by the same ninja as these two children. "Miss Yugan, we are ninjas. We will definitely fight our lives on the road to protect your safety. Please rest assured," Kakashi said with a stubborn indifference. Kakashi doesn't like others to question his ability. "My little master, I am a wise martial artist, and of course, there is no problem protecting you. I am a very powerful ninja," Uchiha Akizuki said proudly. Kakashi is speechless. Because of this, he will be less trusted by the client. Xian smiled awkwardly, No, no, I just ask, I believe you can protect me. Sister, are you a nobleman? Why are you going to attend the birthday party of the Princess of Tea Country? Uchiha Akizuki asked very casually, and the sly in his eyes flashed past. Uchiha Akizuki secretly said in his heart that this person named Xian looks a little strange. I hope this is just my own illusion. Kakashi also immediately noticed that this is indeed a suspicious point. They need to determine the accuracy of the intelligence before performing their tasks to avoid unnecessary casualties. No, I'm just an ordinary person, just for safety on the road, so I hired a ninja to escort me. It was just by chance that I met the princess of the country of tea. This time it was her birthday party, so she invited me to go with her. Xi Yan's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she looked very pretty. Candid. Uchiha Akizuki and Hotaki Kakashi nodded. It should be just an ordinary escort mission. With Xian's hands hidden in the kimono, she held her sleeves tightly, trying to prevent herself from revealing any flaws. P.S. I have something to go out in the afternoon, and there are 2 more chapters today, updated at 8:30 and 9:30 in the evening. By the way, I will be on the shelves early this Saturday morning. I hope everyone can make an initial appointment that day. The author is already preparing for the outbreak that day. Flowers, 10 points evaluation vote, rewards, everyone come to the bowl. Asterisk. Chapter 42. A fool would go and hit the muzzle. Uchiha Akizuki looked at the decently dressed girl in front of him, with a faint smile on her face, but inexplicably unnatural. Xi Yan suppressed her beating heart in her heart, cannot be discovered by them. They simply cleaned up, and they gathered at Konoha's gate. Along the way, nothing happened. The country of tea is a small bordering country near the country of fire, stuck between the country of fire and the country of soil, and there is no ninja village. Just a few years ago, shortly after the end of the Second World War, the foreigners were not very safe, and there were many robbers and stealers. Even though ordinary people like Xi Yan would not attract the prying eyes of ninjas, they also met several bands of robbery bandits on the road. Uchiha Akizuki didn't have to shoot. Hotaki Kakashi seemed to prove himself. He pulled out the short sword behind him, and between the swords and shadows, he scared the bandits and ran away. Kakashi was proud of his eyes and snorted at Uchiha Akizuki. Uchiha Akizuki was eating the roast chicken that had just been roasted, his mouth was full of oil, and he didn't even lift his head. Kakashi's head was full of black lines, and he was ignored. Kakashi, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that at a young age, you would be able to stand alone against a gang of more than 10 bandits. Xian's eyes flashed with surprise, as Hotaki Kakashi's eyes changed. Changed again. Kakashi coldly retracted his short sword into the scabbard. Most of his face was hidden under the black mask. He couldn't see the expression. Even if he was praised, his face was full of indifference, a natural look. Yogan was frozen by Kakashi's cold face, and suddenly became a little embarrassed, and smiled wryly. Come on, Sister Xian, eat roast chicken, my craft is good, we don't care about the facial paralysis. Uchiha Akizuki broke off a chicken leg and handed it to Xian. Xi Yan tucked her hair behind her, stretched out her hand, carefully tore off a small piece of chicken thigh, put it in her mouth very elegantly, and chewed gently, without a sound. Sister, you're so elegant, why don't you eat chicken thighs in big mouthfuls, just like eating roast chicken with one mouthful stuffed whole mouth? Xi Yan smiled faintly, looks not very polite. Uchiha Akizuki was full of regret, as if this lady named Xian had missed a major joy in life. It's not a chicken leg that eats a lot, but a chicken leg that has no soul. Xi Yan smiled apologetically, she really couldn't do it. Xi Yan ate a small half of a chicken drumstick and carefully wiped off the oil stains on the corners of her mouth with her hands. Akizuki, it seems that Kakashi has always been shooting. I haven't seen you yet? Are you a very good ninja too? Uchiha Akizuki nodded and said unceremoniously, "Yes, sister, I am a very powerful ninja." Because a powerful person never makes a move immediately, he always has to send his little brother up to try his opponent's strength first. The surprise in Xian's eyes magnified, and she said with a face full of admiration, "If that is an enemy that Kakashi can't defeat, will you take action?" "No, I will run away." Xian was stunned at the same place. The painting style shouldn't be like this. Why run away? Aren't you a very powerful ninja?" Xian asked unwillingly. "Kakashi can't even beat it. Which shows that the enemy is very strong. A fool will hit the gun. Although the task is important, how can my life be important?" It turned out to be like this. Xian's face suddenly became a little paler, and her expression gradually declined. "No. We will definitely complete the mission," Kakashi said with a firm expression next to him. "A ninja who can't even complete a task is a waste. It's shameless. So even if I fight for my life, I must complete the task." Kakashi's expression was a bit agitated, and he stood up from the ground suddenly. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akizuki coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Akizuki nodded in agreement. Yes, there are always so many obsessive people in this world. It is so great to go forward and succeed for the so-called belief or promise. Such a person is the real ninja. Kakashi, what you said is really good, so you must stick to your forbearance, and you must not be shaken by others. When performing a mission, you will be the first to rush up. When you escape, you will stay with us, sacrifice your life, and delay time for us. You are so great. You are my best friend for life. When your name is engraved on the memorial tablet one day, I will definitely put a fresh white chrysanthemum for you." Moving tears flashed in Uchiha Akizuki's eyes. Kakashi almost spit out old blood. "Who will stay here to procrastinate for you?" Chapter 43 Impulse is the Devil. The distance between the country of tea and the country of fire is not too far, and within 2 days of work, they have arrived in the country of tea. With the token of the princess of the tea country, Miss Xian successfully settled in the Daming mansion. After arranging Miss Yugan's accommodation, Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki came to Miss Yugan's room. Kakashi took out his quest scroll and said to Xian, "Miss Xian, the last thing left is that you signed your name on the quest scroll, and we can take it back in hand in the quest." Yugan was in the room enjoying the scenery outside. Hearing what Kakashi said, her face suddenly changed, her face pale, and she cried out, Are you going to leave now?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, Miss Yugan, our mission has been completed." Xian's pretty face changed color again, and her body couldn't help backing back, looking at the scroll in Kakashi's hand, as if she was looking at a scourge of horror. "No. You haven't guaranteed my safety now." "Not yet, you can't leave yet," Xian exclaimed in panic. Kakashi's brows frowned, and Yuan's situation now looked a little weird, completely different from when they were together. "Miss Yugan, our task is to safely escort you to the daimyo palace in the country of tea. Now you have settled down, so we have no reason to stay here." Kakashi frowned. The journey went so smoothly. He did not expect that this client would have a problem at this time, which inevitably made Hitaki Kakashi's heart a little irritable. "Miss Xian, please cooperate with our work. Your shamelessness has no meaning and will only delay our time. We have done the task. If you deliberately disagree, we can only force you to take the name." Kakashi's words were full of indifference. Although Kakashi is not very old, no one will despise what he says, not to mention that Xian has already witnessed the terrifying power of Kakashi. That's a ninja who can kill more than a dozen adult strong men, and despising him will pay an extremely heavy price. Xian suddenly pulled out her hairpin from her head and placed it on her slender, white swan-like neck, instantly piercing the tender skin, and bright red blood beads rolled down the hairpin. If you force me to sign, I will die in front of you immediately. If I die, your mission will be a failure, right? With tears in Xi Yan's eyes, she shouted in despair. Are you threatening us? Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes turned cold, looking at Xi Yan's eyes, as if he was mentally retarded. If you want to die, no one will stop you. It doesn't matter if you fail to complete the task. She thought we would care about her life? Want to threaten him? She is not qualified. Xi Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and his eyes were full of incredible expressions. She thought that Uchiha Akaizuki, who always had a smiling face on her face, would be easier to deal with than the iceberg called Hitaki Kakashi. But now, she found this boy named Akaizuki far beyond her imagination. He was far more thoughtful than she thought. She thought she had seen him through, but what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg that he showed. Now, his eyes are like an iceberg of 10,000 years, exuding infinite coldness. There is no bottom line, no belief, no handle or weakness. Such a person is really scary. Xi Yan couldn't help but shudder, like falling into an ice cellar. If you leave now. Anyway. I won't live any longer. It's better to die now. In Xi Yan's eyes, despair began to magnify, as if she gave up all the desire to survive. Holding her mortal determination, she closed her eyes, and the hairpin in her hand pierced her neck fiercely. Xi Yan's heart was beating, she was desperate now, and she made the final bet. These two ninjas will not let her commit suicide here. Uchiha Akaizuki sneered. She pretended to be very lifelike, a woman with superb acting skills. Her acting skills are enough to fool Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Akaizuki doesn't care if he finishes the task, but someone cares. Kakashi flew out of Kakashi's hand, and instantly knocked off the hairpin in Xian's hand. Fear of mission failure is Kakashi's weakness. You can't die, we have to complete the task. Xi Yan smiled secretly in her heart, but her body suddenly limp on the ground, crying out of her voice, why don't you let me die? Why me? What do you want us to do? Kakashi frowned, it's best not to ask too much. If you get too far away from the mission, we have the right to terminate the mission directly. Not far, can you protect me for 2 more days? Just 2 days. Xian cried with rain. Kakashi's eyes were full of solemnity, with a worried look. Uchiha Akaizuki watched Kakashi's expression change 1,000 times, and he couldn't scream in his heart, so he yelled out loudly. Hey, Kakashi, this is no longer the scope of our mission. Even if it really fails, it's not our cause. Don't be impulsive. Impulsive is the devil. Chapter 44 Princess Xian. Well, we will protect you for 2 more days. Please Miss Xian 2 days later, be sure to end this entrusted mission. Kakashi said with shock. Uchiha Akaizuki petrified in place instantly. Kakashi, are you crazy? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Akaizuki coldly, and sneered, what's the matter? Isn't someone claiming to be a genius? You can't do this kind of task. Hey, it's nothing. The look in Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes looking at Kakashi became speechless. This guy, isn't he trying to avenge me on purpose? This is not because of our reasons, the task was not completed. The failure of this kind of task is forgivable, I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause if I stay here. Uchiha Akaizuki said silently. Kakashi actually has a headache for a client who does not cooperate with Yuan, but Kakashi is too afraid that the mission will fail, and Xian's request is not excessive, just to protect her for 2 more days. Kakashi is also very confident in his own strength. I am the captain, and I have the right to determine the level of implementation of this mission. Our mission is to protect Miss Yuan. Even if it is protected for 2 more days, it is actually within the scope of our duties. Kakashi said seriously. And failure is failure. Only the weak will find reasons for themselves. Uchiha Akaizuki's face was speechless, and he was crushed to death at the senior level. He finally knew what was smart but was mistaken by smart. That woman named Xian is very problematic. Kakashi can't even see it. Still staying? Forget it, Kakashi said to stay and stay. Anyway, if he finds that something is not right, he will run away first. Hearing that Kakashi decided to stay, Yogan quickly wiped away the tears on his face and smiled immediately. It's really great. Thank you so much. Without you, I really can't survive. Uchiha Akaizuki sighed slowly, and then said in a deep voice, So, Princess Xian, you should tell us what happened to you, right? What? Kakashi was surprised. Princess Xian? Xian's face was also full of shock. Her face suddenly became a little ugly. She blurted out, You, how would you know? You, as the daughter of the tea country daimyo, the princess of the tea country, pretended to be an ordinary woman and went to Konoha to entrust the task. It was really hard for you. Uchiha Akaizuki said lightly, but, your loophole is still too great. Too much. Kakashi secretly said in his heart, the loophole, why didn't I find it? No, I can't tell that I didn't find any loopholes at all, otherwise he would be laughed at by this BD. Kakashi nodded pretending to agree. Uchiha Akaizuki continued, First, your clothes are too gorgeous, and ordinary people can't afford to wear kimonos with silver inlays and outlines. Xian's pupils shrank, and couldn't help but argue, but, this doesn't explain everything. Uchiha Akaizuki nodded, Yes, this is only one of my first doubts, and I also considered that your family may be a businessman and you are relatively wealthy. Secondly, when you are eating, your eating habits are really too dignified and educated. Such behavior is definitely the etiquette only available to nobles. This has proved that you are lying. You are definitely not a girl of ordinary people. Third, since you said that you have a relationship with the princess of the country of tea, but we moved to the famous mansion. The princess of the country of tea has never appeared. Xian's face was pale, and her body trembled slightly, as thin as a piece of paper swaying in the wind. She did not expect to be discovered in such small details. Of course all this is just speculation, not enough to determine your identity. The most important point is that I went out to inquire about the information. The name of the princess of the country of tea is Xian. Uchiha Akaizuki said word by word in a cold voice. Yogan suddenly froze in place. All of her attention has been on the captain named Hotaki Kakashi. She didn't expect that this kid named Uchiha Akaizuki was the real ruthless character. Kakashi's eyes were also full of horror, and he had always been blinded by Uchiha Akaizuki's stubborn and unscrupulous appearance. He did not expect that he noticed so many things in such a short period of time, and speculated such a rigorous result. He has a super ability to mine intelligence. Kakashi clenched his fist secretly, and there really is a huge gap between him and Uchiha Akaizuki. You must work harder to surpass him. Xian knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, and all her disguise had been dismantled. She could only nodded dejectedly and said, I am indeed the princess of the country of tea. I can only entrust tasks for this reason, because Konoha does not accept entrusted tasks for my original reason. Xian's eyes were full of sadness. If it wasn't a last resort, she didn't want to do it either. So, Princess Xian, what are you doing to let us stay and protect you? Uchiha Akaizuki asked coldly. Kakashi also sank, staring at Yuin. If she really got into something big, beyond their ability, they must terminate the mission early. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Princess Kidnapped. Actually, because someone must force me to marry him. Xian's eyes became red again. What? Hotaki Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki raised their voices and almost fell to the ground. You must help me, I don't want to marry that man. I don't like him, what's the difference between it and let me die? Xian said with tears in her eyes. Uchiha Akizuki and Hotaki Kakashi are full of black lines, no wonder this is the case. How could Konoha accept this kind of emotional dispute? They are not the ants of the neighborhood committee. Regardless of this kind of thing. Miss Yugan, we are just protecting your safety. Kakashi added, we don't care about relationship problems. Xian nodded and said tearfully, I know, but that person is very strong, maybe he is a ninja, and even his father is afraid of him. He will come over and use the strong in these 2 days and take me away, so please be sure to protect me. Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki looked at each other. What to do? Kakashi asked Uchiha Akizuki's thoughts, but for a while, he didn't realize it. The captain decided, I respectfully obey. Uchiha Akizuki quickly declined, implying what you want to do. Kakashi was speechless, and Uchiha Akizuki really held a grudge. Just now I used this identity to suppress him, but now I actually use this to mock myself. Kakashi sighed and said, Ms. Yugan, since I promised you just now, we will protect you for another 2 days. After 2 days, we must return to Konoha. Xian nodded. According to Xian's description, that man is likely to be a ninja, or even a traitor. So Hotaki Kakashi and Akizuki also had to be vigilant. If it is a rebellious ninja or a wandering ninja, then the strength is very difficult to judge. If it is not really fighting, they don't know what level of ninja the other party is. For a small country like the country of tea, there is no ninja, even if a chunin appears, it is enough to shock ordinary people. Kakashi added, Miss Xian, in case the one who entangles you is chunin or even above, we can't do anything. It's beyond the scope of our mission. We will choose to evacuate as soon as possible. I know. Xian's eyes were red, her teeth bit her lower lip, her face full of tangled expressions. At the Daimyofu, the country of tea, arranged a room for Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki to stay for 2 days. As the setting sun fell bit by bit, the temperature in the air was pulled away bit by bit, and the sky was like a chapter of rice paper, which was constantly rendered to increase the color of the ink until it was pitch black. The dark night, like boundless thick ink, smeared heavily on the sky, without even the glimmer of stars. For a small country like the country of tea, the village is even more pitiful with few lights. Ah 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 ah! There was a terrible cry from the courtyard, resounding through the entire Daiming mansion. What's wrong? Uchiha Akizuki and Hotaki Kakashi hurriedly ran out, the expressions on their faces very solemn. A maid of a famous palace was frightened and slumped to the ground. The candle light in her hand was scattered on the ground. She pointed to Xian's room in her hand and said in a panic, the father, the princess, was kidnapped. Uchiha Akizuki and Hotaki Kakashi were shocked, and their eyes were lowered, and Xian was taken away by others. There is no sound at all. The opponent's strength is not bad. There wasn't even a trace at the scene, it seemed that there was no time for Xian to struggle, so she was knocked out and taken away. You search the daimyo palace, we too will trace it out now, there will always be traces left. Kakashi said, and then took Uchiha Akizuki out of the daimyo palace. The country of tea is not very big, so in such a short time, it should not go too far. 2 black figures flickered in the darkness, following the clues left by the ninja. Akizuki, I found it. Kakashi stopped suddenly, picked up a dropped shuriken on the ground, and took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It is indeed a ninja. It seems that we have to prepare for the battle. Uchiha Akizuki also frowned. Let's continue to investigate in this direction. Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki once again turned into 2 black shadows, moving forward in the dark. Finally, at the border of the country of tea, they noticed suspicious persons. Is it them? There seems to be a lot of people. Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki were lying on the top of a small hill, looking at the tent set up below. Maybe it was the helper that the person called out to be foolproof. Uchiha Akizuki frowned and stared carefully at the movement below. The bonfire was burning outside, and there was silence in the tent. That kind of tent is for 2 people, there are 5 or 6 tents underneath, that is to say, 10 people? Did we get it wrong? Kakashi hesitated a bit, which was a little different from what they had imagined. It shouldn't be any more. This is the only ninja we found in the country of tea. How could there be others? Maybe he was afraid that he was not enough alone, so he called some helpers. Maybe Xian has been knocked out by them, let's hurry up. P.S. Chapters 41 to 44 have been slightly refined and changed a few small details. I originally had a lot of things to say to you, but I won't waste the words here anymore, and I will stay in the testimonials on the shelves tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Rock Shinobi. Kakashi hesitated, this was indeed the only suspicious place, the only trace of a ninja. If she doesn't make a move again, Xian is indeed prone to accidents. Do it. Kakashi waved his hand, and the 2 quickly rushed towards the tents. Uchiha Akaizuki's hands quickly set the seal, wind-style great breakthrough. Uchiha Akaizuki took a sharp breath, rushed towards the bottom, and spit out a huge typhoon. It spread out like a huge wave, blowing away all the tents stationed in an instant. Kakashi saw that there was no Xian figure in the tents that were blown away, and instantly flew out the shurikens and kunao in his hands, scattering them out like a meteor shower, with detonating charms tied to them. Boom! There was a huge explosion on the ground instantly, black smoke billowing, and red firelight illuminating everything around. The ninjas stationed there were startled, some of them screamed loudly, "It's an enemy attack!" Everyone suddenly panicked. They didn't expect that ninjas would appear in a small country like the country of tea. Kakashi and the others were very successful in their sneak attacks. They killed 2 or 3 ninjas who hadn't even escaped with ninjas. They seemed to be at Genin's level. The others gradually reacted and gathered together, with charred charcoal on their faces, wrinkled clothes, holding kunao in their hands, panting, and very embarrassed. "You are Konoha's ninjas." The leader of this group of ninjas looked at Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki grimly, with a strong murderous look in their eyes. "Are you Rock Shinobi?" Kakashi saw the forehead protector on their heads, and his eyes grew colder. It turned out that Rock Shinobi's people wanted to forcefully marry Princess Xian, and this matter became even more troublesome. I didn't expect that Rock Shinobi would be involved in this matter. They must be handled carefully, which can easily cause unnecessary disputes between the country and the ninja village and aggravate the contradictions between the 5 ninjas. Their top priority is to rescue Xian first. The eyes of the 2 people glanced around. Didn't see Xian's figure. Is it hidden? Kakashi felt strange in his heart. These Rock Shinobi are so strange that they went to other countries to grab princesses. They thought they were evil dragons? Or a bandit? Isn't the ethos of ninja world like this now? It's as shameless as Uchiha Akaizuki. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Konoha's ninja is really alert. Rock Shinobi who took the lead snorted coldly, with contempt in his eyes. Even if it is discovered, what if you have no way to get out of here alive today? The words of Rock Shinobi boss dispelled Kakashi's last doubts. They really have a problem, they want to kill people. Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes fell, fearing that there would be a fierce battle. Even if 2 or 3 people were killed just now because of the sneak attack, there are still 7 or 8 people left, which still poses a great threat to both of them. Simply, there is only one Chunin among them, the leader of Rock Shinobi, wearing the Chunin vest of Rock Shinobi village. The remaining 6 people are just genin. It's just 2 Konoha genin's little ghosts, let's fight quickly. The Rock Shinobi leader snorted coldly, waved his hand at the person behind him, and the person behind him rushed up quickly. Each of them had 5 or 6 shurikens in their hands, which were scattered all over the sky at them. Be careful! Kakashi's pupil shrank, and he immediately reminded him. At the same time, his body leaped back quickly, avoiding the flying shurikens. The kunao in his hand knocked down a few shurikens flying towards him, emitting a symphony of ping-pong metal, and the flames spread in the darkness. Externally clear. The corner of Kakashi's eyes fell on Uchiha Akaizuki's body, and he couldn't help but twitch. This kid ran so fast, he ran a long way in a while. Hey, you want to run away so soon? Do you think you still ran away today? Rock Shinobi's Chunin boss sneered at Uchiha Akaizuki, and was about to chase him in his direction. Don't think about it. Kakashi immediately pulled out the White Fang's short sword from his back and slashed at the Chunin of Rock Shinobi, temporarily delaying his footsteps. The figures of the two people were entangled together, and kunao and broken blade continued to collide with each other, making a ding sound. The 6 genins just now were divided into 3 different directions, and they immediately chased in the direction of Uchiha Akaizuki, trying to surround him round and round. Uchiha Akaizuki jumped and searched around, but Xian was never found. Hostage is a very troublesome thing. Uchiha Akaizuki wanted to rescue Xian first, but there was no trace of Xian left here. Forget it, clean up these people first, and then look for Xian. Uchiha Akaizuki said. Uchiha Akaizuki's footsteps stopped suddenly. Without a struggle, he slammed the enemy back with a carbine. Asterisk. Chapter 47 I like your shamelessness. Uchiha Akaizuki's hand was shining with cold light, and it pierced a genin's chest at the moment he turned his head without warning. Genin's body fell softly before he could react. The remaining 5 people instantly opened up the distance from Uchiha Akaizuki, and their faces were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that it was just a matter of meeting each other, and they would lose a companion. What a despicable thing! They even used the method of escape to lower their vigilance. Konoha shinobi's tactics are getting no lower limit. The faces of the 5 rock shinobi sank, and their eyes looked at Uchiha Akaizuki with jealousy. The moment Uchiha Akaizuki took the shot, they were sure that this Konoha kid was stronger than them. Let's go together. So many of us. Don't be afraid of him, one of them shouted, encouraging everyone's morale again. Yes, we don't need to be afraid of him, we cooperate with each other and we can definitely kill him. Uchiha Akaizuki's mouth had a slight smile on his face. Do you bully with more? I like your shamelessness. But those pupils of the same color as the darkness turned scarlet in an instant, and the 2 Guyo Sharingan were constantly turning, as if bloody murderous aura spread out from him like a storm, and the powerful aura immediately suppressed the audience. The 5 people in front of him hesitate to slaughter the lamb. In the hearts of the 5 rock shinobi, fear was uncontrollable, and the young man in front of him was even more cruel than the devil who crawled out of hell. Uchiha Akaizuki's 2 Tomo Sharingan is enough to see through their movements, and the kunao in his hands seems to turn into a terrifying murderess in an instant, taking the lives of people in an instant. Uchiha Akaizuki appeared behind a genin for an instant, and his cold voice instantly made the hair creepy and his scalp numb. In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Uchiha Akaizuki's cold voice instantly spread throughout the audience. Everyone is shocked. What a terrible strength! Kyowa pierced the ninja's chest, and the blood jetted into the air with a thick blood mist, and the bloody and nauseating smell instantly wafted out. Senbon Shiger. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of books fell from the sky like a drizzle, the needle tip with a metallic luster, shimmering with cold light, and hit the ground. The remaining 4 rock shinobi were horrified and immediately sealed their seals. Earth-style wall. Above their heads, an earth wall was raised, trying to avoid the dense senbonyu. However, the instant Kimoto fell to the ground, the smoke turned white and disappeared. The last solitary Kyanben was inserted on the earth wall art. Extraordinarily embarrassing. Puff. The 4 rock shinobi were speechless, spouting a mouthful of old blood, and black lines rose on their foreheads. What about the big move? Your sisters, just 1,000 books? Laozi used a sea-level ninjutsu to defend. What a sudden show, flashed Laozi's waist. Mom! Konoha has a lot of routines, I want to go back to Rock Shinobi. However, Uchiha Akizuki watched the anger on the heads of those Rock Shinobi start to increase, but he didn't feel anything. Originally, there are no rules in the battle between ninjas. The soldiers are not tired of deceit, because those Rock Shinobi are so stupid. The 4 Rock Shinobi are nothing but genin. Unleashing a C-rank ninjutsu plus this tossing has consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra. They have been in a state of being suppressed, and they have retreated one after another under Uchiha Akizuki's hands. Another person was seriously injured. Uchiha Akizuki had his arm cut off, his rib was broken, and he was lying bloody on the ground, unable to move for a while. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha spat out a huge fireball in his bare mouth, and the rolling heat wave swallowed the last person. On the other side, Kakashi and the Chunin were still fighting, and the two were fighting fiercely between the electric light and flint. Kakashi deserves to be the first genius in the eyes of everyone in Konoha. Even less than half a year after graduation, he has the ability to fight Chunin. The ninjutsu between the two people is constantly intertwined, like a magical dazzling, it is not even comparable for a time. Rock Shinobi Chunin's eyes were full of amazement. Are Konoha's ninjas so powerful now? Even genin. It's so strong. The strength of these two genins completely reached Chunin's strength. Rock Shinobi Chunin's eyes dazzled and he was determined. No, he must bring this information back to Rock Shinobi village and report it to Master Tsuchikage. Even if it fails to enter Konoha, the current intelligence is enough. He began to want to pull away and leave the battlefield to escape. Of course Kakashi wouldn't let him go. The tricks were even more vicious, like Lion Majesty, like bones and maggots. Rock Shinobi Chunin struggled to deal with it and couldn't run at all. Kakashi's face was cold, and he asked sternly, "Where did you hide Princess Xian?" "Princess Xian? Hey, didn't grab our handle, just want to impose this charge on us," Rock Shinobi Chunin said with a grim face. "As of this moment, I still don't admit it, and hand over Princess Xian." Kakashi's eyes became colder. "It seems that I can only defeat you first, and then torture you slowly." Asterisk. Chapter 48 Life is bleak again. Crazy talk. Rock Shinobi Chunin narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. "If you want to kill me, you can do it." Earth-style Talong gun. Rock Shinobi Chunin shouted. Suddenly, countless soaring soil thorns rose up on the flat ground, and grew at a terrifying speed. Almost in a moment, it became a jungle of soil thorns, spreading violently in the direction of Kakashi. Kakashi was forced to retreat steadily, jumping back constantly, avoiding the soil thorns, but widening the distance between Rock Shinobi Chunin and Rock Shinobi Chunin. Damn it! Kakashi was about to catch this person. Rock Shinobi Chunin's mouth made a smug smile. Although Konoha Genin's combat awareness and tactics are very strong, far more than ordinary genin, but after all, he is just a child, and the amount of chakra is not enough. Now Konoha's ninja can no longer use ninjutsu. However, considering that Konoha's kid is lucky, he still has important information to bring back to Rock Shinobi, so he can't continue to delay here. Otherwise, he will die now. Rock Shinobi Chunin turned around, picked up the little chakra he had left, and planned to leave quickly. Kakashi clenched his short sword's hand constantly, but couldn't do anything. "Kakashi, how is your side?" Uchiha Akizuki ran over to look for Kakashi as soon as the battle was over. "Run away, the boss of Rock Shinobi," Kakashi said disappointedly. "What, you let him run away?" Uchiha Akizuki was startled. "Wow, Kakashi, I thought the battle on your side was as easy as mine. I knew I would end a little earlier and come over to help you." Now that he has more chakra than ordinary Chunin, Uchiha Akaizuki's most obvious feeling is that his durability in battle has been strengthened a lot, and the accumulation of fatigue is much less. For Uchiha Akaizuki, in the battle with several genin, although he released a few ninjutsu one after another, he did not consume too much. He is still in a very full state. I am right here with a genin, okay. It's a genin. Genin is a completely different level from the genin you are facing. It's pretty good that I can draw with him. Uchiha Akaizuki looked at Hatake Kakashi contemptuously. I have 7 or 8 genins on my side, and they are no weaker than one genin. As expected, I am too strong. You must be jealous of my beauty. Jealous that I am stronger than you. Kakashi is full of black lines. This guy is really old. But it looks like he can't beat him yet. He has to admit that this guy performed very well in the battle just now, and his current strength is stronger than himself. But why is this stinky and narcissistic guy so strong? Life is bleak again. Princess Xian hadn't found her yet, and ran away a rock shinobi genin. Only one rock shinobi genin who was half-crippled was still alive, and the rest were dead. The two walked to the half-crippled rock shinobi genin and tortured the information. Where is Princess Yogan? Kakashi demanded. You have fallen into our hands now. You'd better tell the truth obediently, otherwise I have 100 ways to make you better than dead. Uchiha Akaizuki's eyes flashed fiercely. Rock Shinobi couldn't help but fought a cold war. Princess? What princess? Didn't you rob Lord Xian to be your wife? Where did you hide him? I tell you, Princess Xian doesn't like you at all. Even if she is dead, she won't be with you. Yes. Kakashi said with a frown. We didn't grab the princess. Rock Shinobi's eyes widened. Uchiha Akaizuki snorted coldly. It seems that if you don't suffer a bit, you can't tell the truth. Uchiha Akaizuki raised his hand and dropped, with a creak, and directly broke the Rock Shinobi's right arm. The right arm was in the sleeve, twisted at a strange angle, and finally fell down empty. Drops of sweat dripping, drops of sweaty, drops of sweat on the head aching, drops of sweaty, drops of sweat on the head screaming, drops of sweaty, drops of sweaty, drops of sweaty, drops of sweat on the head of the drops of sweat on the head of the drops of sweaty, drops of a screaming drops of sweat, drops on the drops of sweaty, drops of drops. If you don't say anything, I will cut off your hand directly. Rock Shinobi's eyes are full of tears, gurgling like a stream, and the snot on his face are smashed together, blooming. A man in his 20s is now suffering a great deal of grievance, howling in pain. I really don't know what Princess Xian. I am just following the orders of my superiors. How could it be that you are so murderous to us? You must have done something wrong. What is your superior's order? Uchiha Akaizuki was reluctant. We have received a higher-level mission to go to Konoha to secretly search for information. We have just walked here and haven't entered Konoha yet. Are you doing this to us? We haven't entered Konoha yet, so we are not considered as spies. Var. Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi looked at each other, and for a moment they believed what the man said. His cry was too real and it was really moving. Remind more short paragraphs. Amorous feelings, hand over the deposited manuscript. Author, it is impossible, this is my fate. Hold in your arms, be careful of defensive state. Amorous feelings, pop. A reminder to change the ticket and hit the author Kun's head. Author, keek, I won't bend my waist for 5 buckets of rice. Amorous feelings, pop. Another lot of reminders are dropped on the author Kun's head, nothing. Author, amorous man, are you satisfied with all the saved manuscripts? May laughs, festival? What is morality? TAN 90, does not exist. Just for this pleasure, thanks to the tycoons who gave me a lot of rewards for reminding me to change the tickets. The author was really surprised when I woke up today. I have a code word that I am working very hard. Thanks for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Heavy Reward. In the distance, a panting maid ran up, shaking the lantern in her hand from side to side. Two ninja adults, our princess found it. What? Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi asked in unison. Our princess is hungry, because the daimyo forbids the princess to eat in the middle of the night. The princess went to the kitchen to eat secretly. Now that she has been found, it really worries the two adults. Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi felt tight in their chests and almost spewed blood. What kind of reason is this? Too perfunctory. We had a life and death duel in this wilderness area most of the night. I really didn't kidnap the princess. I was wronged. There was another person next to him howling. The corners of Uchiha Akaizuki and Kakashi's eyes twitched. OMG. There was a big oolong. We called the wrong person. It's almost annihilated the other group. Why is it happening like that? The maid let out a sigh of relief when she finished talking about important things. She suddenly remembered that the huge fire and noise she had seen in the distance just now made her eyes look around. Ah! Why are there so many dead bodies? The maid screamed and almost fainted. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Akaizuki and Hotaki Kakashi were all at once embarrassed. Can they say that they accidentally hit the wrong person? The result was almost destroyed by the team. Uchiha Akaizuki took out a kunao and pierced Rock Shinobi's throat directly, then smiled shyly, and lied without changing his face. It's okay, just caught a spy who was planning to invade our country, so we found out in advance, hehe. Rock Shinobi's eyes were so big that he could not stare at him until he died. Kakashi helped. He felt that this was a stain that could never be erased in the history of his mission. No. Never let others know. Why is there always something wrong with Uchiha Akaizuki? Kakashi raised the sky and burst into tears in his heart. My bleak life. If those rock shinobi knew that they were only killed by mistake, they could probably be picked up from the ground angrily, and even the coffin board would not be able to hold them. They were not even spies before they reached the territory of the Fire Land, and because of their guilty conscience, they were murderous against the two Konoha shinobi, and they were hacked? The first unjust case in history. Ahem, if there is nothing wrong with that, let's go back. Uchiha Akaizuki also said embarrassedly. He swears, this time he really didn't mean it. If he knew it, he would definitely not kill those rock shinobi. They must be maimed first. Then suddenly discovered that this turned out to be an oolong. They will be blown up. Uchiha Akaizuki hurts in the heart. My anger value. On the next day, they finally saw the so-called man as tough as a ninja in Princess Xian's mouth. It's just an ordinary man with a long body full of muscles. Although he has a long body of muscles, he doesn't use it at all. A big man, crying like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. He hugged Xian's thighs, knelt on the ground, holding a handkerchief in his hand and wiping his tears. Princess Xian, I really like you. Please marry me. Xian kicked the muscular strong man away. FK me, even if I marry Uchiha Akaizuki, I won't marry you. Hotaki Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki were instantly petrified in place. Uchiha Akaizuki twitched his mouth and cut. You want to marry, I don't want to marry. A woman full of scheming. Hotaki Kakashi rushed over at the man, raised his fist, and beat the man violently. All because of you. All because of you. Hotaki Kakashi cursed in a low voice, all his high coldness almost broke. This messy life. It's all because of this man. If he had come earlier, there wouldn't be such a big oolong. The man was completely beaten and stunned. He had a blue nose and swollen face with gold stars in his eyes, and he quickly begged for mercy. Don't beat, I won't be able to marry. In the end, Uchiha Akaizuki and Hotaki Kakashi completed this task perfectly. and Yugan signed his name on their mandate. Uchiha Akizuki and Kakashi left from the country of tea. Princess Yuen walked to the border of the country of tea, reluctantly bid farewell, and watched the two leave. At the same time, Rock Shinobi Village, the country of soil. The Captain Rock Shinobi, after listening to Jnin's report from the escape, he sat alone in this dim room for a long time, with a gloomy expression on his face. "Do you want to report it to Master Tsuchikage?" He was a little uncertain, because they were just two little ghosts who defeated Jnin, but it was precisely because they were the little ghosts who could defeat Jnin that they showed their horror. "Kid. Yes, it is so small that it can only be counted as a young child who has just entered the so-called ninja school. With such potential and such aptitude," he was thinking about it in discomfort, not knowing whether he should report it. That night, two brand new reward orders came out at the Genin Trading Ground, the land of the ninja world. Before these two wanted warrants, they attracted a crowd of Genin onlookers. "Whose prank is this? This wanted order is too fake." "Yeah, the prank doesn't mean to draw carefully, be more serious, this is clearly two little ghost heads." There was a tumult from the crowd. Hearing this, the front desk staff of the Genin world could not help but walk up. He squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd. He exuded a cold aura. "This is the wanted order issued by our Genin field after checking." Are you questioning our Genin field?" The crowd was silent. Why did they appear in the Genin field? Because 9 out of 10 of them are ninjas who defected from their own ninja village. If they are remembered and blocked by Genin, they will not get any resources if they are not given tasks. This is completely blocking them. Possibility. Misfortune came from the mouth. At this moment, they deeply agree. There was silence, no one dared to speak, and the front desk staff snorted and left. "This isn't a prank? But who can find the goal of this portrait? I won't let anyone talk about the poorness of the painting." After the Lord left, complaints dared to sound. "No, you are wrong, there is nothing wrong with this portrait." A ninja standing in the corner alone choosing a bounty order said. "This man, I know, don't you think he looks very much like that Konoha beast, White Fang?" Everyone looked back at the wanted order again, and looked carefully. "This Konoha's White Fang? Isn't he dead? Why didn't it just come out now, and I found him? Isn't it looking for death? Who would want to pick up this wanted warrant? This is not Konoha's White Fang, this is Konoha's White Fang, the orphan of Hotaki Sakumo. Another person who can make his name resound throughout the ninja world, Hotaki Kakashi, currently only 5 years old, Jnin. The son of Konoha's White Fang?" Everyone looked at the wanted order seriously after hearing the words. A reward, 1000W? 10 million. How can it be? This is the amount of reward offered at the Genin level. The goal is only 5 years old? For a long while, there was no sound to break the silence. "Well, then this Hotaki Kaka, who is this person next to Hotaki Kakadon?" The man's cheeks twitched. "Hotaki Kakadon? Who is Hotaki Kakadon?" However, he suddenly thought about it. Who is this kid who was offered a Genin amount with Hotaki Kakashi? P.S. Put the super long chapter. This is the last chapter before the shelves. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Promote Jnin, 1/10, please be the first. On Konoha's street, two black figures flashed by quickly. Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki returned to Konoha, handed in the task, and immediately went to the Hokage office to report to Hokage about Rock Shinobi's attempt to enter the country of fire as a spy. Naruto did not expect that Rock Shinobi would have such a tactic and penetrate into the country of fire. What is it for? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, his mouth spit out white smoke, and his eyes became deeper. Rock Shinobi is getting more and more restless recently. Maybe I need to take some measures here too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually stretched. How long can the current peace be maintained? Under this peaceful performance, how many unknown undercurrents are hidden. Naruto's eyes fell on the two names on the table, and there was a faint joy in his eyes. It seems that it is a very appropriate decision to arrange Uchiha Akaizuki with Hatake Kakashi. They are Konoha's two geniuses. They have the resonance that can only be found between geniuses. 10. They are also Konoha's future. After that, Hatake Kakashi's teammates have always been Uchiha Akaizuki. Although Hatake Kakashi went to Sarutobi Hiruzen again and again and applied to change his teammates, they were all rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The people at the mission distribution office have always been very kind to Uchiha Akaizuki. They even give Uchiha Akaizuki an apple or a piece of cake when they take the task. Of course, this is not for Kakashi. In their eyes, what a pitiful child to get along with Kakashi, who is so cold and arrogant and ruthless. He must have suffered a lot of grievances, but he has always endured bitterly in his heart. What a sympathetic child. Naruto office. Third Hokage put down the file in his hand, took a hard sip of the pipe, closed his eyes and thought about it for a long time before opening his eyes. At the same time, he slowly exhaled the smoke and sighed slightly. On the table are two documents, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki's Chunin promotion application. This is a document sent directly from Konoha mission. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki are not aware of this. Due to their high completion rate of the two missions, the two of them are mission madmen. In such a short period of time, they have reached the mission amount of upgrading Chunin. And their performance in the previous battles was very perfect. They do already have Chunin's strength. It's just that Third Hokage's brows frowned, and his eyes fell on their age. Age, 6 years old. Too young. Kakashi has broken the record for the youngest graduate since the establishment of the ninja school, and now, he is about to break another record. The youngest person to be promoted to Chunin. The person who was promoted to Chunin at the earliest age was Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, the man who has the title of Konoha's White Fang, and the entire ninja world is shaken by it. No one has broken for so many years. Unexpectedly, it was broken by two people at the same time. Hatake Kakashi's genius is not lower than Hatake Sakumo, but the child's disposition is too paranoid and indifferent, and he still can't fully understand the meaning of his companions. I hope he will not go astray. However, the name of Hatake Kakashi's genius has always resounded throughout Konoha. Even if it is now Chunin, people will not be too surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze rests more on another name, Uchiha Akaizuki. The Uchiha clan has not seen such a talented ninja for a long time. In the mission report, Kakashi once mentioned that he now has 2 Go Jade. At the age of only 6 years old, even in the Uchiha clan, there are not a few people who can have double hook jade eyes at this age. More importantly, he is just a side branch of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, it has never been reused by the Uchiha clan, and has never received the rich courtesy from the Uchiha clan, but it has received the most basic family worship. Only this time, if he was promoted to Chunin together, he would definitely draw the attention of the Uchiha clan to him. And it's not just the Uchiha clan, even other people will inevitably start to have some other thoughts. Since graduating from Uchiha Akaizuki Ninja School, Sarutobi Hiruzen has spent no less thought on Uchiha Akaizuki than Kakashi, and it can even be said that it can be more caring. This child has a different mindset from other Uchiha children. In his eyes, it has never been limited to the Uchiha clan. He is not like a child of the other Uchiha clan, and is hostile to Konoha's other ninjas. A ninja who never follows the rules, a ninja who can't guess his mind, and a ninja who never follows the rules. Like a seed that was suddenly upgraded in the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart 450 secretly thought that if this seed can be used well, it may be possible to slow down the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the rest of Konoha. So the first step is to let this seed germinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen signed his name on Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Akaizuki's Chunin promotion application. Go and inform Uchiha Akaizuki, Come to my Hokage office, I have something to find him. Yes, Naruto-sama. Anbu Ninja suddenly appeared, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared from the Naruto office. The twilight was dim, the setting sun went down, the earth was bathed in the afterglow clouds, and the leaves on the trees rustled. Uchiha Akizuki left Hokage's office quietly. A few days later, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Akizuki received their Chunin green vests. The news that the two of them were successfully promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, spread quickly like a plague. The whole Konoha shook. Countless people frowned, and under Konoha's peaceful appearance, countless people were eager to move and started further actions. In the afternoon of the same day, a distinguished guest greeted Uchiha Akizuki's small house.